It's been 3 years in the making, and it is finally back. The Lowlands Throwdowns is live in person in Amsterdam, Netherlands at the Rij, Amsterdam. I am Chase Ingham, and alongside with me all weekend long will be Mads Jacobson, and Lawrence Smith will join us here in a little bit. And Mads, we were speaking earlier today, and this is the first time we've had live competition in nearly 3 years. For you, what's it mean for you and the people here this weekend?
It's been a long walk through a desert. Everybody's just been hungry for this, and I think the interesting part is that the athletes have progressively gotten stronger, better, faster, but they've had nowhere to display it. They've been walking around in their own little cages, not knowing what anybody else was doing and whether what they were doing was actually working. Continuous competition gives you that opportunity to kind of measure yourself and also measure your programming and everything else that you're doing. There's been none of that. So, I mean, we could be seeing some people who show up and it's gone amazing, and you can see others where it hasn't been quite as amazing.
As we get set for week one of semifinal seasons presented by Noble, we have 30 men, women, and 20 teams out of the quarterfinals. There are 2 European semifinals as we start with the first one this weekend, but there's other action going all over the world, Torium Pro and the Syndicate Crown. But here's your schedule for the day. We will start off with the teams in event number 1, then the men and the women, and then team event 2, men and women. And let's start with the women, Mads. Is we have Laura Horvath, who got second last year at the CrossFit Games. It looks like she's back in form and better than ever. Gabby Magawa is another one of those athletes that is trending up. But I think the big name here this weekend is Sarah Sigmundsdottir is back in live competition, and she looks healthy and she looks hungry to get back into live competition. Healthy
and hungry Sarah Sigmundsdottir should be scaring the living out of everybody else on the competition floor. She has had some injury troubles in the past, and she's addressed those as well. She's, every once in a while, she's shown up, and she's been very open about it as well, that she just, you know, not motivation-wise, but just her head, she wasn't quite in the right space. She looks healthy, she looks like she's in the right space, and I'm looking forward to seeing her go out there and kind of throw a monkey wrench into the game of Magawa and Horvath as well.
Sigmundsdottir has moved, basically uprooted to Georgia in the United States and working with Training Think Tank. And Sarah actually got to sit down with Lawrence Smith yesterday about what it's like to be back in competition.
No. Control the situation, while online you can almost control, like you mess up a workout, you just stop and you redo it or something. Well, now you don't have control. You have all the adrenaline from all the people, you have all the energy, and it's such a different experience. And especially in Europe, like when there's different countries and everybody's cheering for their country, so it's like, yeah, it's gonna be so good. Coming from America and coming to Europe, it feels like home. I like saw the people, I was like, oh, I'm home. Yeah. Like, I think about myself as 2 different persons, like the Sarah as the athlete in the gym, the Sarah as the athlete in a competition. You have this extra gear. I've been doing everything I can to be where I am now, and hopefully it's gonna pay off.
You know, it's Matt, it's nice to have Sarah back in competition, and we've got some other big names here. Karen Frayola, Lucy Campbell has actually made a big splash in the off-season, but who are some of the athletes that we should be looking at that we aren't talking about?
Man, I think Karen Frayola is definitely one of those athletes that we should be looking at. She's always been great. She moves really, really well. But she's been doing this at the same time as she was in school. She's not in school anymore, which has given her more time and more opportunity to really kind of hone in her training. So I think we're going to see a different athlete, and if she's been able to kind of accelerate from where she was at, then she's going to be a force to be reckoned with this weekend. Yeah.
This is going to be one of the most packed fields in the women's competition across all 10 semifinals. But let's switch over to the men. Björgvin Karl Gudmundsson, what more can you say? Arguably the greatest European male CrossFitter of all time is here this weekend. But there's a laundry list of other athletes. When you got 5 spots up for grabs, there's a lot of names out there that can make those top 5 positions.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think that's the great thing. It's always been like that on the ladies' side of the house in Europe, where you had all these, it's just been a dogfight. But now the men's side is turning into the same thing. Björgvin is always going to be that guy who just goes out and performs really, really well all the time. No doubt about that. But now we've got Lazar Dukic, who's been doing really, really well, built in competition, and he looks healthy. I had a chat with him yesterday, and he feels really good about where he's at as well. You've got Uldis Upenix as well, who's also, he's been doing really, really, really well. Different kind of athlete, but he's been doing really, really well, and I think that they're going to be challenging. One of the athletes, or two of the athletes that I'm looking forward to seeing, though, Sam Stewart. Sam Stewart is one of these guys who just has not had the love from everybody else, and he is so deserving of it. Amazing competitor, wonderful person, and so much potential. I want to see him go out there and throw down. And then on top of that, you've got Adrian Mundvila, who's been injury prone. I talked to him yesterday. He feels healthy, he feels strong, feels like these events line up well for him. So to me, it's a dogfight.
And we're going to kick the day off with the team competition, and probably the biggest news in the offseason was Annie Thorsdottir going team with Con Porter, Tola Moraquinho, and Lauren Fisher in an attempt to maybe topple the giant that is Team Mayhem.
I think they're going to be capable of giving Mayhem a real run for their money. The only thing we know about Mayhem is that they're always going to be great, but we don't know how great they are. And also being able to see the Reykjavik team in competition. I mean, everything else has been an online competition. Seeing them come out here and doing their thing on the floor, I think it's going to be interesting to see, and I think we're going to have a better picture after this weekend of whether they will be able to.
Well, we get to start the weekend off with the team event, and more on team event number 1. Let's go down to the third member of our broadcast team, Lauren Smith.
Gents, thank you so much. And I just want to say, before we even begin, how wonderful it is to be back in live competition in Europe for the first time since 2020. It just feels a little bit like home. But let's get straight into that first team workout presented by Monster. And it's a play on event 1 of the individuals, the one that CrossFit released earlier in the week. And it's thrusters and legless rope climbs. So your opening 2 females are going to run out onto the floor to their 43 kilogram thrusters bar. One athlete can rest while the other works, and they can share the work as long as the resting athlete is on the line and keeping out of the way. Once they've completed their work, then they're going to head back to the legless rope climbs, complete 6 of them. Again, they can share their work as long as that resting athlete is underneath the pull-up bar. This is going to continue for 3 rounds in total, and with a descending rep scheme. They'll go back to their thruster, they'll complete 30, then they'll go to the legless rope climbs, complete 4, back to their thruster, complete 20, back to the legless rope climbs, and complete 2. At that point, they tag in their male counterparts. They will then run across the floor a little bit further away to a 61 kilogram bar and complete the same rep range. At that point, they'll be finishing on their rope climbs, they'll collect their team, and they will rush to the finish line and see who crosses first. Now, this is a 20-minute time cap workout, but we're expecting it to finish a lot quicker than that. And I've spoken to a number of the teams yesterday, and because this was released early, they have trialed it and they know where they are. So all that remains to be seen is if they can stack up in this packed teams field. Chase Mads, back to you guys.
All right, teams are getting set to walk onto the competition floor at RAI Amsterdam for the first time this weekend. Definitely not the last time, but I got to think about the nerves being backstage for the first time. There's going to be a lot of athletes that maybe have never been in live competition before.
There are a lot of athletes who've never done that. It became obvious yesterday at registration. You saw the familiar faces. There was high fives and chest bumps all over the place, and there were a lot of people just looking like deer in the headlights. I hope they're able to kind of shake that off once they get onto the floor. It should be a familiar element. Just don't let the crowd or Amsterdam in general get to you.
And talking about nerves, there was a palpable energy during registration yesterday and waiting for the doors to open. But here are your lane assignments for heat number 1 for the teams. A familiar name last year, CrossFit Janas in lane number 1 got top 3 at the games. In fact, last year was the first time any European team made the podium. We had 2 of them. Now this team is a little bit different than last year's team.
It is a lot different. I think there was only one participant from last year's team in that team, and you could say that, well, you know, it's a completely different team. They're probably not going to be as good. What you need to remember is that this team was brought up in the same environment that bred the team that did so well last year, so they know exactly what everybody's asking of.
The 10 teams in here, lane 6, CrossFit Nordic. They have one of those teams, an athlete we were looking more toward maybe the snatch event later.
Oh, absolutely. Patricia Strenius is she's a European champion of weightlifting. She's an Olympian as a weightlifter as well. It's going to be great to see her in CrossFit competition because before she became a weightlifter, she was a CrossFitter. So back to her roots. And here are some of the recipes for success. Do not kill your grip. That's the first thing. I mean, it is going to be grip intensive for the ladies with the legless rope climbs. That's going to be really interesting to see how they do on that. So that's going to be very, very interesting.
Action is underway for the first time live in 3 years at the Lowlands Throwdown, starting with team event number 1, as all teams will be tackling 40 thrusters into 6 legless rope climbs. The women pair will be going first. And this is as Lauren said, this is a familiar style event back in 2014 where the teams had to tackle an event like this, yet it was a 6-person team versus a 4-person. Now that you only have 2 people to share the work, how drastically different is that for these athletes than a 6-person?
I don't think it's going to be that much of a difference, to be perfectly honest. I mean, it's if you're smart with your rep schemes and you don't kind of tear up an athlete to start with, then you're going to be just fine. But as we were talking about just a second ago, I mean, thrusters kill your grip, and you want your grip, and it's going to be interesting to see the ladies on the legless rope climbs. Then communication and transition on the thrusters. Have a rep scheme, have a thought, but don't be afraid to kind of stick or to change that as it goes. You never know what happens when you're on the floor. And the last thing, and that's for both male and female athletes, fast hands on the rope. You can't hang out and start kipping these things.
Looks like we have a hand in the air in lane number 5. That is Team Trinity and a half.
So they're the Danish team, and they're already on the rope climbs here in lane number 4 as well. So we've got Fit from Leeds in lane number 4, and in lane number 5 you have the team from Trinity and a half from Brøndby in Denmark.
And see, athletes must not be able to use their legs during these legless rope climbs and have to touch the blue cross beam and then bring the hand back to the rope before they pinch with the legs or wrap with the feet, which is a very, very important detail when it comes to these legless rope climbs.
It really is, and I think we're going to be fine on the first ones, but on the second and the last set of rope climbs, that's when you just want to floor it and you forget those little details.
Well, we talked about the nerves coming in, and when you start with 40 thrusters, you split that heavier weight. It's 95 pounds for the females, and as you look at that, it's like, okay, the adrenaline's pumping. So you're not necessarily feeling the effects of maybe the intensity that you face in the first 40 thrusters and 6 legless rope climbs. Now look a little bit ahead as we're closing out of these top 6 as we get to this middle round of 30 and 4. The reality starts to set in a little bit.
Exactly, which is why it's interesting to kind of look at the field and look at who's going to be the first ones to the rope. Now, are they getting there in an organized fashion, or are they just trying to kill themselves? So kind of first round heroes. That's Patricia Strenius in the middle of your screen right there a second ago on the rope climb. Now we've got in lane number, I think that's lane number 5 from Brøndby in Denmark here. The female athlete on the way to her second set of thrusters.
And you saw the judge telling her that she wasn't allowed to start her thrusters yet because the waiting athlete actually has to stand behind a line that's about 5 meters behind her. And that's important because now as they advance the bar further down the field, that time between switching off gets longer. So how much would that affect maybe when you should take breaks? Because the more you take breaks, the longer you're actually going to take to do it.
Absolutely. I think I wouldn't even think too much about that, to be perfectly honest. I think it's not enough for thrusters to really get anybody in trouble. So I think they should be able to kind of do this with one switch, and they should know when that switch was so the other athlete would be ready.
3 teams in the middle, lane 4, left side of your screen in all black. Frit to the right. You have Team Trinity and a half, and then CrossFit Nordic in lane number 6. Those are your top 3 teams in heat number 1. We have 10 teams in heat 1, 10 teams in heat 2 as your top teams coming out of the quarterfinals will be in this second heat. But out of the quarterfinals, it's a lot different than what happens in online competition, especially in a team format, than here on the competition floor.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I think Sarah was onto it. She was like, well, you're doing an online qualifier. You just kind of go, that didn't work, and then you redo it, and then you try again. But this is a completely different beast.
Team Trinity and a half in lane number 5, still holding on to that lead. Team athletes Sophie Toft and Clara Clementson are your 2 athletes. Claire on the rope. And now To me, you start seeing that kip swing involved. That's a telltale sign of things aren't working out like we thought they would.
Exactly, the combination of grip and just pulling power ending up, and that's what we were talking about, the thrusters. It's just such a tricky exercise because they do get after your grip pretty fast.
Lane 10, you have Heart and Heavy CrossFit. Again, both female athletes will take on the first part of this event, and when they are completed, it'll be the men's turn.
And we're seeing the pace on the rope here a lot different for a lot of these athletes. So middle of your screen right now, the Heart and Heavy German Heart and Heavy crew, very, very small pulls.
You see another miscommunication is that you can't roll the bar forward until the second athlete is set in line, but Trinity and a half still leading. That is Sophie Toft taking the final set of thrusters. It is dropped down to 20, and she'll drop the bar and reach back and tag in Clara. And look over in lane number 1. Lane number 2, that is Artemis. But up in lane 1, they're moved into second place. We haven't talked about that, and that is CrossFit Jeunesse.
It is, and like I said, they may have shown up and not done super well in the qualifier to be in this heat and not be considered a top dog, but I would always keep my eyes on anybody coming out of a competitive box like that.
Jeunesse, as he said, got third at the CrossFit Games last year, one of 2 European teams to podium at the Games for the first time in 15 years. Now we know that only one has come back on that team, but we have a race coming down in the final set of 20. Now moving on to the 2 legless rope climbs. Trinity and a half. Claire is done, and it is Sophie's turn to take on one of 2 legless, touching the cross beam.
Nice.
It looks like she may go right up for the second rep. As we are just approaching the 8-minute mark, this is a time cap of 20. And now we're getting stuck at the top. She's gonna have to tag and get that hand back in control, and she's got it. So Trinity and a half will do their job. And it'll now be the men's turn of Martin Renslev and Joachim Riding. 2 taller athletes, 6'2" for Joachim and 5'10" for Martin. So thrusters might not be your favorite thing as a taller athletes, but legless rope climbs sure are.
Legless rope climb should be serving him well. It's all, I mean, if he can get a big jump, he can get an Elijah Muhammad kind of feel on that.
Jeunesse is done, so Jeunesse, we weren't talking about him too soon at the beginning of the heat, but now they have moved into second place as they'll now send their men out. Valentin Mazet and Leo Huez.
So in this heat, currently in first, you've got Trinity and a half from Denmark. After that, Jeunesse in second place out of France. And in third place, it looks like it is CrossFit Nordic. Their female athletes just finished up.
Nordic on the right side in the red. Still leading since the beginning. Trinity and a half on the left in the maroon and black.
Looking very, very strong. I love those thrusters. Just a good drive from the bottom, just kind of follow through, hand off that energy.
And Matt, as you were saying earlier, how your grip can actually get taxed during the thrusters. What is it about the thrusters that taxes the grip?
It's just the front rack, driving up the elbows. You get a great extension of your forearms, and then you have to hold on to that bar a little bit as well. So if your front rack isn't absolutely amazing, you're going to be taxed immediately coming off of those thrusters.
By the 9:20 mark, Trinity and a half is done with their 40 thrusters. Now they have 6 legless rope climbs. You just see the speed these athletes have on the rope.
And so Trinity and a half are leading by 3 rope climbs before Jeunesse even gets onto the rope. So 3 rope climb lead for Trinity and a half in lane number 5.
Martin Renslev finishes his rope, and it looks like him and Joachim are alternating reps on these legless. Now, what's nice is that on the thrusters, the athletes are pretty far separated as far as transitions. On the rope, since it is so close, you can benefit from a one-for-one breakup on these legless.
Oh, absolutely. I'm a little bit worried here that Martin, who was just on the rope now, he looked at his hand. I hope he didn't tear up his hand on the first rope climb.
Yeah.
If he did, it's going to be a very long weekend.
Oh yeah, that's it's almost like the Monday of the week when we're talking to my athletes. We have pull-ups. It's like, do not rip your hands on a Monday.
No.
And in the competition, do not rip your hands on rep 1
No.
of a long competition weekend.
I mean, I hope it was just the tape that he was looking at. Joachim here back on the thrusters. Big dude, but still doing a great job on those thrusters.
3.5 on the right side of your screen. Janas on the left. They move to 30 thrusters.
So still the same setting on the floor. You have Trinity and a half in the lead. Janas in second. CrossFit Nordic in third. Janas right there in the middle of your screen. Slightly wider stands on the thrusters.
That bar cycling is a lot faster than we see coming from Trinity and a half between Martin and Joachim.
Yes, it is.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they close the gap a little bit. They were behind by 30 seconds, and right on cue, a little transition there. Top of your screen, hand in the air for Joachim. Hand in the air for Janas.
Oh, this could come down to the actual race back to the finish line.
And this is what we're hoping to see as both teams are done making their way to the floor. Now, the athlete cannot start until his teammate is in that staging area, so transitions look to be a little bit of a difference maker, and we have a dead neck tie between these two teams.
Remember, there was a 3 rope climb lead for Trinity and a half in the first time on the rope. Now they're side by side.
You saw they were going 1 for 1 in the round of 6, where it looks like Martin went 2 in a row as Joachim was taking those last 2 set of thrusters. Now he's going 2 and 2, so that might be the strategy now that we're in the set of 4.
And they're almost side by side as they come back to the bar again for the last thrusters. Now they need to remember that the other athlete needs to wait behind the line, and Trinity and a half just forgot about that, which led Janas into a 4 or 5 thruster lead.
And that is a huge mistake on Trinity and a half, because they were tied. In fact, they had a 30-second lead near halfway point of the first round, and now they're back behind by about 5 thrusters.
Yep. See, here's the change for Janas. Looking for, that is Felix Nordqvist from CrossFit Nordic in the middle of your screen right there. They're currently sitting in third, also cycling pretty fast, but Janas is in the lead.
And Janas is overtaking the lead comfortably, as it was held by Trinity and a half, but Shirefit and Nordic are now in the mix, challenging Trinity and a half. This is the final set of legless rope climbs. We finished our 20 thrusters, and now these final 2 legless rope climbs to see who will take heat number 1 for team event number 1.
So Shirefit, the boys from Leeds, fast on the rope, just kind of snuck on the thrusters. But here's Janas.
And Janas in lane number 1 will take heat number 1 at an unofficial time of 14:20, and just behind them, Shirefit will take second, as Trinity and a half will round out your top 3. Nordic is about to cross the finish line in lane number 6, but the story was Trinity and a half, who was leading by nearly 90% of the entire time until that middle round of 30 and 4.
Exactly, and I love the way that Shirefit played their cards. Took it easy on the first thrusters, first rope climbs, set themselves up for success, and then just made their move.
Now this is lane 2. 21:50 Artemis, as we just saw, and that was the women's pair still stuck on the first portion of this event.
Same thing in lane number 10. You've got Hart and Heavy from Germany. The female athletes are also still on their rope climbs.
See on the right side of your screen, Hart and Heavy CrossFit. See the female athletes already trying to stretch out her forearms, and 15 minutes into this event, the only thing I can think of what happened was just a mistake of pacing.
Well, both that and then, I mean, it looked like they were pretty short transitions on the hands as well. And the problem with that is it gives you a lot of time on the rope. And it also gives you a problem when you get in tough, because as you just talked about, you need to tap, grab the rope, and then clench your legs. So I'm imagining a couple of no reps happen as well. So let's remember there's a 20-minute time cap. We've only got 4 minutes left, so these boys are going to have to work incredibly fast for Hart and Heavy in lane number 10 if they want to finish this.
Hart and Heavy, the bottom part of your screen. Their male athletes taking the floor for the first time. Above them in lane number 8 is Yellow Belly CrossFit. And in lane 2, Artemis, first female athlete, still struggling on those legless rope climbs.
And so they finish off they finished off the last rope climb now. So as soon as they get to the finishing mat, the boys will be allowed onto the floor with 3 minutes to go.
And that's tough. That's a tough position to be in.
I mean, the most important thing for this team and also for the Hart and Heavy team is to just sit down, shake this off, make sure that they do not let this influence them as a team moving forward in this weekend.
We don't have many other tests that have something as, I would say, failure dependent as a legless rope climb. Obviously, rope climbs were tested in the quarterfinals, but not legless rope climbs, and that is a completely different monster.
It sure is. And I usually talk about this a lot, the whole dynamic of a team and how you need to carry the entire team throughout the entire weekend. There will be some ladies out there on the floor who aren't happy with their performance, and they need to be lifted by the rest of the team instead of putting guilt on them. And that's what's important for these teams as they come back. Sit down, show each other some love, and get ready for the next event
Look at
today.
Artemis completing their first set of thrusters. Yellow Belly CrossFit just finished across the finish line. Time in the upper left corner of your screen. Time cap will be 20 minutes. We're 2 minutes away from that. All times are unofficial. As team event number 1, heat number 1, still underway. We had quite a race at the beginning part of this, as we said before. Trinity and a half looked like they were running away with it until about that set of 30 thrusters and 4 legless rope climbs for the men.
I mean, the Trinity and a half, the female part of the team finished up in 7 minutes and 42 seconds unofficially. Obviously, I have no official numbers whatsoever, but they were being chased down by Gunaz, and Gunaz really had a plan. They were fast on those thrusters, just really, really fast.
Artemis onto their 6 legless rope climbs. One minute remaining before we hit that 20-minute time cap.
It is just absolutely brutal. Legless rope climbs and handstand push-ups. Just one of these things that once you hit the wall, you have hit the wall. You're going nowhere fast.
And there's the other thing too is like, okay, well sit and shake your arms out for a minute. Doesn't matter. Like if you go, like you said, if you go beyond the point of no return, that's why it's called the point of no return.
Yes. We're free falling from here on out.
Final 30 seconds in heat 1, event 1. Now, looking at some teams in the back, usually you get excited about teams finishing places. Is there anyone in the back that maybe sees what happens to these two teams and make them a little nervous?
I don't think the teams in the back are even watching this. I think they have their game plan all down. I think the coaches are probably watching and going, is there something we should change about this? And I think they should be aware that it is definitely a possibility.
And that'll do it for heat number 1. 8 teams of the 10 being able to finish here. But it is CrossFit Jeunesse, as we said, a team named that podium at the CrossFit Games, but not the same team, all but one returning this year, yet here we are with an unofficial win in heat number 1.
Exactly, and I mean, one of the things that I kind of take with me from this is also just the game plan from ShireFit. Take it easy on the first thrusters and the first rope climbs, then increase your pace and end up with the sprint. Beautiful execution. And here we go. Here we have the athletes right here. Trinity and a half coming off to a great start, but Jeunesse, the female contingency, just got after it, chased them down, and once the Jeunesse men came on the floor, their barbell cycling overtook Trinity and got them to overtake Trinity and a half. Trinity and a half were suddenly in the pursuit, but there was no way that they could catch up with the Jeunesse team.
Fun, exciting finish for Heat 1, Team 1. And I just hope this is the beginning of many exciting finishes that we'll have all weekend long, as Team Jeunesse will finish with an unofficial time of 14:18, just 5 seconds ahead of CrossFit ShireFit. And another 5 seconds back is Trinity and a half. So how close that race was, 5 seconds separating first, second, and third, and then just another 10 seconds back, CrossFit Nordic, and that'll round out your top 4 in heat number 1.
But remember, there was a 30-second lead for Trinity and a half, and they end up 10 seconds behind. So Jeunesse and ShireFit actually caught up. 30, 40 seconds.
A familiar team name, but some new individuals on the team. CrossFit Jeunesse is down with Lauren Smith.
They are indeed. I'm here with Pauline, Julie, Leo, and Valentin. Great first unofficial heat win, Julie.
Yeah.
What's key to success in that workout?
Just push hard for the team. We tried it and we were not as good as today, but we do the best together. We share the repetition to not crash, and it works.
How aware were you of what was unfolding around you, with ShireFit catching up, but Team Trinity and a half taking a good 30-second lead to begin with?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
In terms of what was unfolding around you, how aware were you of where the rest of the field were?
At the middle of the event, we were third. Is that the question? Yeah. And the guys did the job, and they go first at the last seconds. If it's a question, I'm not sure.
That's okay. We'll work on our French-English relations as the weekend goes on. Massive congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Congrats to Team Jeunesse in heat number 1, as heat 2 takes the field, and you can feel the excitement rising as we have 10 seconds as CrossFit Reykjavik will take the stage in live competition for the first time.
We are on our way. They have the work cut out for them for CrossFit Reykjavik. I think they're looking to prove something for themselves as well. Lauren Fisher, first athlete onto the thruster for the Reykjavik team. And so remember that the ladies in the previous heat finished up their thrusters in 2 minutes and 58 seconds, or in 5 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're gonna have our work cut out for us for the Reykjavik team. So we have in lane number 1, we've got from France, CrossFit Grillen. In lane number 2, CrossFit Minimia, also from France. The UK out of the UK in lane number 3, Blueprint CrossFit. In lane number 4, CrossFit Oslo Purple Red out of Norway. Lane number 5, CrossFit Sarus out of Spain. You've got lane number 6, you've got CrossFit Reykjavik. Lane number 7, you got CrossFit Porti. Lane number 8, CrossFit Cannes. Lane number 9, CrossFit 2150 Fleck. And in lane number 10, CrossFit Walleye from Sweden.
Sorry.
And as we talked about before, this is going to be interesting. Thrusters have a tendency to kill your grip, so you may want to be smart on the rack position there. Then after that, it's communication and transition on the thrusters. So important to have a game plan, but also communicate if you need to change that game plan. And last but not least, fast hands on the rope.
CrossFit.
So middle of your screen right now, red top, dark pants. That is Lauren Fisher.
Lauren Fisher takes it up the rope for her set of legless rope climbs as we had top 3 race in your middle 3 lanes. So Ruth's training culture, Reykjavik and Porti. As Reykjavik will have a slight lead. Now this is where transitions are important because you got to say that athletes will be unable to start their reps unless the teammate is in the right position. And that was a quick transition for Reykjavik as Lauren Smith will take on the first set of thrusters here in the round of 30.
And you know, the Reykjavik had a couple of questions yesterday about the transitions and athlete placement. So you know that they've been spending a lot of time on making sure that they get this right.
Annie Thorisdottir. Quick transition there as her top 3 stay the same between Zurich, Training Culture, and Porti. Reykjavik in the middle lane. One more transition here for Lauren Smith as Annie Thorisdottir walks back to the rig to get set for her legless 30 reps.
And this is where it gets really interesting because we get to see how much of a lead Reykjavik have.
Reykjavik is to the rig.
It's 1. And Annie goes for 2 rope climbs right away.
Annie Thorisdottir will tag off to Lauren Smith. So we're just 4 minutes in.
But Saruz in lane number 5 still sticking in there. It is potentially a great fight. As I say that, the female athlete starts kipping her rope climb in the end.
Oh, Annie Thorisdottir almost had to do a little shuffle step with her grip at the top of that rope. But she'll be done with her 4th legless rope climb, and it'll be Lauren Smith back to the barbell once again. And we've seen some strategy when it comes to this is that divvying up your reps to say maybe that last person takes the thruster doesn't exactly take all the reps on the legless rope climb. That's why Annie did that double to start things off.
Yeah, but exactly. I mean, this is what it's all about. When you have a seasoned team like that, you know what you want to do. You kind of set yourself up for success. Lauren was fresh on the bar. Annie got a bit of a breather before she got back on the thrusters. Now that is how you do this.
Reykjavik on the right. So Roots Training Culture on the left. Now, if you haven't heard that name before and why they're even in contention is that they were in contention last year but had an injury that took them out of contention. They weren't even able to compete.
Exactly, and we were all looking forward to seeing them last year. Like you said, I think one of their participants or one of the team members got COVID and couldn't compete, and so we didn't get to see the team. But they all stuck together for this, and they're making a new run for it. And it looks like they're doing very well.
Speaking of doing very well, Reykjavik is done with their first set right around the 5:40 mark. And that's almost, what, 2 minutes faster than we had at the previous heat?
Yes, it is. Well, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds faster. And here come the powerhouses.
Tola Moraquinho taking on the first set of thrusters as him and Con Porter are ready to pick up where the women left off, as they are the only team that have their male athletes on the floor.
It is insulting to see the way Tula handles a 61-kilo barbell. He could at least pretend that that was heavy.
And here's your recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
We talked about it a little bit earlier. Thrusters kill your grip. We've seen it before, and it's still going to be true. Communication and transition, we saw that very well displayed by Annie and Lauren. How you want to communicate and how you want to plan your transitions, and able to make sure that athletes are as fresh as they possibly can be. And you want those fast hands on the rope.
Now, Matt, we were talking about the three-team race between Zaruts, Reykjavik, and Porty, but Oslo actually moved into second place. Now, Oslo, that second European team that made the podium last year at the CrossFit Games, this is not the same team. This is actually their second squad here at the Lowlands Throwdown. Exactly.
I mean, it's the Wolfpack, and I think it's a very suiting name for Oslo. They've got a lot of great athletes. So saying it's the second team doesn't mean it's the second best team. It's just the other great team out of Oslo.
Now, if you think about an event that has thrusters and legless rope climbs, there's nothing more that comes to mind than Con Porter and his finish at the Games in 2015 to get his qualifying spot to the CrossFit Games from that Pacific Regional. Obviously, the Torium Pro is going on currently while this is, but I think one thing about Tola that people don't understand is how good he is skill-wise when it comes to gymnastics. He's not just a heavy hitter out there.
No. I mean, we've seen that so many times in every competition he does. He's great with the barbell, but it's not like he's bad at anything else.
Right. Which you'd think in the team setting, when you look at the four that combine the team, obviously Annie Thorosdottir gets the most attention, Con, Laura. I think Tola is really that key piece because of his team experience, but also his skill set. He's unbelievably strong, but he's also unbelievably skilled. And to have both of those in one athlete, I think is a huge weapon for that team.
And he's unbelievably calm. You need that powerhouse that just never gets phased, never gets thrown off, sticks to the game plan, but has that mental strength and capacity and presence to be able to go outside the game plan whenever it's needed.
Team Reykjavik on the left, Con Porter into his second set of thrusters. It's 30 thrusters at 61 kilos, 135 pounds, hand in the air for Con Porter as Tola is already back at the rig waiting for him. And that quick transition, because he won't be able to start until Con gets to the crash pads there at the bottom, as Tola will get set in that center lane for 4 legless rope climbs.
Notice when Tola jumps onto the rope, he immediately starts his ascent. It's not jump on the rope, wait for it to settle, and then kick.
Tola and Con opting for that rep for rep transition between the two. Again, 4 legless rope climbs. And when you look at the totality, especially on the men's side, it's only 20 or 12 total between the two athletes. So, you know, if you have the grip strength and stamina, it's okay to go a little bit quicker on these.
It is. I was kind of wondering whether Tula was going to do all the thrusters and Con do the last 2 rope climbs. Con has moved up to the waiting position, so he may have a couple of thrusters in him.
Tola Marquinhos hits his first set as he'll transition to Con Porter as Tola makes his way back to the rig. Con should finish out these last set of thrusters, and then they only have 2 legless rope climbs. The time to beat prior to this was unofficially 14:18 as we are just past the 10-minute mark.
None of the other teams were bad. Let's just make sure that everybody understands that. None of the other teams were bad. These guys are just absolutely insanely fit.
Rep 1 is done for Marquinhos, as Con Porter will take the last rep. Unofficial time, 14:18, no more. We can at least officially say that Reykjavik will win event number 1 by a massive margin, unofficially 10:45, and now the race is for second place in the heat and potentially the event.
And that's in lane number 3. That's in lane number 4. We have CrossFit Oslo on their thrusters. Looking very, very strong. In lane number 7, that's CrossFit Porty on their middle of your screen right now. Lane number 4 here as well. That's the Oslo red athlete.
So Oslo
putting the finishing touches on this event as well.
It's going to be a tight little race there.
And that's it for Oslo.
As Oslo in lane number 4 able to hold on to second place. And that should be good enough for second in the event unofficially. Past the 12-minute mark, as we said. The time to beat in Heat 1 was 14:18.
And now that's Sarus in lane. Sarus finishing up as well all the way, so they end up in 3rd. Lane number 5.
Reykjavik unofficially first. Oslo and Zarus. You still haven't even got to the 13-minute mark yet. Lane 2, you have CrossFit Minimus. As in CrossFit Grillen, female athletes just crossing the finish line at the 13-minute mark. That's only going to give them 7 minutes for the men. We saw the same thing in Heat 1. Porty in lane number 7, done with their 2 legless rope climbs. Still well ahead of the time to beat in heat number 1, so they will get 4th place in the event. And it's closer than they thought, because in lane number 8, CrossFit Can will get top 5. Again, all these teams still ahead of the time of heat 1.
Yep. Looking pretty happy right there in the middle of your screen. A much faster, and the interesting thing is, it's a lot faster pace. And the question you always have to ask yourself is, have any of these other teams kind of been pulled along by Reykjavik's pace? Kind of done better than they would have done if they were not in a heat that was as fast. So Walleye in lane number 10 here, male athlete, putting the finishing touches on their event right now. This is the last rope climb for them.
We got Nicholas Lance and Mark Rowan, 2 male athletes from CrossFit Walleye. And now we're starting to see teams fall behind the top times from Heat 1. Heat 1, it was CrossFit Janas winning that unofficially at 14:18, so they should have a top 6 finish in event number 1.
Yep. That was lane number 9 right there. So 2150 Fleck from Denmark just putting the finishing touches on their event.
Fleck crossed the finish line. Minimus up in lane number 2, maybe just ahead of them. As in lane 3, CrossFit Team AOD. They'll get in right around that 15-minute mark, so you'll have to start to see where some of these teams in Heat 1 snuck in ahead of these times we see in Heat number 2. And he said we had a very close finish in Heat 1. We had 4 teams within 20 seconds of each other, so 14:38. So there's some top 10 finishes of our Heat 1 teams. I think the importance of that going into, I mean, obviously this is still event one, a lot can happen with the event coming up later, but they're going to reseed at the end of each day, so it's vital to get into that final heat.
It definitely is, especially as competition develops. You want to make sure that you can kind of keep your eye on where the other teams are as well. You're going to have a game plan, but you're going to need to react to them, which is going to be a lot easier if you're in the same heat. You just kind of wrap your head around the fact that it's been more than 5 minutes. It's been more than 5 minutes since Reykjavik ended.
See Reykjavik on the right side of your screen. Brilliant on the left. We have Victor Hoffer and Luke Miller. 19 and 30 is the ages between the two athletes.
So we have a Masters athlete on the floor.
Yeah. 30 in CrossFit years.
Yep. Well, the funny thing is that if you equate that to the rest of the universe, that's about 15. But if you equate it to CrossFit, you're a master.
See Victor Hoffer, 19 years old. CrossFit Brilliant out of France. So they're on their set of 4 legless rope lines. As you said, they only got started. Actually, this might be in the set of 6 because they only got started right around the 13 minute mark.
Yeah, around 12. I think they had like 12:30 something when they got on the floor. Yeah.
Now they still have an opportunity. As we said, it was about 7 minutes left, and that is enough time. I mean, if you're fast enough, we saw the Reykjavik women do this in about 5 minutes. So there is time that they can still finish, knowing that 2 teams did not finish this in the previous heat.
And it looks like they're on their last thrusters as well. So, I mean, I think they're going to finish, which means, I mean, it's easy to kind of get caught up in, oh, God, they're last on the floor. Yeah, but they're still faster than a lot of other teams.
Approaching the 18-minute mark, time cap for this event is 20 minutes as Victor Hoffer will pass off to Luke Miller. Less than 5 reps for Luke. And with 2 minutes left, they'll just have 2 legless rope climbs. So you see Reykjavik already talking about maybe what they're going to do for lunch and possibly event number 2.
Either that or what kind of mobility should we start doing now when we get back?
I can easily see you being Andy talking about what they could have done better in that event.
Quite possibly. But I mean, it's funny because it's a great team, very accomplished team, and they're structurally and they're tacticians, all of them. Then they get off the floor. They've got Jami Tikkanen, who's been doing a great job with the team, and they've got Fredrik Egidius, who's been here since we built this house. So I mean, they've got a lot of people to rest there to kind of lean on for feedback, and you know they're going to get it.
Good crowd showing up. We also have community events going on here at the Rye Amsterdam, as it is a filling up crowd, pretty solid for a Friday morning. As 2 more days to go after this, and what we're going to see this afternoon and especially this weekend with the way this whole arena is set up, it is beautiful, but it's going to make for a lot of good noise once this house gets packed.
Welcome to the bowl. Apparently, even the audience is happy.
They've got to be. They haven't been able to see their favorite athletes in about 3 years, and as the teams close out event number 1, the individuals will be coming up after this, but it is nice to see. Shoot, Matt, it's just nice to be here.
It is just awesome to be able to, like we talked about it before, and I always refer to this as the class reunion with the people you want to meet.
Unofficial results for heat number 2, Reykjavik at a time of 10:45, followed by Oslo, purple and red, and Zarutz in 3rd. And how about this? We know we talked about Jonas and Oslo being the teams at podium last year at the CrossFit Games along with CrossFit Mayhem, knowing this is the 2nd team for Oslo and 3 of the 4 gone for Jonas, but both great finishes so far. It looks like at least, 2nd place overall for Oslo, but a top 10 finish for Jonas.
It was a great start for Jonas. It definitely was, and I think they needed that just to go out there and prove a point. A new team, same box, same potential. So here we have the highlights, and this was all about the Reykjavik team from the very get-go. Lauren Fisher and Annie Thorisdottir went out there and put down the hammer. Great communication, fast hands on the rope, great planning between the athletes as well. Meant that they had a great head start once they released the animals that are Tula and Khan onto the floor. They manhandled those thrusters like there was nothing on the barbell whatsoever, but they also had a great plan on the rope and executed beautifully, not allowing anybody else to even kind of sniff victory in this heat.
Team Reykjavik taking the heat unofficially, as we said, at a time of 10:45. Now, what's fun about this is one of the 2 events that the teams will be doing in all 10 semifinals. So we don't exactly have to wait and see how Reykjavik stacks up with the rest of the world, as we'll have these similar events that we'll see at every semifinal, which I think is going to be an exciting comparison. Obviously, they're different weekends, but you know, we're going to do what we're going to do, and that's compare the best of the best.
Obviously, we wouldn't rob anybody out of the opportunity. Create some expectations.
Closing out team event number 1. And the exciting part is the individuals will be coming up a little bit later, but Team Reykjavik wins unofficially at a time of 10:45, and they are down with Lauren Smith.
Annie, massive congratulations. The first time we've seen Team Reykjavik competing on a competition floor in front of a crowd. Did that showcase everything that you've been working on over these past 5 months?
It definitely did not showcase everything we've been working on, but it was a great start. I think we're all happy to get that first event done, just like get the competition started. We were talking about how calm we were yesterday, and I'm like, damn it, I want to feel a little bit more nervous. But then as we were warming up for this event, I got those butterflies, nerves, excitement, and it was just like, this was a perfect way to start the competition. I'm already thinking places where we could have been faster, transitions, but like that's the way it is. And I'm super proud of sharing the floor with these guys. Like, I'm so proud of this event.
Khan, how did you manage those transitions effectively?
I was very ineffective. I kept running over the line. There's so many blue lines out there. I kept sprinting to what I thought was the one that we had to go behind. The guy's like, go back. So I thought I had to do an extra thruster on that last round. Just a bit overexcited, sprinting between the 2. But otherwise, it was good. Yeah, just had to kind of push getting back from that set of thrusters to the rope, and then just kind of go from there. I think we just executed really, really well. Like, our transitions between movements were spot on, and yeah, obviously there are certain places we could have made up or lost a couple of seconds here and there, which adds up over the course of the workout, but overall pretty happy with that start.
Lauren, this team's come in with so much expectation on your shoulders. Is that something you've been able to channel into this performance?
I mean, the expectations and the pressure, I think we're going out there to do the best we can. And I think it was good for me to hear from Annie right before the event. She was like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really nervous right now. And I was like so happy that she said that, because I'm like, shit, like, I don't know, just being on Annie's team and everyone just like all that talk about CrossFit Reykjavik, there's definitely those expectations, but we're going to do the best we can and have fun this weekend.
And it was a great start. Massive congratulations, guys. Great job.
Thank you.
What do you think, Tola?
As always, Tola Marquinhos, a man of few words, but a man of massive talent, as CrossFit Reykjavik shakes off the nerves and knocks off the rust as they take event number 1. And that is just the start of a long day and exciting weekend of competition. The men will be coming up next, followed by the women in heat number 1, which will be the repeat event from the 2014 legless competition. Don't go anywhere, because more live action from the Lowlands Throwdown is next. Noble, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do. It's about what I don't do. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows, no bull.
Castings. For simple shapes, a complete solid pattern may be used. The mold box is filled with special molding sand that is rammed home around the pattern. The molten metal, at precisely the right temperature, is poured into the mold. The assemblies are tumbled. Shaping is done with the aid of machinery, and the fine finish is evidence of the craftsmanship that has gone to their design and construction.
The reason I started using Thorne products was because Steph Nikitas, she was very influential in terms of what products we should use and what are the good products out there.
I always want to make sure that I'm sharing trusted companies and products with others, and Thorne definitely fits that.
NSF is a priority for me because I know it's a quality product.
NSF certification is a gold standard for supplements.
You know that what it says on the label is actually in the bottle.
The road to the 2022 Noble CrossFit Games is underway. Head to noblecrossfit.com/CrossFit and shop the official training footwear and apparel of CrossFit. Worn and tested by athletes across the world competing in the toughest events on earth. Get your gear for putting in the work today. The teams are done. It is the men's turn to tackle event number 1. I'm Chase Ingham. Alongside with me is Mads Jacobson, and we had a repeat event in event 1 for the teams. We have another repeat event for the men, and all I can say is I'm glad we have chip timers.
I think it's going to be blistering fast. I think it's going to come down to a sprint, and I think, like you said, we're going to need chip timers.
The men will tackle an event that was in the 2014 legless event. Now there's a little bit distance difference just because of competition floors all over the world, but it's one of 10 semifinals that will be doing the same event, and that will be the legless rope climb event.
It is, and we've already seen it. It's already gone on at the Torian Pro. We saw blistering fast times. It was stupid to watch this thing. We were sub 3, and people were just absolutely tearing this apart. The difference, though, you may want to notice if you watch the Torian Pro, is that the rope here is longer than it was at the Torian. The Torian, it was about 3 feet off the ground. These are slightly longer ropes.
What's the difference of having that rope maybe barely in contact with the ground or a little bit shorter like that at Torian?
When it gets shorter, it has a tendency to just when you jump up there, it swings a lot more, so you don't really get the same kind of control on the rope. And then obviously on the descent, if you want to use your feet, then you've got the average of support, getting support all the way down.
Now we'll have 3 heats of men and women on the individual side as we have 30 athletes taking the floor, and these are your first 10 men coming out of quarterfinals. So these are the the 30 through 60 that were making their way here to the Lowlands Throwdown. And when it comes to this event, this is one of those first 2 heats really kind of show the last heat, maybe how things are going to go down for the rest of the event.
Definitely. In middle of your screen, blue shirt there just a second ago, he's going to be in lane number 1 is Jonas Müller. Jonas Müller has been a permanent resident of regionals, semifinals, quarterfinals. He's just been along. There he is, middle of your screen. He's been along since forever. I think before they knew CrossFit, he was doing CrossFit, and he's been competing at it ever since. So the Hobbit is on the floor, and I'm looking forward to seeing him. There are some recipes for success. Once again, here you have thrusters could potentially kill your grip. But I think what's important is to rest on the run. Your grip is going to need a little bit of love, so shake him out on the way. Fast hands on the rope, just because you get a lot of time under tension. So that's going to be essential, and also big jumps. Get a huge jump to start with. If you're not jumping, you're robbing yourself out of 3 feet of love on every single rope climb.
You can take off an extra pull of every climb. I'm all for that. As we said, this is going to be a very fast event. We saw this event 8 years ago in competition, and some of the fastest times were under that sub 4 minute mark, and we've come a long way in 8 years. So I'm thinking, is sub 3 possible?
Definitely. I would not be surprised if we see 4 or 5 of these athletes go sub 3.
And when you have that speed, it now comes down more to the shuttle run that they're going to have between the rope and the pylons that will be moved by the judges during the event.
Definitely. And the thing is, you need to run, but you can't run using your arms too much. You need to shake them out just a little bit so that once you get on the rope, you're ready to go.
Heat number 1 for the individual men. In event number 1, a repeat throwback to 2014 legless.
10 legless rope climbs. A shuttle run in between. We've got as 170 foot, and then back again. And you're going to see the judges here on the floor. They're moving the chest piece forward just to indicate where the athletes are at, but they do not, as Chase was talking about earlier, have to run to the chest piece. It's a shuttle run with a fixed turn on that red line.
Early lead in lane number 3, that is Tobias Romo, followed by Fernando Martini. Now, one thing here that is also going to be different than 2014 is that in 2014, the athletes had to move their pylon down the competition floor at the end of each round. Here you can see that red line marker, and they'll have that same shuttle run turnaround 2 feet and 1 hand behind the line, where the judges will move the pylon for them. So all that just means is that they get to move even faster.
They're setting themselves up for success. And right now in lane number 6, we've got Callum Clemens. And the interesting thing is that when he jumped onto the rope just a second ago, that rope was swinging wildly. Now he calmed it down just a little bit, and that's smart, because the time for him to run that shuttle run isn't enough for the rope to calm down. And if it's swinging back and forth, that's not going to help him on the way up.
Callum Clemens on the right side of your screen making his way back to the rig. And as you said, he did have that swinging potential, and you know, we said it's going to be fast, but it can't be out of control.
No, definitely. And that's the thing. If you control this, you are able to really utilize the speed that you have coming in from the run. But if you don't, then you're just going to be swinging on that thing, and that's not what you need if you want to beat the heats to come.
Clemens still holding on to his lead, now lapping some athletes in the field. As he takes one more turnaround as he go back. Looks like he has about just a handful of reps left to go.
He does have a pretty solid lead, and what's interesting to see is on the rope, he's still fast. Fast hands moving up, just like we were talking about Tula just a second ago. As soon as he hits that rope, he starts ascending it.
We are at the 2.5 minute mark. As this looks like it could be Callum's last rope climb. We saw two athletes that were out early in lanes 3 and 5, but Callum on his final one. And it's going to be close, Mads. We asked if anyone would break 3. How about 1 in heat number 1 already?
I'm going to have to revise my number of 5, I think. They're going in lane number 5 as well. You got Fernando Martin, who just finished up as well, and now you've got a host of other athletes just running or pacing it to the finish line. But the 11-minute marker, I don't think we're going to be needing that a lot today for the cap for this. Here we got in lane number 1, Jonas Müller now sprinting to the finish. 3 minutes and 28 seconds unofficially. But Callum Clemens, wow, great job.
All athletes done, and I think under what the best time was back in 2014, all 10.
And I think, I mean, we want to compare. We definitely want to do that. And we want to talk about the sport that has evolved, obviously. I mean, just look at everything that happens. But it is there is a difference when you don't have to move the chess piece. That does play in as well. Some people checking out their hands as it is right now.
And a lot of times for me, when I do a bunch of legless, it's not the hands or palms like you would see from, say, a high volume set of pull-ups, but almost the fingers on the rope.
Yep. That ascent, it can really, really tear you up, especially if you have that technique where you just kind of lean back, legs come forward, and you kind of drop. And then you need to catch it afterwards. Not all ropes are equally forgiving that way.
We needed we had a 10-minute cap, and we needed a third of it.
Yes.
How fast this event has become.
Well, let's have a look at it. I mean, the highlight in this event was all about Callum Clemens. He started out really, really well, and he was joined by a couple of other athletes really, really fast on the rope. Took it easy on the run, and not as in pacing it, but look at how he just kind of shakes it out on the way. He shook out his hands a little bit, and then he got back on the rope. Big jump, and immediately started pulling as well, which was exactly what he needed to finish up in 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Unofficially, anything I say is unofficial.
And that was just, and that goes for always, even when we're at dinner tonight.
Even when we're at dinner tonight, whatever I may post on Instagram or any other social media, make sure that you know this is unofficial.
All right, your unofficial results for heat number 1 is Clemens with a time of 2:56, and as we said, let's go all the way down to Mueller, 3:29. Is the 10th time in heat 1, whereas 8 years ago, that's a little bit different field and setup. The fastest time was 3:43.
And remember, once again, I joke about Jonas Müller, and I do it with a lot of love. I love that guy with the passion. but he is probably the shortest athlete out there as well. This is not an event that was made for him. It's not tailored for him. It's like, yes, can I please jump up a rope and climb it? My levers, even if I use them to the best of my ability, won't allow me to go as fast as somebody else. And still he's that fast.
Well, Heat 1 is done. Heat 2 will be coming up next. More action from Lowlands. He's down with Lauren Smith. Lauren.
Callum, what a start to the weekend. In a semi-final that you've never been in before.
Never been.
Could you have expected anything better?
No, to be honest, to start the weekend off, it's great. With my family, coach out there as well, it's just been absolutely great.
Now, you tested this. Were you able to beat your time?
No. I mean, yes, I beat it by a lot.
And is that just the emphasis of live competition?
Yeah. It's, for me, it's like everyone out here just makes me just go faster. Just go faster, yeah.
And in a workout that is just so fast, how important is accuracy?
I would say it's the most important. Like, you can't do anything wrong. Just got to go out there, make sure you do every simple rep, right? Don't make the judge decide for you, just make sure you're safe, everything good.
Do you have to consciously think about keeping in control?
Yeah, into the last round. Like, I was all right until the 8th, turned around and saw my family, I went like that, and they said, yeah, 2 left, come on, just bring it all out, and that's what I did.
I was stood right in front of your family. How much motivation did they give you, just screaming at you on those rope climbs?
Without, you can't explain it, you've just got to live it. Like, having your family there, first semi-final, it's just great.
So, the goals for the weekend, do they change now you're an unofficial heat winner in the opening round?
No, same goals. Try to just enjoy myself this weekend. Like, I don't want to put too much pressure on myself. It's the first one I am. I'm here, first semi-finals, and this is what my brother said to me, just try to enjoy yourself, go out there and do your best. So that's what I did.
Well, your best is really working. Great job.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And I got to say, I am just, well, congratulations, first of all, to Callum. Secondly, what I really enjoy about an interview like that is that the first thing that he alludes to is the atmosphere, sucking it all in, being super happy that he's got his coach and his family here. And so this is an experience for him, instead of just being completely result focused. Because what that does, and a lot of people forget that, is that it gives you a bit of leeway to operate within. So if things don't go your way, you're still enjoying the moment, you're still happy to be performing in front of your coaches and coaching your family, and then you can objectively start looking at your results after that. If your results are everything, all you need is just this little smidgen of something that goes wrong, and then you drop into that hole and you're lost for the weekend. And I mean, and as he said as well, don't leave it to the judges. Just make sure you get good reps, that all they have to do is count. And I mean, I think that sets him up for success for the rest of the weekend. And I'm looking forward to seeing this young man. I'm very impressed. Congratulations, Callum.
Congratulations, Callum. Heat 1 done. Heat 2 coming up next. One heat down, 2 heats to go as Heat 2 is set to tackle event number 1. And we are at the RAI Amsterdam for semifinals, brought to you by Noble. I'm Chase Ingle. With me is Mads Jacobson, and Lauren Smith will be joining us during the event. And we thought this was going to go quick. It is a lot quicker than we even anticipated, as we still have the second heat ready to take on event number 1, presented by Monster.
And some very capable young men walking onto the floor right now. I mean, there are a lot of names I'm looking forward to seeing out here. I mean, you've got Kasper Gammelmark, who has always been great. He's gone to the games, great athlete. He's always up for the run. You got Yuri Marinchenko as well, who's been doing really, really well. Saw him in a couple of other shows, doing great. Victor Ljungdahl, another one of those sleepers that kind of just doesn't get the love that they should.
Well, he made a name for himself in week 1 of the Open, that's for sure.
This is true. This is true. And then also Luka Dukic. I mean, Lazar's brother. Those two guys are still a lot of potential. And that being said, there's probably a sleeper out there who's just going to prove me wrong again.
Again, we said this is Heat 2, event number 1, a repeat event for the 2014 regionals. Competition floor a little bit shorter in the fact that the judges get to move the pylons for them. It does change the speed of this event, but let's look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, the first one is that you need to rest on the run. Your grip is going to need a little bit of love. That's the first thing. Secondly, once you're on the rope, fast hands. Time under tension will kill you. Last one, big jump. Make sure that you don't rob yourself out of the potential of getting up there faster. Don't jump on the rope, or jump on the rope. Don't walk onto it.
Unofficial time, sub 3 in Heat 1. See if any athletes are able to topple that in Heat number 2 with one more heat after this. And Heat number 2 is off. In the all black, that is Luka Jukic, brother of Lazar Jukic, that we'll see in Heat 1, and it just took 8 seconds to get the first one done. There's 2 feet and 1 hand behind that red line as they'll make their way back to the rig.
And if you're watching at home and you're wondering what am I looking for? Well, basically, let's put it this way. Callum Clements finished the first 5 rounds in 1 minute and 14 seconds. 8 rounds in 2 minutes and 4 seconds, and finished in 2:56. So that will give you a little bit of something to kind of hold on to as you progress through this. But Lazar Dukic, the left of your screen right there, going really, really fast. And he's joined by lane number 5, Thiago Luces, as well.
It's really a 5-athlete race. Lanes 2, 3, 8, and 10. Gammelmark, Smith, Jukic, Huez, and Vonjak.
And I'm impressed with lane number 3, Michael Smith. Michael Smith is a heavier athlete. So, I mean, that rope climb is going to cost him, but he's doing really, really well.
Luka Jukic still in the lead, but not by much, as Michael Smith in lane number 3 keeping pace with him. Luka Jukic in the all black. Lucas Hueze in lane 8 in the red, but Luka Jukic, as we are a minute and a half in, the best time was set by Callum Clements, just underneath that 3-minute mark.
I love the way Luka uses his legs on the way up. Instead of leaning back and just kind of pulling with his arms, he's actually getting a lot of momentum, kind of bicycling his way up the rope.
Luka Jukic in the all black in lane number 6 on the left side of your screen. Still being chased by Michael Smith on the right, as we are just past the 2-minute mark. And it looks like we be closing in on the 2 more reps remaining.
And as we talked about, Luka being very, very calm coming up to the rope. Big jump, no movement on the rope whatsoever, and then just kind of shaking it out a little bit on the run. Great job by Luka.
Michael Smith is not going away. He's in the black and green on the right side of your screen as we're at the 2:40 mark. And this will be the last touch. And Michael Smith, where did you come from?
Michael Smith.
Michael Smith will take the heat over Luka Jukic. And in lane number 8, Lucas Weze will cross your top 3. But did Michael just decide to jump and touch the beam without getting to the rope? How did he get ahead of Luka?
I have no clue how that just happened, but it happened, ladies and gentlemen, right before our very eyes. Michael's going to be a dad later this year, and I think this is a great way to go out there and put on a show. But also, like we said, heavier athlete, powerful athlete. It's going to be taxing for his grip, but hey, no problem whatsoever. I talked to Michael yesterday. I was trying to get him to kind of throw down the gauntlet and be like, yeah, I'm going to go own this. And he was having none of that whatsoever. He's just being really calm. Yeah, I'm going to go out there and do the very best I can. Yes, he did.
Michael Smith, who was behind Luka Jukic for basically 9.5 rounds. And in a one rope climb in a 100 feet sprint, somehow flipped the script on Luka Jukic. Wow. So we don't have any official time for him yet, but they look like they're both on pace to finish ahead of the time set by Caleb Clemens. So it's going to be Michael Smith 1, Luka Jukic 2, Lucas Weze 3, and an unofficial time right around 2:51. So it could be about 4 seconds ahead of the time set by Caleb Clemens, with Luka Jukic's time possibly under that as well. So yeah, maybe we need to pick the over on the 5 athletes getting underneath that 3-minute mark.
Quite possibly, quite possibly. And let's have a look at what happened. The athletes made it onto the floor. I was talking about all kinds of athletes. The only one I wasn't talking about was Michael Smith, because I thought he's a heavier, stronger athlete. We kept our eye on Luka Jukic, who came out blistering fast. Did a great job, kind of stuck to everything that we kind of think are the essentials to this event. And as we did so, Michael Smith just thought, you know what, I'm just going to go out here and win it. Very, very efficient on his rope climbs as well. Never kind of turned off the pace either. And obviously, it's not just explosive and strong, he's got grip as well. And there he is, finishing just ahead of Luka Jukic in 2 minutes and 51.
Closer than you could possibly think, and this is why, thankfully, you have chip timers, because at the end of the little celebration, Jukic almost sniped him there at the finish line, and what a finish that was. And this is the battle that we have in an event like this, where it's not just seconds that matter, but it's tenths of seconds that matter. It's those little tiny decisions you make, whether it's that moment of hesitation before your last climb to make sure you may get it, versus just going for it for the end.
It absolutely is. And you said it before we even started, Chase, and it just, let's revisit that as we go through this. There is no time. We need the chip timer, which means you can't celebrate on the run-in.
When you have Facundo in the crowd, you know you're in for a very special event. I'm just going to say that.
This is true. He's the ambassador that's always been around, knows everybody, used to work in the European Parliament, and he's a politician as well. Nicest guy in the world.
So we thought we were going to talk to Luka Jukic, but it was Michael Smith that ended up pulling out the win for Heat 2. He's down with Lauren Smith. How the heck did that happen?
Michael, I'll just follow up with that question that you just heard. How the heck did that happen?
Yeah, just I could sort of see him out of the corner of my eye the whole way through. We all started out a wee bit hot on the first 4 or 5 rounds, and then, you know, the gas started to hit, and then I heard them shout, "Luka Jukic, 2 more rounds," so I knew I only had 2 more rounds. And then just reassured the judge on the last round, is this the last round? And then I just fucking went for it then. Sprinted the last one up the rope and sprinted back, and then he was gone. So.
Did you change your rope technique on that final?
No, it was just move the hands as fast as I could and drop.
So after we saw you at the CrossFit Games, you kind of went off the radar a little bit. We didn't see a lot of you, and I know there was some things that you've been working on. So what's changed in this last year to bring you back and at your best?
Just have a really good training partner and a really good coach. I'm working alongside James Dicey and the Red Pill crew, and I've been working really hard with Emma McQuaid for over the past 5-6 months. Every single day, getting my ass kicked, so it had to pay off eventually.
What advice did she give you coming into this weekend?
Time to shine, full send. Typical McQuaid style.
And you're expecting a little one later in the year?
Yes, in 6 weeks.
Oh, lovely. So, I mean, what does it mean to you to come to events like this and, you know, give something to your future child and just shows them what you can do.
It's really special. Like, my wife's here today. She's out to here with the tummy, and it's just class. I'm doing it for them. So, yeah.
Okay, so what's the goal for the weekend?
Let's get that top 5. Let's do it. You back to Madison.
Lay down the gauntlet now, Michael.
Thank you.
Great job.
Congratulations to Michael Smith. I want to sign a petition right now that we should get a Michael Smith interview no matter what happens at the end of every event.
I would love that. I would love that. But I mean, Michael is first of all, he's a level-headed dude. He's been to the big show before. He knows what's going on. He knows he's very capable. But let's just put it out there. If you're hanging out with Emma McQuaid and James Jousey, and you've got a great sparring partner as well, I think you're setting yourself up for success.
Your heat results from heat number 2 presented by Monster Hydro. Unofficially, Michael Smith, 251. Luka Jukic just 4/10 behind him at 252. So 2 athletes underneath that 3-minute mark to go along with Clements in heat number 1. And you can tell the crowd knows that the final heat of men are coming up next for heat number 3. Don't go anywhere. by Noble as we have 2 heats down, the third and final heat for the individual men up next, and these are your top 10 seeded athletes coming out of the quarterfinals. And to say that we've had fireworks already in the second heat is an understatement, because Michael Smith, who was well behind Luka Jukic in heat 2, absolutely blasted out that last rope climb for men's event number 1, sponsored by Monster Hydro.
10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb, 15 and a 170-foot run after that. 11-minute time cap. We're not going to need those 11 minutes. That is for absolutely sure. These are the most capable men coming out of the qualifiers coming into this competition. We've got some heavy hitters.
Yes, we do. You look at the list. We have Ulda Zukovic, so you can see right in the middle part of your screen. Bjorkman Carl Gudmundsson will be in lane number 5, but Lazar Jukic in 6. But you look down the list, and like you said, this is just a long list of heavy hitters here this weekend.
It really is. I mean, anybody in this heat could take it. It's all about who gets off to the best start, kind of finds their rhythm first, and they're kind of able to kind of keep an eye, like Michael Smith was talking about, on the rest of the competition floor.
Best start and a great finish, as Michael Smith would agree with you, but let's look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
There he is. So, rest on the run. Your grip will need some love. Make sure that you sprint fast, but you relax your hands. Next one, fast hands on the rope. Time under tension will kill your potential, or your ability to go really, really fast. And the last one, big jump. You want to feel like Elijah Muhammad jumping up there. He wrote the script for this one.
The time to beat unofficially is 2:51, set by Michael Smith, as this is now turned into an all-out sprint, including the shuttle runs and the legless rope climbs, and out to a quick start already is in lane number 4, Moritz Fiebig.
Yeah. Moritz Fiebig has been doing really, really well on the European circuit for a while. He's been competing a lot, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he came out a little bit too hot, or if he's going to be able to hold on to that. Because in lane number 6, Lazar Jukic, ladies and gentlemen, he is no joke. Very relaxed on the run.
Fiebig in lane number 4. Opposite him in lane 6, you do have Lazar Jukic. Bjorkman Carl Gudmundsson is in the back half of the pack. He's in lane number 5. He's definitely taking a slower run than all the other athletes. He's tied for about 6th place in this event. If you look at lanes 2 and 3 in the gray and red headband, that is Adrian Moonweiler, who has said explicitly that he loves in-person competition. And so he's probably the happiest athlete out here now that we're back on the competition floor here at the Lowlands Throwdown.
And we are equally happy to see him out here again. I know he's had a couple of injuries that he's been battling. Talked to him yesterday. He's feeling a lot better. He's feeling strong. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing him.
Fiebig on the right side of your screen, now getting overtaken by Lazar Jukic. So Lazar has now moved into the lead. His brother Luka had the lead for, like we said, 9.5 rounds before Michael Smith just edged him out on the final rope climb, as we are just 90 seconds into an event that takes less than 3 minutes.
Lazar going fast. I love how calm he is, though. Relaxed upper body on the run, just letting his legs do the work. And then once he gets on that rope, it's a big jump to start with. So he gets too fast, pulls, touch, and drops off.
Lazar Jukic, look on the left side and the back. Bjorkman Carl Gudmundsson has now made his way into the top 3. Fiebig just behind him in 2nd, but Gudmundsson is moving up into 3rd place. As you can see, Lazar Jukic has about 3 rope climbs left to go, and now he has 2. Fiebig in 2nd, but Bjorkman Carl Gudmundsson has now moved into that tie.
In 2nd for Bjorkman now. Bjorkman is never going to go away. Also, he is one of the best athletes in the world at sticking to a game plan.
Gudmundsson moving into 2nd overall. He was as low as 6th place into the first half of this event, as Lazar is still holding on to his lead. Is at the 2:40 mark, and Lazar Jukic will finish what he started in an unofficial 2:49. That might be good enough for an event win, and Bjorkman Carl Gudmundsson moved into 2nd, but a foot race between Upenix and Holgersson in lanes 8 and 10.
But this is interesting. This is really, really interesting because Michael Smith finished in 2:51, 2:49 Lazar Dukic. Björkvin did not beat Michael Smith.
Not Michael Smith's time, and maybe not even Luka Djukic's time, because only 4/10 separated the two there. And so we will have to look at official results, because we may get the results for this heat and overall. But Moonweiler was in the mix there at the end. Fiebig, I mean, you have a heat in this that might have been separated by 3 seconds top to bottom for maybe your top 7 athletes.
And what this does is it adds a lot of excitement to the next event that we have a little bit later today as well. Because I think a lot of these athletes were looking at athletes in this heat going, I just want to finish this, I just need to be the first in this heat. But the previous heat was fast as well.
Lane 3, you actually have Fabian Benito. And this is the thing we worried about for some athletes, where you get caught up a little bit into the mix early, and you hit that point of no return as far as grip failure on a legless rope line.
And once it's gone, ladies and gentlemen, it is gone. Remember, this is a super capable athlete who just probably came out a little bit too hot, and now he's paying the price.
And as you said, he's one of the more capable athletes all around in the field. But when you look at something like grip fatigue and failure is not indicative of overall fitness.
Not at all. Not at all. And you kind of see it as well. I mean, on his hand placement, he places his hand and then the other hand is placed right above it. That really doesn't give him a lot of pull. And you look at him now looking at his hands going, what just happened?
And that's tough when you look at how good the field was in an event like this. And if you're trying to make a bid to the CrossFit Games, that is not the way you want to start the weekend.
No. And as we talked about with the teams as well, he's going to have to just let this go. Focus on the rest. There's nothing he can do about it. But this here is the rock star, Lazar Dukic. It's the way he does it as well. It's not just that he does it. It is the way he does it. He's super relaxed, super mellow, but so calm and incredibly consistent.
One thing to note, too, is that Lazar, who's been to the games before, has actually never qualified via in-person competition. It's always been either through a national champion, via the Open, or the online semifinal during last year. So this is actually his first in-person semifinal to qualify through the CrossFit Games, and he seems to be handling the pressure pretty well so far.
Well, pretty well. I was talking to him yesterday, and he looked like he was just absorbing everything and loving the fact that he was here.
Now your unofficial results for heat number 5, Djukic with a time of 2:50.59, and that's about 4/10 ahead of the 51 we saw in the previous heat, with Gudmundsson and Moonweiler rounding out your top 3. But Lazar Djukic able to pick up where his brother left off, able to hold on for the heat, and potential event win is down with Lauren Smith.
He is indeed. I'm here with Lazar Dukic. And Lazar, how did you keep your cool knowing what you were up against in your first live event of your season?
I didn't keep my cool. I was very anxious. I was very fired up in a good way. And I gave my all from the start and then just tried to survive. I know guys would come for me in the rounds 8, 9, 10 since I started to slow down a bit. But I just kept pushing and it was enough. Thankful.
Did Moritz Fiebig push your early pace?
Oh, definitely. He started so hot. I was like, just don't go after him in the first rounds. But it was just competitor psyche, like you need to go for it. So I tried to keep up with him from the start, and
How did you pull yourself back in and find control again as the workout progressed?
Like adrenaline starts. It lasts through rounds 1 to 5, and then you just realize where are you and what you need to do. So that's how.
We spoke yesterday and you laid it down. You said you're not just here to compete, you're here to stand on top of that podium. So what does this do to confidence looking ahead to the rest of the weekend?
It doesn't mean anything. It's just a first workout. Let's see what next workouts bring. But happy for now. But I will choose to feel like it's every event will be just one event at a time, and that's it.
It's just the beginning, but good luck, great start.
Thank you very much.
Well, what an amazing athlete he is, and I just want to send some love. Lazar and Luka Dukic's dad is at home watching this. The first time I met these guys was at the regionals in Berlin. We had a chat. Their dad was there with him. A wonderful, wonderful human being. He's not here now, and as we talked about yesterday, they're like, well, it's a lot of pressure for him to be on site. So he's watching at home. So a lot of love to you, and congratulations on 2 wonderful sons doing an amazing job in this competition. And so let's have a look at what actually happened in this heat. Well, Moritz Fiebe came out blistering pace, just guns blazing. Lazar Dukic was a little bit reactive to start with, just kind of trying to tag on. But after a while, Moritz kind of found his groove, and Lazar's groove was just a little bit faster. He kept an eye on where Moritz and everybody else was at, but he was not really threatened, not even after the adrenaline just seeped out of the system, and he found his, he found his pace.
Lazar Dukic will take the event unofficially. The time of 2:50.6 is a fast-paced event as we thought it was going to be, and it lived up to the billing. As we'll close things out for the men's side, it will be the women's next to take on individual event number 1 here at Rai Amsterdam at the Lowlands Throwdown. Stay tuned for more live action from the women coming up next. Arasti, the official rapid recovery provider of CrossFit. Welcome back to the Lowlands Throwdown. We are at Rye, Amsterdam as the bid to the games continues. It'll be the women's turn as the semifinals here at Lowlands presented by Noble continues. I'm chasing. With me is Mads Jacobson, and Lauren Smith will be joining us shortly. We just finished the men's individual event 1, and now it will be the women's turn. Now this is what I was curious about, seeing a repeat event here. On the men's side, we knew it would be fast. On the women's side, almost a completely different test 8 years removed.
Oh, absolutely, because we have a legless rope climb for the ladies as well. So that completely changes the landscape. It's a completely different challenge. We're not going to see times as fast as the ones that we've seen in the past. Absolutely not. I'm wondering how many people are going to get completely stuck.
Which is a big point of contention 8 years ago, that it was more, is anyone able to finish this in a time cap than how fast we can go. But when we look at who will be stacking up in the first heat of 3, we said this is one of the deepest fields of all individual women competition in 10 semifinals around the world. So you see some names we've seen in there before: Andrea Solberg, Ike Gylfadottir in this lane. What are some of the athletes in Heat 1 that you're looking at?
Well, I'm looking at Solberg and Gylfadottir, no problem, but I'm also going to be keeping an eye on Sapphire Goddard. I talked to her coach yesterday, James Chowsey, and he felt like she was in a really good place. And when James does that, the athlete usually is. He's not the kind of guy who goes out there and says, we're going to win it all. But when he starts saying stuff like that, you want to keep an eye on him. But that being said, I mean, the European ladies just always very, very deep pool.
Heat 1 athletes on the women's side in event number 1 making their way to the competition floor here at Rye, Amsterdam, as we have our 10 rounds for time with that shuttle sprint and legless rope climbs. You saw the men just an absolute fast and furious race, top to bottom, of heat to heat, as it was barely any separation across the board. We should get more here, but when you're looking at this event specifically, what are your recipes for success here presented by Trifecta?
Well, so the recipes for success is to rest on the run. Make sure that you're fast on the run, but rest your grip, because you're going to need it if you want to be fast, which leads us into the next kind of recipe, or the second part of this recipe, which is you need fast hands on the rope. You cannot hang out. Time under tension will kill you. And once it disappears, it disappears. We saw that with the men as well. Last one, start out with a big jump. You want to run to the rope, and then you want a big jump, because it will earn you 3 to 4 feet. Obviously, on every rope climb, and that's going to make a difference. I'm looking forward to Andrea Solberg. She used to be a gymnast before she became just an awesome athlete, but her grip is not a problem. Her pulling strength is not going to be a problem. So if she's in a good place, this could be really fast for her.
And we saw only one athlete on the men's side struggle on the rope, and that was actually a surprising Fabian Benitez, as he struggled the last 2. On the women's side, we should see a bit more timing and strategy be a big component of this event, just because of the overall grip fatigue and strength required for the 10 legless rope climbs.
I think they're going to be a lot slower on the run because they need that recovery.
Heat number 1 of 3 underway for the individual women. This is the first action we have here at Rye, Amsterdam for the individual women's side as we get set for the first of 10 legless rope climbs, and it is a stark difference than what we saw on the men's side, but early out is actually lane number 10,
Emiko Netz.
So as you said, lane 9, Emiko Netz in the green and black, and Ike Gylfadottir in lane number 7.
And Ike is going for the kip right away. Now I'm wondering if that's because she wants to relax, like save her grip to start with, or because she's not comfortable with it. I can't imagine that it would be she wasn't comfortable with it. I mean, she knows what she's up to.
That kip legless set was pioneered by Alessandra Bocelli all the way back in 2013 at the CrossFit Games. And you see the difference between the two, that hand over hand that Emiko has and that kip that Gylfadottir was using. Now, you said earlier, time under tension on the grip. Now, the kip does add more to that, but what is about using the kip that makes it maybe a little bit easier?
Well, I mean, what it does is if your grip is fine, but your the actual pulling motion is what challenges you, that kip is going to propel you up the rope, and you don't have to pull as hard with your hands. The grip, though, it's pretty much still the same. And if as opposed to that, you start bicycling, what happens is that you can lean back and you're going to get more of a pull, so you're not going to get as much upward momentum out of the hips, but you're going to get a lot more pull that goes right into your back.
Miko Nets in the bottom part of your screen in the green and black.
It looks like Sapphire Goddard has passed Miko Nets. That's Goddard right there in the middle of your screen, lane number 6.
So Goddard, as you said, on the far right, also in the green tights, has moved into first. As she is advancing just past the halfway point. She is actually ahead of Madeline Pearson, who's next to her as Mika Nets on the left side box. Still in second. Gylfadottir close behind her in lane number 7.
And a bit of a stumble here by Sapphire Goddard, who was on her way down but got a no rep and then made her way back up the rope again, kind of opening up a little bit to, well, Madeleine Persson would have been able to go up or well, run by her, but she was chalking up her hands. So now we got 8 Gylfadottir side by side.
Looks like 3-way across the board between Nets, Gylfadottir, and Goddard. And Nets has picked up the pace yet again after losing that Sapphire. Gylfadottir is now moving herself in ahead of the other two.
Oh, I love the way that Gylfadottir just gets right to the rope and goes for it immediately. But if you look at lane number 9, right side, or well, the left side of your screen, sorry, the descent, she saves so much energy in Miko Nets when she just grabs the rope, lets go with her hands, and just breaks it from the bottom.
Gylfadottir faster on the shuttle run, but slower on the rope, and it's not a product of inability, but that kip swing does take much longer to navigate than that hand over hand that Nets is using.
It does, and what also happens is that the kip gets smaller and smaller the more fatigued you are, because you want to save that grip, so yeah.
2-horse race between Ike Gylfadottir and Miko Nets as they are moving in to their final legless rope climb as we are just past the 4-minute mark. And a tale of two sides, Gylfadottir on the right in the blue and maroon. Nets on the left, and she is struggling at the top of that climb.
Oh, it's a sprint for Gylfadottir. Miko Nets runs by Gylfadottir because Gylfadottir was celebrating it just a tad too early. Wow!
I think Gylfadottir thought what we all thought, that Nets was going to get a no rep at the top of that rope climb.
Yep.
I don't know how you can retroactively change anything like that, but to your point, Gylfadottir had the win had she not celebrated regardless of the rep that was given in Nets.
Yep.
Either way, no excuse for that thing at the end for Gylfadottir, which is unfortunate.
It really is. I'm pretty sure that Ake is happy with her.
And I'm pretty sure that is also a leg rope climb. You can't. Just because you're not using your feet does not mean you are still not using your legs.
I think the description is a legless rope climb, so yeah. And it's the thing is that all these athletes know this. This just happens instinctively. As soon as you start not propelling yourself up the rope or you feel like you're falling off, you just grab on with anything that you possibly can.
Almost that instinctual survival tactic. And we have a 10-minute cap for this event. Obviously, there's nowhere near needed for the men's side, but as we said, this is a much different event for the women. You see in lane number 8, you do have a nice Landcry making her way up the rope, and in lane number 4, sorry, that is lane 3, Jonna Gertz
Jana Getz is doing a great job of shaking out her arms. I'm just wondering if it's going to be enough, though, when she comes back. Also, middle of your left side of your screen right now, white pants and a blue top was Andrea Solberg. And she's actually walking back to the rig, stopped running. Give you an indication that her grip is, oh, that's Sapphire Goddard right there, middle of your screen. Finishing up now.
I would suggest a revisit on these movements, movement standards.
Andrea Solberg now got the last rep as well, and she's running back to the finishing line. So there is an 11-minute time cap for this. I think we may actually hit that time cap for some of these athletes right now. The middle of your screen, lane number 10, Maria Längfors. Jana Getz, who's just in the middle of your screen right there in lane number 3 here. All the ladies currently working. Another one of these things that happens just instinctively is that you stop jumping. Once you get to your grip fatigues, you just stop jumping.
Now, one thing, as you said, just the nerves there, but one thing these athletes need to be careful of, and these judges need to be aware of, is the pinching of the thighs at the top of that rope, because the standards are that the athletes have to tap the crossbeam, which you can see on the crossbeam, all the black lane placards. But that hand also has to come back to the rope before there can be any pinch of the feet or the thighs.
Yep.
So this is going to be something that needs to get cleaned up, especially for these last two. And there you saw there the dangers of, it's not necessarily the climb up that where people can grip the fingers, but it's that descent.
It sure is, and we saw Anaïs Lancru here, and she does not look happy out there on the floor right now. I think her hand is pretty messed up. Middle of your screen right now, that is in lane number 5, Madeleine Persson. See her coach in the background there, great hairdo by the way, giving her a couple of pointers. But at this point, there's not that much you can say except, you know, just, hey, whenever you feel like you've got it, please go for it, because I don't know how your grip's going to feel.
Oh, and it's a good point to that, and curious on your take, is that there isn't really much you can do from a coaching perspective when it comes to failure. So how do you manage that athlete in that situation?
I mean, the only thing you can do is just make sure, is there anything I can do to alleviate the stress that they're currently feeling right now? And that is for you to be calm. Insert some kind of confidence that in a second you'll be able to go. Let's give it a try. It's not the end of the world. What is the end of the world is if we stop trying. But you need to be a really compassionate guy out there, because it's not, or girl, it's not about the strategy right now. It's about giving them confidence to dare jump back on the rope.
Approaching that 10-minute mark, as you said, an 11-minute time cap for event number 1 for the women. Half the field has gotten through this. Now add one more, lane 10, Maria Längfors. She'll cross the finish line right around that 10-minute mark.
Right now, I'm sure she's pretty happy that she's even being able to finish it. And there you have middle of your screen right there, looking at her forearms. That's Anaïs Lancru, and she's, well, her hands didn't look like they were doing too good on the last descent. She's just having a look at the time right now, probably going to give it one more try, but...
At what point do you sit back and just realize the benefit of your weekend may be best if you don't continue to basically run yourself into the wall here?
I think this is about it. As soon as you start realizing that I'm getting there's no difference to my forearms, there's no difference to my grip, as soon as I jump onto the rope, I'm not able to hold on. That's when I would just call it the day. Getting closer to the buzzer here.
And we've reached that 11-minute cap as 4 athletes unable to complete event number 1.
I just hope Anaïs' hands are all right and she's going to be able to compete for the rest of the weekend. There you have her, middle of your screen. Emiko Nets finishing up in 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Great pace and great way of not getting sucked into the deep end of the pool by some of these other athletes like Eikul Fedottir and Sapphire Goddard to start with.
Yeah, well, she did have the fastest time.
She did.
We'll say that.
She did.
She also, yes.
She did. And there you... So let's look at what happened here. The ladies all took it a little bit, or well, a lot easier on the run than the guys. They all knew what they were getting themselves into. And in the beginning, it was a back and forth between Sapphire Goddard, Eikul Fedottir, and Emiko Nets. After a little while, though, Emiko Nets just kind of found her groove, stopped looking, it felt like at least, she stopped looking and caring so much about everybody else. Her technique also a little bit different, that hand-over-hand approach as opposed to the kip. And it ended up doing really, really well, paying really, really well dividends.
And that's the rope climb we were a little hesitant about because she pinched her legs at the top of that climb.
Yep.
That's why she even stopped. She thought that rep wasn't going to get counted. So,
but the most important thing, well, not the most important, but one of the important things was that Eikul Fedottir, due to that little mishap, was about to win, but started celebrating and didn't exactly sprint to the finish line. Emiko Nets was having none of it and sprinted by.
Nets taking advantage of the opportunity given to her and finishing, and that's what it's going to take because, yes, this is a massive legless climb event for the individual women, but those little things in between not to be neglected, and that is sprinting across the finish line. We saw that in the men's side. Michael Smith, when he overtook Luka Dukic on that last climb, almost did the same thing.
Yes. But it's so easy. I mean, if there's something that you've kind of been wondering about, like, how is this going to work? How is this going to go for me? And then you finish it up. And then there you go. I'm done. I'm happy. Enjoying the crowd because we've not been with the crowd for 2 years. So, yeah.
One heat down, 2 heats to go, and in heat 2 for individual event number 1. Mia Hesketh.
Yes.
Back on the competition floor, this time as a mom.
As a mom, and we know what that does. We've seen Annie. It's not like it did, like Annie came back weaker after becoming a mom. Mia Hesketh, for anybody who follows her on social media, knows that she's been looking incredibly strong. Phil Hesketh, her husband, is in charge of the prepared programming system as well, and he's been doing a great job with not just Mia, but with everybody else. So she's always been a great athlete. I'm just looking forward to seeing what she's got out here. More than anything, I'm just happy to see her on the floor.
And so we get set for women's event number 1, sponsored by Monster Hydro.
10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb, followed by a 170-foot shuttle run. 11-minute time cap.
Hesketh's not the only athlete in this heat that could put up one of the better scores we've seen.
No, I'm also going to keep an eye on lane number 8, Veslemøy Kolstad, another one of those Norwegian athletes who's just a lot of potential. And Sanna Vendelainen as well. Also one of these athletes who could very well go out there and put up a great show. Nelly Nurmi, who's in the middle of your screen, also the Finnish athlete, another one of these athletes. But it's all down to whether they can hold on to their game plan. If they go too fast and that grip goes away, guess what? Pack of wolves.
Stand by.
Heat number 2 of 3 underway. 10 rounds, 1 legless rope climb, and then a shuttle run down and back across the competition floor. Hesketh out to a very, very quick start.
I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just the confidence of getting out there and just doing it the way she's doing it right now. Same hand-over-hand approach as we saw before. It is a faster approach.
And one thing I loved you talking about Annie Thorstadter being not the first mom to ever have success at the CrossFit Games. You go all the way back to the success we've seen from, OG athletes like Val Vobril, what she's done in the CrossFit Games, podiuming there. But when you look at Annie, obviously she's maybe the most popularized one. How much confidence does that give her? Because there's a lot of times where female athletes, once they feel like they had a child, felt like that was almost a death sentence to their career, and it's being disproven now.
Yeah, and I think it's a combination of 2 different things. I think it's both how do you perceive this position or what has happened as an athlete, or do you go probably the end of my career, Or do you go, well, this is great, but I am still the same athlete I was before. I just need to make some modifications to the way I approach things. And also your environment. Does your environment treat you like you've just been sick, or do they go, hey, guess what? You're a mom. People have kids all the time all over the world. So guess what? And if you're in a positive environment like that, I think you're going to be just fine. Speaking of just fine, middle of your screen, Mia Hesketh.
Mia Hesketh looking very solid so far. Although you have Moya Oliver sitting in second, not backing off the pace, and we've seen that a lot can change round to round in this event, especially on the women's side. Oliver on the left side of your screen, Hesketh on the right. She just looks so strong on the rope.
She looks like she could actually go faster. Like if Johanna Olivier starts catching up, I think you're going to see Mia put in just another gear. And we talked about it before. Remember, there are still heats to come, or there's one more heat to come. So Mia can't take this for granted and just go, yeah, you know, I think we're going to be fine. She needs to go out there and keep fighting for it.
Hesketh losing a little bit of that lead on Oliver. Oliver's making a little bit. You can see she's looking across the field. She knows exactly where Hesketh is, where Hesketh might not be aware of where she is right now.
And we've seen it before. That is dangerous. And so Hesketh starts kipping a little bit as well.
Mia Hesketh all alone. She extended that lead on Oliver. That last climb did look a little bit tougher.
But for both athletes. Johanna Olivier just taking it a little bit, like she had to fight for that last one as well. I think this could be, is this the last one for Hesketh?
Looks like she may have one more rope climb to go for both of them, as this should be the final round.
Yep.
For Hesketh and Oliver. Oliver still just climbed the top as Hesketh is on her way back.
And so the time that they're looking to compete with right now is 4 minutes and 34 seconds.
Last climb for Mia Hesketh. First time mom. First time back on the competition floor in almost 3 years in front of a crowd, and should unofficially get first in the event with one more heat to go. Welcome back, Mia Hesketh.
I can't help wondering if there are a bunch of CrossFit athletes out there who are starting to go, we need to become parents.
Yeah.
Male and female, this is what we need. Michael Smith doing great. He's about to become a dad. Mia Hesketh is now a mother. She goes out there and crushes it. Let's not forget, however, that Mia Hesketh was an amazing athlete prior to giving birth as well, but just very happy to see this.
A little bit of a stumble there at the end for Oliver.
And in second place, we have a lane number 4. That's Nortje Bleeker. Finishes ahead of lane number 9, Oliver.
Said it's big difference between rounds 1 and 5 and 6 and 10.
Julia Hågård in lane number 3, finishing up now. In lane number 7, we have Martina Krusiak finishing up now.
A lot more athletes finishing this one, and we saw in heat number 1.
Yep, Veslemar Kolestad just finished up her run as well, or her last rep as well.
Lane 10, Nelly Nurmi not able to get that climb, as she looks like she has about 2 reps left to go.
Linda Kiesman right there, middle of your screen. Gets her last rep right there. Now that's lane number 1, Sanna Venäläinen. She sprints to the finish. So we have 2 athletes out there. Jasmine Gerardi in lane number 2, I think it is, and in lane number 10, Nelly Nurmi.
it's that waiting game we talked about, just when that grip fatigue goes. Plenty of time left, and that's the benefit there, is plenty of time left.
Sanna Leyland does not look super happy right now. I'm wondering why that is, but yeah. Sprint to the finish now by Jasmine Gerardi, which leaves Nelly Nurmi as the only athlete out there on the floor. Gerardi also wondering what just happened, but it is that grip.
That's a tough part when you get 2 or 3 climbs in and you already know you're not going to be able to make it.
Yep. And it's also another one of the things that we need to take into consideration is the absence of live competition, which means that you have been in your box with your friends and they've been judging you. Now you get out here and it's a different judging standard. You get a couple of no reps, and obviously, you know, you find yourself in all kinds of hardship. I love this. So we've got the entire field just kind of going down there and giving Nelly Nurmi some love. Mia Hesketh saying, just take it easy. You've got plenty of time. I'm not sure if I'd be more or less stressed by all these athletes.
I was just about to ask you this question, because I'm not going to point to, or the broadcaster that draws attention to this is like, oh, this is the beautiful part of CrossFit. And it's like, I am quite on the other side of the spectrum, because I have been this athlete before in live competition, is that I am the last one to go. And it's nice that all the competitors are coming over to cheer for me. But it would also be nice if you guys just leave me alone in my corner.
I mean, I enjoy the support, and I love that we're all like cheering to get everybody on board.
It's like, hey, nobody freak out just yet. I still have one more to go. I still have one more to go. I tell you what, though, when you're having some fun with that, then we can have a little fun.
Oh, absolutely.
So Nelly Nurmi has one more rope climb to go as we are approaching the 9-minute mark. Now for her, she's got 2 minutes. I think you don't even try to go, like the next time you try is the only try you're gonna get. So something about maybe 20 seconds left where you have enough time to climb the rope and finish.
Exactly. Oh, I love the way that she's just kind of taking it easy. I mean, then again, I'm not saying that everybody who comes out of Finland is stoic and has a great sense of humor, but I'm pretty sure that 99.9% of the people are those people. Just like, take it easy, guys. I know you're excited, but I've got work to do.
90 seconds before we hit that 11-minute cap. Nurmi going up for her 10th climb. Oh. It's come down to that reach, tap. She may not have good legless rope climbs, but she's got some wheels on her. That's fast. She's going to sprint across the finish line.
Well, maybe that's to your point where she's just like, you know what, I don't look at me anymore. Just leave me alone. I'm going to sprint to the finish. You can film somebody else. No, Nelly did a great job. We need to remember that a lot of people... Oh, psych, that is Lucas Esslinger on his phone answering emails to the left of your screen. Another one of these athletes who's been on the European and international scene for years, and he's in the house. If you want to get an autograph, that is Lucas Esslinger, ladies and gentlemen. He's the only one not waving to the crowd, just making sure the guys at work know that he's still working. No, but I think Nelly Nurmi needs to remember that there are people in the previous heat that didn't finish as well. So it's just, there is no reason for her to not go after it. So here you go. The heat was all about this lady right here. Mia Hesketh is back, ladies and gentlemen. And she has left absolutely nothing on the floor, and she's just gotten after it. Moya Olivier was doing a great job of pushing her to start with, but Hesketh was in full control. Fast hands on the rope, great pace on the run, finishing up and getting a great win right there.
And one of the few athletes we've seen go wire to wire from start to finish. We thought she might have been losing it a little bit towards round 8, but she reeled it right back in. So good, not just good to see Mia Hesketh back, but in the form that she's in right now to do this well on a legless rope climb, knowing we have strength events coming, which is where she has always shined. But Mia Hesketh, your heat winner down with Lauren Smith.
Thanks, guys. Mia, for someone who's just here to have fun, that was such a dominant performance. I mean, they talk about mum's strength. Is that what we were watching?
Maybe, yeah.
Where did that performance come from?
I mean, I like high-skill gymnastics. Legless rope climbs used to be a huge weakness of mine. Before 2016 regionals, I couldn't even practice like the full height. So I've been working a lot on it. So I was really excited to like showcase my strength in it now.
I mean, what does it mean to be back on the competition floor after having your daughter and so much time away because of COVID? Is this a special moment?
I mean, it's super exciting. I was kind of not sure if I was ready to get back, and then after doing the team competition at Wodapalooza, kind of made me feel like I want to give it a proper go. So I'm super excited for this weekend and just see like where I'm at. It's amazing girls competing this weekend, so let's see.
Absolutely brilliant job. Great start to the weekend.
Thank you so much.
I just want to have fun. I don't know what to say. Mia Hesketh she's a powerhouse, and if she's out there having fun, I think we need to keep an eye on her moving forward.
Well, sometimes a lot with athletes is they put so much pressure on themselves, it almost takes away from their performance. But if they can kind of drop the stress and have fun, that might be the best thing for Mia Hesketh, as she's getting an unofficial score of 4:10. Bleecker does not have a time because of a chip malfunction, so as we said, these results are unofficial, so we'll have to see what her official time is as we look to the third and final heat of the individual women. And there she is, Sarah Sigmundsdottir, Gabri Magawa, and Laura Horvath, who got second at the CrossFit Games last year. And they're ready to kick off their weekend for event number 1, sponsored by Monster Hydro.
10 rounds for time, 1 legless rope climb, and a 170-foot run. We've seen in the past that the ladies in the previous heats have taken a little bit easier on the run. I'm not sure if these guys are going to do that. And she looks like she's out for blood.
And that is a look we haven't got to see from Sarah Sigmundsdottir in a long time. As your top 10 athletes coming out of the quarterfinals making their way here. Couple athletes to keep your eye on. Gabri Magawa has been on a upward trajectory more than we've seen maybe any other individual female, but Laura Horvath, second at the CrossFit Games twice, has come out and said her goal is to make the top of the podium there in Madison. But Sarah Sigmundsdottir back in action after a knee injury she suffered last year. This is going to be a tricky event when you look at this because of these legless rope climbs. Let's take a look at your recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, the recipe for success is give your grip some love on the run. Just take it easy, shake your arms out, make sure that you're going fast, but relax your arms. Fast hands on the rope. Time under tension will kill you, and once the rope climbing disappears, they are gone. After that, get a big jump to start with. Give yourself some distance on that rope for free.
Third and final heat of the individual women off and running into their first legless rope climb, 10 rounds for time. Then they'll make their way down the competition floor for 10 total sets. Sarah Sigmundsdottir working on her first set. Now, one thing to be wary of is getting, as you said, caught up in the moment. These athletes haven't been in front of live competition here in basically their home area in nearly 3 years. And you can easily tip the scales a little too far when it comes to failure movement like legless rope climbs, as Laura Horvath up in lane number 4 is out to an early start.
And it's not just an early start. If you look at her technique as she's going, she is effortless up the rope. Now that right there is Claudia Glück in black with the orange shoes. Laura Horvath at the top of your screens. She has straight legs on her leg climb, taking good time, making sure the momentum she's gaining is actually propelling her up the rope as well. It's beautiful to see. There she is. So a lot straighter legs, climbing up. Does not look phased at all, and a great descent as well.
A beautiful descent down the rope. Laura Horvath, top part of your screen. Still in first, but not by much, because in lane number 9, you do have Claudia Gluck. Matilda Garns and Karin Frey Also in contention on the right side of your screen, you do see Laura Horvath. Now, one thing for Laura is that one of her obviously biggest and most known weaknesses is handstand push-ups, but she actually is exceptional in high volume pulling, and that's due to a lot of her rock climbing background.
Exactly. I mean, both grip-wise and pulling strength has never been a problem of hers at all. She's always had that, but what I really like is that she's taken that strength, and instead of just going brute strength, I've got this, guys, she's actually adding momentum and a great gymnastic capacity to that. And I think that's going to serve her really, really well as we get a little bit further into this.
Now, your top 4 athletes between Horvath and your bottom 3, you see Sarah Sigmundsdottir, and she's getting lapped by the field at the moment.
And Gabriela Migala as well. I was not expecting to see that.
Oh, Horvath, right side of your screen, yet to slow down. Karin Frey at the bottom in the dark tights, light top. Now moving solidly into second place. These athletes are getting into their final 3 rope climbs as this looks like the start of the round of 8. Laura Horvath on the right side of your screen now opting for that kip swing as Karin Freyova, moving closer and closer.
The time to beat right now is 4 minutes and 10 seconds. If they keep this up, it will be blown out of the water.
Just past the 3-minute mark. Laura Horvath on the right, Freyova on the left. Freyova still holding on to that hand-to-hand. Now she switches to that big kip swing. So here closing out the round of 9. This should be the 10th and final climb.
I'm wondering a little bit whether Laura Horvath's grip was starting to fail or whether this is just a part of the plan.
3:30 on the clock, time to beat just at that 4-minute mark. Freyova on the left is now overtaken Horvath.
Freyova.
And Karin Freyova, a dark curse coming in, shining a light on her own performance. For heat number 1, she will edge out Laura Horvath. And lane 7, Matilda Garns will round out your top 3 all under 4 minutes. So those top 3 should be good enough for top 3 in the event. And Sarah Sigmundsdottir is well behind the field as she is into her 8th rope climb.
Well, I mean, it's Gabriela Migala still out there, Sarah Sigmundsdottir still out there, but also Lucy Campbell. This cannot be the start that these guys wanted.
Lucy Campbell, one of those athletes we were talking about in contention possibly to get one of those top 5 spots as she just crosses the finish line ahead of Megan Lovegrove. Sigmundsdottir, she was done. I was looking at the piece in the wrong part of the field. So Sigmundsdottir will cross the finish line. And when you think about times overall, relative to what the field looked like here, this was just a fast heat. That time of 4:40 is still going to be actually ended up maybe a top 10 time.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's what they need to kind of keep in mind, and I think they will. But it's still, I can't imagine it was the start that they were looking for.
Now this is an athlete we do need to keep our eye on is Gabby Magawa. Still has another climb to go. Now we see times all over the board from the 4-minute range to the 10-minute range. Gabby Magawa not by herself out on the floor as you have Claudia Gluck and Ella Wunger. But Magawa being one of those athletes that we nearly not just penciled in for a trip to the games, but wrote in with a permanent marker. She has.
But I mean, you
digging yourself a little bit of a hole here in event 1.
Yeah, I mean, but you were talking, there she is, Gabriela Migala, just sprinting to the finish, well aware that every second is going to matter. But you alluded to this earlier. The European female side of the house is one of the deepest in the world. There are just a lot of very, very capable athletes out there.
And Gabby Magawa has crossed the finish line, still under that 6-minute mark. So we'll actually have to see where that time stacks up versus the rest of the field, versus maybe how the performance looked out there on the field.
Definitely, we were going to have to do that. But we still have Claudia Gluck and Ella Wunger out there on the floor. And Claudia Gluck was one of these athletes that I said to start with, I'm looking forward to seeing how she does.
We look in lane 9, right side of your screen in the all black. She has one more climb to go. To the left, Wunger. Based off her pylon, she has 2 more to go.
Yes.
Again, it's an 11-minute cap. Sigmund's daughter coming over to cheer on Wunger.
Claudia Glück making her way up the rope right there, but ooh. Don't pinch the rope, don't pinch the rope, don't. Okay, she got it. And that's Claudia Glück right now. I think it looks like she's sprinting to the finish. Ella Wunga still looks like she has 1 more to go.
Glück will cross the finish line at right around 7:10. Wunger has 1 more climb to go. This is her 10th and final one. Still plenty of time on the clock. And still an opportunity to, you know, like I said, this is an extremely fast heat, top to bottom. I mean, we were thinking Sarah wasn't having a good performance, so she may end up with like a 7th or 8th in this event.
Which is exactly what she's going to need to be competitive throughout the weekend. There we go. Get the legs going. Please, 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 and don't pinch. Got a no rep because she pinched.
No rep on the top, and as Mads was saying is that the standards for the legless climb, though, have been blurred a little bit on the women's side, is athletes must touch the cross beam and are not allowed to pinch the thighs or wrap the feet before that touch hand comes back. So it has to be legless until that tap hand comes back to the rope, and then they're allowed to pinch with their legs or their feet. What we saw there is a almost simultaneous one at the top, and personally I thought she started way faster than she should have on that last climb.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really blame her. You got Mathilde Garns down there, you got Sarah Sigmundsdottir there down there next to you going, yeah, you're good, you should go for it. I don't know if that's what they're saying, but I'm imagining that could add a little bit of pressure, but like, yes, I think you could.
You'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, the no rep was probably the worst that could happen right there.
Still plenty of time left. And at this point in time, you've pretty much settled where you're going to fall on the leaderboard in this event.
Legs, legs, legs. She got it, okay. It's to finish.
That symbol really threw me off.
I know. I was like, that. She got a no rep again. Why? But yeah, no. Ella Wunga, there you go. But Karin Frejova, 3 minutes and 42 seconds, I think was her unofficial time. Which Mia Hesketh, who had the fastest time up until that point, was 4 minutes and 10 seconds. So about half a minute faster.
But I'm curious to see what the overall times will shake up. As you see Laura Horvath, who got second in this heat, to Karin Frejova. Where Sarah landed as far as, I think it's going to be good enough still for the top 10, but when you look at, say, the injury she's coming off of, maybe the ability to train as much as she's wanted to over the last years, this is an event that, you know, would have been tough for her to do and to survive something like that, maybe a top 10 finish. As you see your top times in the heat, Frejova 3:44.4, Horvath just 3 seconds behind her, and 5 seconds back is Garn. So 3 athletes under 4 minutes for this third and final heat.
The interesting part is going to be, as you said, is going to be how it shakes out the overall leaderboard. But if we have a look at what happened here, it was all about Laura Horvath to start with. Laura Horvath came out, looked incredibly strong. We were wondering what Sarah Sigmundsdottir was going to be up to, but Laura Horvath looked incredibly strong. Karin Frejova was a little bit after her all the time, and she looked like she was in contention, but we weren't really sure if she had more in the tank. As we got to the later rounds, though, she just stepped it up, and on the very last one, very last rope climb, Laura Horvath takes a little bit of a breather in the middle of the rope, takes a change of technique, which allows Karin Frejova to just go after it. And there you see her running off to the finish. Absolutely nobody even close.
As you said, Frejova turned on the jets that last climb to get her ahead of Laura Horvath. She's down with Lauren Smith.
She is indeed. Karin, it's been 2 years since you've been on a live competition floor. Did you expect that performance of yourself?
Yeah, it was a very long time without the live competing, so I'm very excited for this competition.
How much did Laura Horvath push you through that workout with her early dominance?
I don't see Laura. I see just girls next me, so I just go.
Last year you competed in the LCQ. You were 6th in this competition online. How much of a motivator is that to get back to the games?
I was very motivated, and of course I would like to win or be in the top 5 girl in this competition. So yeah, we're looking for our next competition.
Can this start to the weekend act as a confidence builder to push on from here?
Oh yes.
It was a brilliant job. Great job today.
Thank you.
Well, great to hear that she's just kind of staying here in her own line. I think that's interesting because we did hear in previous heats, both male and female, that they were kind of keeping tabs on everybody else. Karin Frejova, not at all, just decided that she was going to stick to her game plan to start with, looked at the girls to the left, girls to the right, and if she did that, she can't have been motivated by them because she was a lot faster than they were, and just goes out there and crushes it.
Well, it's a good start to have for Karin Frejova, as well as a lot of other athletes so far in event number 1, as we'll shift focus to the later half of the day, as the teams will be coming up next. Team event 2 will be going down here at the Lowlands Throwdown, as well as male event 2 and female event number 2. And man, what an exciting start so far to kick off the day. But as we said, and we'll continue to say it, it's just good to be back in person.
It is absolutely amazing. I'm just happy to be, well, I'm happy to be here with you, Chase, because you're on European soil, and I really appreciate that. But also just to see a lot of these athletes out there. I mean, we have some familiar faces, but we also have some not so familiar faces going out there and really pushing it.
Well, that'll wrap it up for event 1 for the teams, men and the women. Don't go anywhere, because the second half of the day will get started here soon at Rai, Amsterdam for the Lowlands Throwdown. One event down, one more to go here at the Lowlands Throwdown as we are at Rai, Amsterdam in the Netherlands for the first live competition in front of this hometown crowd in just about 3 years, and a lot of action early on this morning, especially in heat number 1 as Team Janas gets a 6th place finish. But in this heat alone, in the first heat, 4 teams in the top 10 after event number 1.
It was interesting to see. When we had a discussion about Janas to start with, practically a new team, but also were they going to be able to be, in contention? And I think the answer is definitely yes.
And a definitive win for CrossFit Reykjavik. You see Lauren Fisher running across the finish line behind Annie Thorsdottir. And the things that we noted earlier on was, as the men were going, you can see Annie Thorsdottir coaching from across the side, and a lot of attention to detail is going to definitely be one of those things they're going to need going beyond this into Madison, Wisconsin, if they want to be in contention for the first team to beat Mayhem in about 5 years. CrossFit Reykjavik sitting on top of the leaderboard and presented by Guaranteed Rate. Oslo Red 4 points back. Zarut's your top 3, but as we said before, 4 teams out of this heat coming up for event number 2, and Mads, stark difference between that and event number 1, but though it looks simple on paper as we look at event 2 presented by Monster Hydro, there is a lot of strategy that's involved in this one.
There is so much, and there are so many ways that you can kind of approach this event. It is 5,000 meter row, but at the 5, 10, 15, and 20-minute mark, the team needs to perform a sandbag carry as in a relay style. They can partition it, and they can kind of run this any way they want to. So they can. Not everybody has to row if they want to. And this is the interesting part. What do? Do you put your men out there and just have them do the entire thing, and then give them rest on the sandbag row, or do you have your female athletes, do they go the same distance, or do you divide it in by time? There are so many ways to attack this.
Which is really fun. I do like the time checks with these sandbag themes. Your lane assignments presented by Monster Hydro. As we said earlier, your top team after heat 1 in this heat is in lane number 1, CrossFit Janas, and then we have other top 10 teams in lane 4, Shire Fit, Team Trinity and a half, and Nordic are all sitting in the top 10. Now in lane number 3, I believe CrossFit Westonwind has withdrawn from competition. We'll have more details on that later. So if you do see an empty rower, it's because of that. But let's look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, I think there are 3 components. I mean, there are a lot of different components to this, but I think the first one is have a plan, but be ready for changes. During 5,000 meter row, a lot of things can happen, and you need to be able to kind of, well, just drop the game plan you had and go for what is currently working for you. The second one is don't forget about the sandbag. It's 45 and 72 kilos, so it's a pretty heavy implement, and that's going to do something to your grip, which you may want to take into consideration as well. And then the last one, dare to go hard. I know it's 5,000 meters, but since you get those little breathers on the relay with the sandbag, you need to go hard. You need to be sub 140 split, I would say, all the time, all the way to the goal.
5,000 meter row for time. Every 5 minutes, they must do a sandbag carry relay. Now, for myself looking at this event, I really like the freedom that they're giving these teams on how to navigate this, more so than saying, all right, everyone's going to row 500 meters and it's going to be a 5-round relay for time, where there's not a lot of strategy involved. It's almost like, okay, how good are your rowers? Here, you got to have great rowers. You got to have great transitions on both the row and the sandbag. And like you said earlier, how do you mix and match between your men and the women? Because the men are going to row almost casually about as fast as the other women can. So how do you strategize between those two athletes?
Absolutely. You and I were talking about it a little bit before we got this on the way. And I was saying that I'm not even sure I'd even let the women onto the rower. What I could potentially, it depends on what athletes you have, obviously, but one of the thoughts, and let me throw it out there, and then you guys can use social media or whatever you want to kind of prove me wrong. But one of the thoughts would be to have your male athletes go, have a pace that they need to keep or a time that they need to be on the implement. And then after that, you send out the first the guy that wasn't rowing, send him out with the sandbag first, come back, hand over to the other guy, use the time that the ladies then will use for their relay as rest before you then go again. Because, I mean, all you need is a little bit of rest, then you're going to be able to hold on to a pretty brutal pace. You have Max Olivestrand from CrossFit Nordic, middle of your screen right there. He was on the Nordic team that competed at the Games last year as well.
See a quick transition. Now the other question is, what is that perfect pace? Because it's not exactly your 5K pace if you were just a single individual. Being able to split this up unevenly or evenly between 4 team members, what's just fast enough and maybe what's too fast?
I would aim for my 2K pace. I would be, and I'm imagining most of these guys have, or at least on the boys' side of the house, they will have 2K rows or let us sub 7 minutes. So probably 6:55. Some will be insanely fast, a lot faster, but on an average, I'm thinking 6:55, which means that you need to carry a 1:45 all the way. And here you see 1:30. So that's actually beyond. That's faster than the 2K pace. But the 2K pace would definitely be, if you drop below that, get off the rower.
See in lane number 8, Yellow Belly CrossFit. Now we moved over to. And there you have a quick transition. Now, important to note, again, the little details is that an athlete can't get on the rower until the other one has gotten past the line, and making sure, look, seconds matter, especially when you add up. You're going to have multiple transitions throughout this event.
Definitely. You need to be really, really smooth. And that's the hard part. You want to go fast on the transitions, but you can't get in anybody's way. You don't want to be called back or given a break or anything else. So, I mean, you want to be relaxed, but you want to be fast, and that's a hard combination for a lot of these guys. Also interesting to watch the different techniques. I've had the pleasure of hanging out a lot with Matthias Augeheim, who is probably arguably one of the best rowing coaches in Europe, and he would probably kill some of these athletes if he got to look at it right now.
And you can see the intensity that the female athletes are going to have to do when it is their turn, because you can't row maybe the same casual pace as the men are. That's the fun part, in my opinion, is that you do have to make sure it's like, okay, if we want to win this event, like you said, on average, you're probably going to have to maintain something south of a 1,4,500 meter pace. And you can see on the screen a 126, 127, so maybe faster than that. When you think about male athletes, that's something sustainable, probably about 500 to 600 meters for multiple sets. But on the women's side, a lot different. So maybe shorten the time frame or say distance to keep the intensity up.
Definitely, and I mean, the athlete we're looking at now is from Trinity and a half, and he's about 193 centimeters, I think, and he's about 100 kilos as well. Obviously, he's going to be able to get a whole lot of speed into that baby right there. If you're a shorter athlete, the cadence is going to be what you need to use to get up there.
Now here's the fun part. As we get set for our first time check, you're going to have a 42-meter down and back with the sandbag, but you can have an athlete at the ready while one is still finishing on the rope.
And this is when you really need to play your cards right.
Each athlete must carry the sandbag down and around the cone, 42 meters, sandbag weight being 150 and 100 pounds respectively between men and women.
Shire Fit doing a great job here of being out. They're out in the lead. Not a huge lead, but they are doing really, really well. I like the way they divide the work between them and who goes when. Ending up with a female athlete, so the male athlete can get after it immediately on the rower.
Final athletes on the relay, and it does allow the next athlete to be waiting on the rower for that last athlete to cross the finish line before they can start again. All teams within 52 to 59 seconds, so a 7-second difference between first and third. But when you think about 4 different transitions over the course of this 5,000 meters, 7, 4, you're looking at maybe 30 seconds difference. I mean, that's 100 to 150 meters you can get on the team just by running faster.
I was going to say, if you're going at 120 to 126, that's a 30-second difference. I mean, it's huge. But interesting to see the different techniques. I mean, this is actually a better technique. You want to make sure that you get a good drive with your feet, then a slight tilt backward in the hip, and then you initiate the pull. You also want to make sure you don't hold on to that pull-up bar or that handlebar too long. Release it immediately, relax on the way in. And that's the thing, the stroke on the way back out again should always look the same. What you can play around with is the cadence, like so, the catch, coming back into it and catching it. That's a shorter athlete right there, but he's still going at 130 pace.
Approaching 3,000 meters left. Looks like lane number 4, Shire Fit. In this heat, as we approach the 7.5 minute mark, you can think about what that relay is going to do is cut into your overall road time. So you got a nice solid 5 minutes to start, but at 4 minutes, if it takes about 60 seconds, as most teams did in the next section. So is that going to change the way you guys divvy up the distances? Is it different than you did in the first 5 minute block?
I think it probably wouldn't. If they had walked on and were briefed about this event yesterday, then I think absolutely so. But since they've known for about a week, they're able to go through this at home and kind of see what does this actually do. So I think they would probably have a plan right now. And I think they're probably down to a couple of seconds on this is how long the transitions take for us. This is where we're going to go. This is what's going to happen when we do.
When you look at this event in total, and when you look at this event on paper, for the casual fan, or maybe someone that doesn't understand how this is going to hit you physically, this is actually a great test overall when you think about how nasty this is going to get towards the end.
Yeah, man, and it's a nasty test disguised as a long-distance event.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, it's a 5K row. It's like, yeah, all right, you're never going to really get after it. It's like, yeah, but it's a team event. Okay, how do we do that? No, you get to sprint, and then you get to sprint some more. Then you get to rest not a lot, and then you get to sprint some more. And just for the fun of it, we're going to have you carry this sandbag in any which way you want. So you're either going to fire your grip or your midline some more. It's I think this is brilliant.
Lane 10, Heart and Heavy CrossFit. Over there you see in lane 2, lane 1, and that's a 125 pace set out by Artemis. Utilizing the length, I would say.
Yes. And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, technique is great, but if you're going for a shorter distance or a shorter period of time, get after it. Get out there, put some power into it, suck some air into that wheel, make it work for you.
And looks like Mikkel Vinborg, you're sitting at 6'5", 236, or 196 centimeters. That's a big boy that needs to be doing a lot of work as we hit our second time check. Back to the 4x42 meter sandbag relay.
It's an actual adult.
a full-grown adult.
A full-grown adult, yes.
Now, maybe the first sandbag relay, you won't see a lot of separation, but on the second one,
we're starting to see a lot, but we're also starting to see shifts. And this is where it gets treacherous because you have some of the ladies and they're catching up with some of the boys, but you still have guys out there who have the 75-kilo sandbag ahead of them. So what you want to do is you want to keep your eye on the rower, see whatever team gets to start first on the rower. That's where the magic is.
And a lot of times we know the weight differences, but as far as the overall fatigue that the male athletes are getting taxed with in an event like this, there's no wonder that this sandbag relay may be a little slower when it's their turn.
Not at all.
11 minutes into this 25-minute event, 5,000 meter row for time. Athletes can divvy up the distance anyway, and then every 5-minute check mark, they will have a 42-meter relay. Lane 2, that is Artemis. Lane 10.
Walleye, out of Sweden. Stoltheten från Västerås krigar på. Oh, that was Heart. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong heat sheet. So that will tell you why this was Heart and Heavy instead. Västerås stolthet får vänta lite.
Now you see the top part of your screen, 135 pace. I mean, that is a strong pace, especially for a female athlete, but this is where we're saying the differences between the two, and I actually love to see this on display, is what we're talking about, is how you can have that massive difference between one athlete and the next. As Artemis, main tallest athlete, gets on there, pulling at a 126 versus the 135 we saw for the female athlete.
That is a huge, huge difference, and the question is, how long is that sustainable? Remember, it's still 5K, so it's not like you just get on there once or twice. You're going to have a bunch of times back on the rower.
Past the halfway point, time is the upper left corner of your screen. Hard and heavy, the bottom part of your screen, sitting in lane number 10. Manuel Zalfel, Jost Baum, Kai Werkener, and Miraja Jansen.
Mirja Jansen.
Yeah, I can't say it like that.
I'm sorry.
I can't say it like that.
I'm sorry. I was like, yep, that's the one. No, but absolutely. The German team with one, so Manuel is actually Austrian, but the rest of the team from Germany. And this is where technique is going to start making a whole big difference. It's going to be insane because you've been able to go for on power, but now we're 13 minutes deep, and we're starting to see a lot of people, struggle. Even there from Artemis as well. He was down to 128. He was cruising at 125 before.
Artemis coming out of Denmark. 3 of the 4 teammates from Denmark. The only one outside of that is actually from the United States with Kenzie Zimmer.
This is hard and heavy again. Lane number 10. So I was just informed right now that lane 2 and lane 10 are the ones in the lead. So it is Hard and Heavy CrossFit and CrossFit Artemis currently in the lead. And look at that pain face right there.
Mikkel Vingborg out of Denmark. Again, he's 6'5". Great for rowing, bad for the work. yes. 45 seconds away from that 15-minute check mark. As you can see, some athletes getting set to tackle on this row pace. Philip Bisgard holding at 130 pace. You can see his screen as it's between them and Hard and Heavy.
700 meters left, 780, 750 left, yeah.
So we may see after this, these teams only, like you said, only separated by maybe 40 meters. A little transition there before the end. 5 seconds before that. So this relay could decide who gets the edge here in this event between these two.
Oh! And that was from lane number, what is that? Lane number 4. So that would be Shirefit. The male athlete dropped the sandbag.
Now Hard and Heavy was about 40 meters behind Artemis. Hard and Heavy in the bottom part of your screen in lane 10. Artemis up in lane number 2. And if you can get a 5-second edge, you can make up that time or that distance.
Oh, lane number 5, that is Trinity and a half, female athlete sprinting with that 45 kilo sandbag. That's very fast, very impressive.
One more athlete to go, bottom part of your screen in the red hat, white shirt. That is Hard and Heavy, currently 40 meters behind Artemis. And Artemis in the top part of your screen in blue has fallen back. And Hard and Heavy is already on the rower. Artemis is going to be the last team in.
Interesting that Hard and Heavy opts for the female athlete on this.
And there it is, separated by just a handful of meters. And Hard and Heavy did exactly what they needed to do to make up those 40 meters here at the end.
Oh, this is when I would want to get that female athlete off of there and then get some power into that. Somebody needs to suffer for the rest of this event.
Artemis at the top part of your screen, Hard and Heavy at the bottom. quick change out in lane number 6 for CrossFit Nordic.
That's Patricia Strenius right there. And I think Nordic may have been creeping up a little bit. They've been faster on the run lately. So now Max Olivestrand just needed a bit of a breather. Now he's back.
Fumbling there with the foot pass setting. And it's going to be coming down probably the last couple 100 meters for all these teams in the finish line.
Oh, Nordic currently looks like in the lead, 250 meters to go. They need to keep on trucking because they have some time for ground to make up from the first event from today.
Transition, curious transition there for Nordic, opting down to their female athlete.
I'm not sure I completely understand what just happened right there, but yeah. Did they just open the door?
Still holding an edge over hard and heavy at the bottom. We'll have to see where Artemis is in lane number 2 as well, but just 70 meters left for Nordic.
Andrea needs to really put it on right now. Go, 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 girl. Slightly biased, I know. I'm sorry about that.
And in the air for lanes 2 and Artemis as well. One more pull to go for Nordic. And CrossFit Nordic will set the time to be just ahead of Artemis.
And here we go, Hard and Heavy, lane number 10.
Hard and Heavy will cross the finish line.
And we got Shirefit's the judge on Shirefit. Or no, that's not Shirefit. That is Trinity and a half. And now Trinity and a half are on the way to finish.
Trinity and a half will get underneath that 20-minute check mark, so 90 seconds. Now the big thing here is that if you can't make it in this time frame, you're going to lose a minute based off this relay. So it is imperative that you try to finish this before we hit that next time check.
Hey, it really is. Now we have lane number 9. That's CrossFit Zurich, also putting on the finishing touches. But before that, you've got Yellow Belly CrossFit and Shirefit. And now in lane number 9, that was Zurich, yeah. Lane number 1 finishes up as well as CrossFit Jena. Middle of your screen right there. Lane number 7, I think it's Wolf Spirit. And they've got 45 seconds before they need to start carrying again, but they are not going to need that.
Wolf Spirit coming out of France will get underneath that 20-minute mark, and as we said before, do not be deceived by the casual 5,000-meter row that's written on paper. Just take a look at the intensity that's going to be needed in this event for these teams.
It is brutal. Like I said, it is a sprint, an absolute acid bath disguised as a long-distance event.
CrossFit Nordic came on strong that third section in as they were able to edge out CrossFit Artemis, who between them and Hard and Heavy CrossFit had the edge early on, but Nordic came in unofficially a 4-second edge on Artemis.
Can't be on the ground for that.
I think what was interesting was that they weren't the fastest on the sandbags to start with. The row was pretty consistent for them, but the sandbag weren't the fastest. They got better and better and better at the sandbag run, and the last time they were on the sandbag, they were actually the first team back on the rower, and I think that made a whole lot of difference for them because the pace on the rower was pretty much the same. If Lauren gets to talk to them or anybody else, I would want to know what was up with that last change to Andrea. I mean, they won, but I just want to know. It was like 12 pulls left.
Yeah. And this is one of those events where usually it's nice to be in the last team. But an event like this, you know, we're about to start the workout, and me and you are partners. Like, who wants to go first? And you're like, Usually I'd prefer to go second, let it go out, unless it's any type of monostructural sprint. I would like to get it over with first, because if I have to look at how you look after the event, I'm not very excited about what's to come for myself.
No. If I was doing that with you, I'd definitely feel like that, because I know you're in better shape than I am. So if you're suffering, I'm going to be dying.
CrossFit Nordic takes the heat. Unofficial time of 18:02 and down with Lauren Smith.
They are indeed. Oscar, Max, Patricia, Andrea.
No, Felix, sorry. It was very close. Felix.
We're almost the same person.
So. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No,
what a great start. But talk me through the transition, especially towards the end, putting a female on the rower just as you're closing out.
I mean, I only think you can plan so much in an event like this.
Yeah.
Like, we went over probably 15 different strategies, and what it comes down to is just each and everyone's effort at the end of it.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Who's hungry and who's not, right?
Yeah, you have to go on field. I tried to push as hard as I could, but I was the one, like, trying to push the run on the end, so I couldn't do it all the way in.
You were actually slightly behind a number of teams up until that 10-minute mark. So what happened between minutes 10 and 15?
I think it's the Nordic stamina.
Yeah, I think they weakened.
And we can feel the CrossFit Nordic family screaming all the way from Sweden.
Yeah, we saw our friends in the background,
Exactly.
and it was amazing.
That's when you know you just got to go for it.
You do indeed. And to add to an unofficial 6th from the last round, that's not a bad way to start the weekend. Are you happy with how you've gone through over the course of the last day?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
absolutely.
Feels good. Good to get started, and we're getting ready for tomorrow.
We're going to keep pushing it.
That's all you got to do.
So, looking ahead to the rest of the weekend,
Yeah,
where's your eye
Astrid.
at? What workouts are you going to maximise?
All of them, I hope.
I will maximize.
Is there any that
the
suit you in particular?
She's
I will
the
go for
killer
the
on the
snatch.
snatch.
Yeah.
So we'll keep our eyes
That's
out for
it.
you on the snatch.
I mean, I just think every team secretly looking forward to lift heavy in front of a crowd, because that's when you actually have a good opportunity to just PR and just go for it. Because you have the crowd, you have the audience, and the adrenaline's pumping.
Well, we look forward to watching it. Great job, guys. See you later.
Thank you.
Well, I guess if you have competed at the Olympics in weightlifting, then you could get fired up quite easily about lifting in front of a crowd like this as well. But yeah.
CrossFit Nordic, they'll take the heat with that time of 18:02. Unofficially, they said the the Nordic Power? Is that what?
Yeah, something about the Nordic endurance. Not sure what it is. I live in the Nordics. I train at Nordic, but I have none of it.
CrossFit Nordic, unofficial time of 18:02. Artemis 18:06. Heart and Heavy rounds out your top 3 at 18:15. And that is just heat number 1, and I cannot wait to see what heat number 2 brings for team event number 2, and see if Reykjavik may be able to go back-to-back to start off day number 1. Final action for the teams on day number 1 coming up next. Heat 2 makes their way onto the competition floor for team event number 2. We just saw the time set by CrossFit Nordic at 18:02 unofficially, but let's take a look at Crank, event number 2, presented by Arasti.
It is a 5,000 meter row at the 5-minute mark, the 10-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, and the 20-minute mark. Teams need to perform a relay-style sandbag carry. As easy as it sounds.
As simple as that. How bad can it be? How bad can it be? Well, we saw how tough it can be, and a time set at 18:02, but CrossFit Reykjavik, who had all the hype coming in after Annie Thorisdottir decided to go team, along with Con Porter, Tola Moraquinho, and Lauren Fisher. And you look at this event and an athlete like Con Porter, it's like, it's your time, my friend, it's your time.
It is, but it's also the same thing with Tula. We talked about it before. Everybody considers him, or is easy to consider him, a short distance power athlete, and that'll be it. It's not how that works.
The overall standings coming in. You always had CrossFit Reykjavik at top of the leaderboard, but Oslo has found themselves up in the top 3. This just being their second team, not the team that podium at the CrossFit Games last year, but a lot of things are up for grabs. Zarutz being able to actually compete this year, unfortunately not being able to last year, but one of those teams that would have been in contention to maybe make the games from this division.
Oh, definitely, and we got CrossFit Porti as well, who were great last year. They've been great for a long time as well. Hey, they're out of Finland, and if you know anything about CrossFit heritage, you know that Mikko Salo was the one who introduced rowing as a casual way to increase your your endurance capacity, and I think everybody does a bunch of rowing up there.
So we saw a lot of different ways to tackle this event, but Mads, if we look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta, we had a few ideas at the top.
I think I have a couple of ideas, and it's funny because we saw the Nordic team allude to some of them as well. Have a plan, but be ready for changes. There may be an athlete who has to do a bunch of work, but they're not quite ready for it, so have a plan, but be available for changes, so to speak. Don't forget about the sandbag. Needs to have a plan for the sandbag as well. It's 70 and 45 kilos. It's going to take a toll. So how do you do that in the best possible way to make sure that whoever gets on the rower is ready to go when it's time, and do it fast enough to be faster than everybody else? And the last one is dare to go hard. You are going to have to go hard if you're going to do this 5K row and be in contention afterwards.
Tola leading things off for CrossFit Reykjavik, and to your point about the sandbag, Mads, as we saw that as a very important position between two teams in the previous heat. I believe it was Heavy and Artemis, where Artemis had a 40-meter lead going into the sandbag relay that Heavy made up because how fast they did them.
Absolutely, and then when they got on the rower, they had pretty much the same split time as well. So the difference that they made on the sandbag carry was actually, well, that was the difference between the lead and not having the lead.
Moraquinho done, as Annie Thorisdottir will take the second position. And we said before, the difference between pacing that the men and women have. If you want a weapon on your team, how about a female athlete that can row just as fast as everybody else?
And just as far as everybody else. Look at that pace by Annie Thorisdottir, 1:27.
Mads, when you're looking at pacing and how to divvy things up, are you going to set a distance for athletes, or maybe or a pace set that you can hold under until you can't?
I would probably go with the pace. So the pace, this is the pace we need to keep. This is the time you need to keep it for. Eat whatever happens first. If you drop under that and you start going slower, change, or if you get to that time that we set, get off.
I say, especially maybe on your female athletes, like, listen, you row until you go above, say, 130, or obviously what they're capable of. So Annie Thorisdottir, for example, until you break over 130, you row there as fast as you can, and then the next person will come on.
Exactly, but at the same time, also have that time element in there as well. Be going, well, your maximum is going to be 45 seconds, even though you feel super fresh. That's when you get off, because it's easy to get carried away and be like, yes, I'm great. And then you see yourself 8 minutes in there, you're not able to hold on to the pace. Now the entire team needs to start making exceptions.
Con Porter is holding a 119 to 120 pace.
And look at the way he does it. It's not that he does it, it is the way. Super relaxed on the way in, allows him to breathe, but he is insanely explosive on the way out.
to your point, Con Porter in the center lane in the green and white, holding a 120 pace, looking that relaxed.
Yes. And that's what the row is all about. You need to find a technique, or you need to utilize a technique that will allow you to breathe, relax on the way in, back to the catch. Then you need to get the maximum power output. That's driving with your hip first, then tilting your upper body slowly backwards, and then following through with the pull. And then relax, breathe, get when you're on the way back in. And Con Porter is doing that. That is textbook.
Current time in the upper left corner of your screen. Approaching the 4-minute mark. Now every 5 minutes, teams will have to dismount the rower and then go into a 4x42 meter sandbag relay. So this first 5 minutes is where you can bank the most meters in.
Yep, that's CrossFit Fleck in lane number 9. Had a pretty good transition right there out of Denmark, but yeah. But look at Con Porter, 127. Now he changes.
Now a little transition hiccup.
Oh. Well, the important thing is that you're not allowed to hand over the handle to your fellow athlete. That's what we heard yesterday. I'm not sure if that has been corrected on the athlete briefing today.
Lauren Fisher taking the last leg here, as every team member has gotten an opportunity to tackle the rower. So she had about a 25-second sprint to close things out, as athletes are allowed to get set behind the line with the bag. And now we're on to our first 42-meter relay. Every athlete will carry the sandbag one time out and around the cone. Tola leads things off for Reykjavik, followed by Annie Thorisdottir. So it seems they're keeping the same order that they had on the rower. Now, one thing to note is that they only had one transition per athlete in that 5 minutes. Now, that might change in the next round.
Quite possibly so, quite possibly so. I mean, there's some enthusiasm, there's a lot of power, and you want to play off of that. Like I said, you've got 4 incredibly skilled athletes. You've got Jami Tikkanen, who's an incredibly skilled coach. You've got Fredrik Gidius as well, hanging around you on a day-to-day basis. I'm pretty sure that nothing has been left to chance.
Now, Reykjavik will also have the fastest sandbag sprint, right around 50 seconds. We saw that being one of the faster times in heat number 1. So there is a lot of separation here, but as we said, is that a shuttle run can tax you enough. A shuttle run with a 70 kilo, 43 kilo for the women.
Yep, 45 for the
45.
women.
That's a whole nother beast altogether.
It is, and I thought it was interesting to see all Reykjavik athletes were carrying the sandbag in front of them. Nobody put it on the shoulder and ran with it that way. That means your grip is also going to take a little bit of a beating. Now, I know that they're strong to boot, and I'm not sure if it's going to actually make a difference, but I think it could potentially a little bit further down. So interesting to note right now here is that in first place after the first 5 minutes was Reykjavik. They have 3,320 meters to go. But in second place, the team from Sarutz, they had 3,330, so a 10-meter difference between Sarutz and Reykjavik.
You can see in your screen the row paces. Annie Thorisdottir holding on to 127, and as you said, the value of having a female athlete that can row just as fast as anyone else on the floor. It's just a huge weapon to have here in this event in particular.
Very much so, because it gives everybody an opportunity to rest a little bit more. And imagine getting 30 seconds extra rest.
Con Porter takes over, so much quicker transitions. That was the question coming in, as each athlete basically had one tour on the rower in the first 5 minutes, but in the second 4 minutes, we may see athletes cycle through 2 or 3 times.
Quite possibly so, quite possibly so. I mean, Con does look very relaxed on there, and he holds on to the same pace, so it may be that Tula goes a little bit shorter because he's going faster on the run.
I'm telling you what, nothing is quite as baller as competing in a button-up dress shirt.
That is stylish. I don't know if they get points for that, but I really enjoy it. only thing you need then is a top hat.
And that is Roots in lane number 5. So not only are they neck and neck with Reykjavik, but they're also side by side, which means these teams know exactly where they are. Quick transition from Fischer to Moraquinho.
And that's the thing when you have people standing on the sidelines right next to you, being able to tell you where they're at.
Top of your screen, CrossFit Reykjavik, 125, not much different. Bottom part of your screen is the Roots, creeping over 130, and as soon as that hit the 130 is when he transitioned off, so Zaroots might be going the route of pace setting versus distance.
Quite possibly so, yeah. I think you're right. I think the big difference as well was also in the expression on the athlete's face as they were going.
Annie Thorstadter taking the reins for Reykjavik. Now, one thing here too is we've seen if you look at the foot straps for these athletes, is that we've seen a little bit of almost a preference between the athletes. And you can just hear the effort getting outputted from these athletes. And Con Porter, who got tripped up with the transitions earlier, now opting for not even messing with it, and that might have been a judgment call, saying is that, hey, we are not separating for this team. We got to find some seconds somewhere.
Exactly. And I think it's also there. I mean, this is when they're sharpening their tools for potentially when they get to go to the games, if they get to go to the games. So this is a great place to make that kind of modifications.
Second time check relay, as Lauren Fischer got a late start to that.
Yeah, her judge's hand was up there for quite some time.
Reykjavik at the first one had the fastest relay.
Lane number 8 here, that's CrossFit 250 Fleck. We're the first ones on the turn, but now the female athletes have caught up for a bunch of other teams as well.
And when you can't get a real advantage on the rower, this really becomes, we thought it would just be an interference piece, but now this becomes a very valuable piece for these teams.
It sure does, and that's kind of what I meant about the don't forget about the carry there. It has the potential to mess it up for you, but it also has the potential to set you up really, really nicely. And then there's the whole fatigue.
Reykjavik and Zaroots both opting to start with their female athletes.
Well, it looks like Reykjavik has a rotating order that they stick with.
And there's that transition issue we were talking about as Fischer gets caught up in the straps. And you do that 5 or 6 times over the course of 20 minutes, you're going to lose. I mean, that's 20 or 30 seconds.
It is. There's also the thing that once you start getting fatigued and you're on your way into the rower, you know that you're not allowed to touch the apparatus until the first athlete has left yet. But then you start getting tired, they get stuck up, or they get caught up in something, and suddenly you find yourself in trouble. So yeah, interesting to see now that they're so close to each other. It is literally 40-meter difference.
40-meter difference as Zaroots at the bottom part of your screen. As you said, they're side by side on the floor, so you definitely know they know where they are against each other, because the other 3 athletes are looking at where the distance is between the 2.
And I think that was CrossFit Porty. We were just looking at the gentleman in the yellow shirt in the middle of your screen. That, I think, is Annie Thorstadter. Yes, it is.
Con Porter, top part of your screen. Still maintaining right around that low 120s. 15-second different pace.
And they're extending. Reykjavik are extending their lead.
Reykjavik was behind after that first 5-minute check and pretty close in the last 10 meters, but are now opening up the floodgates.
And this is, yes, is lane number, this is Porti right there. Go to Porti in the middle of your screen and lane, that's not Porti, yes that is Porti.
Porti coming out of Finland.
That is the team that kind of flew under the radar. They've been doing great, and they've been sticking together for a long time. They haven't quite had the breakthrough yet. Like I said, there's something about Finland and rowing. There's also something about Team Reykjavik and CrossFit competition in general. So capable.
You can see Tola messing the foot pads. Yet another hiccup. That transition between Fisher and Tola.
And that's the challenge with if you row and you tighten up the foot straps, then it's going to be, you need to be, when you as an athlete, when you get out of them, you need to loosen them, and then the next one needs to adjust them. It takes a second, but it also allows you to row so much more effortlessly, and I think it is a second I would take every day of the week, to be honest.
Take that extra second to make sure you get the straps open up for the next athlete versus the 3 that would have to mess with them to open them back up. But you know, one thing here as far as live competition is this is the first live competition all 4 of them have had together. And not to say it's a foregone conclusion of them making the CrossFit Games, but these are the things that they need to go through to clean up before they get to Madison.
Absolutely, and knowing them, and Annie said it after the first event that, hey, we're just looking at things that we could possibly do better. I mean, you know that they're going to have a book of experiences with them, learnings from this competition that they will be using when they get home to kind of hone in their training.
5, 3, 2, 1, stop.
Third relay, 42 meters down and back. Better start for Lauren Fisher.
And now she's carrying it on her shoulder, which I think is going to serve her so much better. Tula does the same thing, puts it on his back and starts running, and I think that is a lot better for them. CrossFit Porti's male athlete, just fast.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of fast, enter Annie Thorisdottir.
One more athlete to go for all teams, and if it's anything like we saw in heat number 1, this will be the final leg on the rower. As Con Porter looking to close things out for Reykjavik. Zarut's just behind them, actually snuck ahead. Even Oslo got up into the mix at the end.
Let's promise ourselves something, Chase. This weekend, we're not going to do what we've always done to Kristin Holte and every Norwegian team ever, which is forget about how phenomenal they are. And next thing you know, they're on the podium representing Europe at the games. And you're like, wow, we forgot. Let's keep. I promise we're going to keep an eye on it.
Kristin Holte making a career out of proving everyone wrong.
Yes. In grace as well. Oh, 350 meters left for Reykjavik. Remember the time that they're looking to beat is 18:02. It feels like a lifetime away.
Annie Thorisdottir taking over for Reykjavik, but
CrossFit Porti in second place now, yeah.
Porti, they close about a quick 40 meters just on that transition alone.
Yep.
So Porti sitting in lane 7. So what that means is 5, 6, and 7 between Zarutz, Reykjavik, and Porti. They can all see exactly where each other are at the end. With 200 meters left to go, Con Porter is looking to close things out for Team Reykjavik as he drops the hammer down and the pace to a 1:16.
Who is this guy? This is crazy. Is he going to be able to hold on to that all the way to the finish? Porti not doing a lot worse. I mean, they're cruising at 1:19.
Con Porter, 3 strokes left to go, 20 meters, 10, one more pull, and that should do it for Reykjavik. And Reykjavik is gonna go 1 for 1 in both events this weekend as Porti takes 2nd overall. The time to beat before this.
Oh,
just about 18.
CrossFit Fleck. And now you've got the Zarutz team. And what was that? That was purple red, wasn't it? Now here's Norway, purple-red.
Oslo across the finish line. Look at how close this race is. And now we have the times of this heat mixing in with the times of the first heat.
Yes. Lane number 2, CrossFit Minime from France, making it to the finish line. So we've got one more team out there in lane number 1, CrossFit Grillen. And they're off to the finish.
I just want to say shout out to that guy who put the handle back in the catch instead of throwing it back against the rower.
Yes.
Good for you, sir.
Yes.
Got a few members at my affiliate that could take a lesson from you.
If you like your rower, be nice to it.
Or if you like your affiliate owner,
yes,
also be nice to it. But
yes.
Reykjavik, look, there's something to be said for expectations. And one of the most challenging things in sports is to meet those. But so far, Reykjavik is up to that challenge.
They're crushing it. They're absolutely crushing it. And like we sit here, let's just be honest, we sit here and we talk about, okay, well, you know, there's a bit of a hiccup on that transition. They could have carried it faster. They're still going out there and absolutely crushing it. 17:38 unofficial time. 17:38. Let that sink in. That they could have been faster, but they're still finishing this in 17:31.
And that level of scrutiny comes with the level of respect that we have for the team and the level at which they know they want to be held to as well. So you definitely can see they'll be going back to the drawing board. And I could see a whole week with Yami just sitting there and be like, we're just going to do road transitions today.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. And I'm pretty sure Frederick is going to go, yeah, well, here's how we're going to start carrying things as of now.
Now, Heat 1's times
Were
very good as well. If you look at Heat 1, 18:02, 18:06, 18:15, those 3 times are in the mix for maybe a 5 to 7, 8 position, even with this heat.
Absolutely.
I was like ready to go, so sorry.
So when we started this, the athletes made it onto the floor. They had the work cut out for them. They knew that they were chasing 18:02. CrossFit Reykjavik just got after it incredibly fast, both fast on the rower and progressively getting faster on the carries as well. They were challenged both by the Sarus team and the Porti team. The Porti team, though, went straight to the buzzer, blow by blow, and it was down to virtually 50-meter difference in the very end as well. Reykjavik, however, were the ones to pull out the victory over the Porti team. Great event.
Con Porter putting up numbers on a row screen I don't think I've ever seen before. He was doing it on the last 200s of that 5,000-meter pace, but an amazing race, as you said, between Reykjavik and Porti. Porti just getting ousted at the end, but an incredible finish all around, and they're down with Lauren Smith.
Thanks, Chase. They are indeed. It wasn't quite enough to pip the win, but having been together since 2019, how did your experience of each other play a part in that workout?
Well, we know each other pretty well, so we know what to do, and we know our faces and expressions, so it's pretty easy to read each other.
I mean, communication is key in any team event. When you were on that rower and you were working out how to split it, was it a predetermined strategy, or were you seeing how you were feeling?
Go by the feeling, and before switching, we say 3 more pull, and then the others counting 1, 2, 3, and switch.
Yeah, we knew we had to go fast, and we had to go just even a little bit more faster than we thought. Worked well.
It did work well, but I mean, Reykjavik were pushing the pace. To what extent did you feel you had to keep pace, and how much did it influence what you wanted to do?
Well, we knew exactly how tough they were, so our goal was just to get our own game. We know we're strong in this event, and the most important part was the sandbag run, and when the last person came off, so there was 1 to 5 seconds break between each team, so that's quite many meters also, so I think we managed quite well in that also.
Now, When I spoke to you yesterday, you laid down the gauntlet. It was very much that we are here to win this competition. After day one, are the goals still the same? Are we here to win?
Yeah, of course. And even more hungry.
Love it. Congratulations, guys. Great start to your weekend.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I've got to tell you, I love a Finnish team that says we are here to win. I don't know how many times I've met Finnish athletes, and they're always just very, very, very calm, very cool and collected. They're like, yes, we're just trying to live up to our full potential. You know, in the back of their head, they're going, we're going to absolutely go for it. We're going to kill ourselves trying to get there. I love that they're doing that. I also love that they're talking about each other's facial expressions. Because, I mean, you know it as well. You get out there and you start going after it, and you're thinking, well, you know, I can do a little bit more, I can do a little bit more, but your facial expression is not going to lie. So I think it's a great way to kind of read each other, and obviously being together for 3 years, that's what you need.
Not a lot of poker players out on the competition floor when it comes to CrossFit. Reykjavik will take the heat and the event just 12 seconds ahead of Porty, but as you said, there has to be a lot of confidence. Look, getting second is one thing, but getting second the way you did is another, and I think that's nothing but a positive for them. So this is the unofficial results for heat number 2, 21:50, or this is your overall for the heat. But as we look forward to what's to come, Mads, what's worse than a 5,000 meter shared row with a team? How about a 600-meter row at the end of a long event for the individuals? The individual competition is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. For Mads Jacobsen, Lauren Smith, I'm Chasing, and we'll see you guys soon for individual event number 2. Live coverage of the Lowlands Throwdowns continues, presented by Noble, as the teams are done for the day, but the individuals are making their way out for individual event number 2. It was an exciting, fast race earlier this morning, and quite the difference as we move to event number 2 is your overall standings after one event. Lazar Jukic, first place with 100 points. Michael Smith and Luka Jukic, so the Jukic brothers, taking over your top 3 spots after one event. But as they just said, this is going to be a much different event. Let's take a look at individual event number 2, presented by Rosti.
So it is 4-time 1,200 meters on the air runner, followed by 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, then a 6-meter out and back, so a 12-meter handstand walk. Those are 3 rounds of that, then back to the air runner for another 1,200 meters, then another 3 rounds of the axle bar deadlifts and the handstand walk, finishing off with, yes, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it is a 600-meter row once your hammies and your lower back are fried.
I think that's just the worst part of this entire event, as the individual men in heat number 1 get set to take on this event. We'll have 3 heats of both the men and the women, just like we did earlier with event number 1. And a couple unique things here, little twists as far as the movement standards. Obviously using an air runner as opposed to regular running, the axle bar itself, and then that turnaround and unbroken requirement for the handstand walks. As if you guys look at the lanes for heat number 1, Caleb Clements, who got first in his heat earlier this morning, says, I kind of want to build off what I started earlier to say.
I think so, and I think Jonas Müller is looking for revenge.
Let's look at the recipe for success presented by Trifecta.
Well, they are. Pace the run, but don't be slow. So what I mean by that is you can't go out here and fry yourself on the first 1,200 meters, but at the same time, if you pace yourself too slowly and you let anybody kind of get a 30-second lead on that, on the barbell, on the 3 rounds of the axle bar and the handstand walk, you're going to find yourself in trouble later. So you need to pace yourself, but you can't be slow. Second one, increase on the second run. So basically, you need to go out there and make a difference on the second run, because that's where I think the big difference is going to be. Last one, prepare to suffer on the row. If you're not willing to bite the bullet, step into that pain cave and stay there for 600 meters, then you've got no business on that floor.
All athletes taking on the first 1,200 meter portion of this, and then they'll move into their multiple rounds there between that axle bar deadlift and the handstand walk. And as we're on this air runner, we were talking earlier, I think it was earlier yesterday, about the difference between the two of just regular running on the street or on the track versus this air run.
Exactly. There's a huge difference. I mean, one of the first things is that there's a slight curve to this. You are propelling the actual treadmill forward yourself, which means that you need to tilt forward, and then you use your cadence to get that power. The other alternative is to stand up straight and then kind of step in front of you and onto that little curve, driving it backwards with your hammies and your lower back and your glutes. That's a whole different thing. So if you're comfortable on this implement, you're going to see athletes that lean forward just a little bit, and then they increase their cadence. If you're not comfortable, you're going to see people standing up straight, and they're going to kind of break every single stride that they have. The question is, how much are you willing to fry your hamstrings on this implement before you get onto the onto the deadlifts?
And that's the thing, is because you don't need to use those for deadlifts at all.
Well, so this one time at band camp, I think it is. But another one of the things that we've talked about, I mean, or talked to Chris Hinshaw about it, is so telltale signs that things aren't going quite the way you want them to on this is if you're looking at an athlete from the very front and you see their shoulders relaxed and their jaws relaxed, which means they're breathing and running comfortably, then you're good. As soon as they start rotating and tightening up, you're in trouble. So yeah, the interesting thing is also, we started talking to both athletes yesterday, coaches, and we talked amongst ourselves as well. How long do we think this first 1,200 meter run is going to be? My initial guess was that I think around 5:15 to 5:30 on the first one. I think around the 5-minute mark on the second, maybe a little bit faster than 5 minutes. But we'll see if I'm right or wrong. there was a general consensus around those times, but then again, you never know until you get on the floor.
And you think about those pacing, if you're looking at a 1,600-meter run, which is right around that mile time, is that a casual pace in any type of an event that has multiple runs, you're probably looking at around 7 to 8 minute pace that's appropriate. And I think that pacing, well, I'll ask you this, does the pacing change depending on the movements you're coupling it with on the backside? Say we have deadlifts and handstand walks versus, say, something like push-ups and air squats.
Oh, definitely. It definitely does, especially because these athletes have they've had the luxury of knowing these events for a week. So they've tried them out themselves, and most of them have either have air runners in their boxes or have made themselves, available to them in some way, shape, or form. And so I think that definitely changes a lot. I would probably go harder on this than if I was doing a bodyweight movement right afterwards.
Time in the left corner of your screen is approaching the 4-minute mark. As we said before, you'll probably start seeing those athletes get off about that 5 to 6 minute time frame. So we'll be looking for a judge hand of the year, usually when they're reaching their last 100 meters on the air runner. But what's coming up next? Actually, we see a hand in the air already. Looks like lane number 4, possibly.
That is Mateusz Kuszar. And very comfortable on the run indeed. That is a very fast pace by him, though. There he is, 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes, nice casual pace as we'll move into the second portion of this event, where we have deadlifts with the axle bar. The weight being 121 kilos, so about 265. Now, what's the trick to this axle bar? Obviously different than a barbell itself, being thicker, but what else is the difference between the two?
Well, it's just it's a more compact implement because you can't grip it as hard, so you're going to have a mixed grip, which means you need to really put your back into it. You need to push on one side, pull on the other one, and maintain the weight centered right up below you. You really don't have the luxury of being able to correct it with your grip.
Now, unique that we've seen in competition, at least at the semifinal level, is that we have a turnaround on this 6-meter out and back handstand walk. But the other caveat is that the entire thing must be done unbroken, or they will have to do it all over again.
Yes, we're used to seeing athletes when they fall, or if they can't compete it, then they have to come down and come back up at a given spot, but not necessarily redo everything. So I think this is going to be a challenge to some of these athletes. Yes.
Again, 3 rounds of this couplet in the middle, opting for about 1 break each set. How much does the axle thickness tax the grip different than, say, a regular thinner barbell?
It's a completely different animal. It really is. I can't really compare those two. It's to that level. Wow. It's a completely different thing.
Well, it's not like they had any grippy work to do prior to this early in the day.
Well.
Now for the handstand walks, hands must start behind the designated starting line. On the turnaround, they told us in the athlete briefing last night that since it's a tighter turnaround, fingertips can touch the white tape only on there. If it's any point in time after that, it's going to be called they're going to have to be called down to start over.
Exactly. And I think it's interesting to have a turnaround point like this, because I mean we've seen the ramp in a lot of competition. After we saw it at the games, it kind of started showing up at regional competitions as well. But a turnaround point, I really haven't seen that very often. And people will practice on the ramp, but will they practice the turn?
And at least if we've seen it, there wasn't maybe a mandatory unbroken element to that.
This is true. This is very true. But Mateusz Kuszar looking very comfortable, both on the deadlift and the handstand walk so far.
Kuszar done with his 3rd set of deadlifts, as the next closest person to him is in lane number 6. That is Calum Clements. But Kuszar, the thing here for him is it's not the fact that he's leading, but the fact that he's doing it so casually.
Yes.
At least maybe a duck on the pond scenario. Very casually as it appears on his face.
But I also like that he's not stressing the turn. I mean, he's out in the lead, and it would be so easy for him to just get carried away. if, as you said, if you drop down, you're going to have to come back and redo everything. He's been very, very cautious coming around the cone, and I like to see that.
Oh, and a quick transition actually over in lane number 1, Jonas Müller.
Yes. I mean, we did talk about him a little bit before, and I think he's looking to redeem himself. Now, obviously, rope climbs due to levers isn't necessarily his favorite exercise, but I mean, running is never going to be a problem to Jonas, definitely not this kind of distance, and deadlifts will not be either, so.
Mateusz Kosar, and basically been leading for the first 8 minutes of this, and then Jonas Müller had moved slightly ahead of him. Caleb Clements, those are your top 3 so far, as we are going to do this entire set. Again, a 1,200-meter run, 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, and a 6-meter out and back unbroken handstand walk with a turn. And you were speaking earlier to your keys to success, and this second run was a part of that.
Exactly. I really, really want to see people pick, or these athletes pick it up a little bit here, because this is when they can. There's really some maneuver room, so to speak. This is when you can really start making a difference. Because on the handstand walk, you need to be fast, but you still need to be controlled. Yes. This is where you can just kind of let it all hang out. But it requires that you're willing to suffer on the rower later.
I forgot about that darn road at the end. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. The end of your event is going to suck real bad.
And especially for an athlete like Jonas Müller, I mean, if he comes out and he gets onto the rower first, he's a little bit shorter, and it's still 600 meters. So if he has a lead, he's going to be able to do some damage. If he needs to catch up, well, there he is, middle of your screen.
As I said, Müller sitting at 5'7". Kosar at the same height, 5'7", but Caleb just a little bit taller.
Yep.
And look, is height going to dictate who wins? No, effort will do that. At the same time, 5'7" versus 6'1", where Caleb has, that is an advantage that you can take advantage of if you choose to.
Oh, absolutely. And I love the way you put that, because it's not gonna mean who wins or who doesn't win. But if you have an advantage, play to it, use it.
That's the fun part about seeing a balanced test is because, okay, so maybe a shorter athlete's going to get a little bit of advantage on a range of motion of a deadlift.
Yep.
The run's the run. On an air runner, size has an element of can take advantage of, and then that row at the end. So you can't say which athlete's going to do well based off height, but when you see a nice balance across the board, everyone gets theirs in a little bit.
Definitely, and the same thing with the handstand walk. I mean, it's easy to say, well, I'm a taller athlete, it's harder to balance this. Well,
It's like lane 8, David Mata is opting for a walk, and to me, that walk looks indicative of maybe some type of cramping or something bothering him physically, not opposed to being able to actually run.
No. It looked like, the way he was looking at his thigh, it looked like cramp in his quads.
And these are the things you got to take advantage of, but you know, Mata not being a stranger to competition, so.
It definitely, and also nutrition and rest. It's like if you get it back on here on the floor and if you're not hydrating enough, you don't have enough minerals, you didn't eat well last night, whatever. I'm not saying that's the case, but that can be something that will play in here. I mean, you really need to have everything dialed in.
David Mata coming out of Spain, 31 years old, out of Train Like Fight CrossFit. That's another Spanish athlete having a little bit of an issue that we saw Fabian Benito have in event 1.
Yeah. That being said, I just love the fact that there are so many French athletes, Spanish athletes here as well. I mean, it used to be a lot of Northern European athletes, and they were doing great. Now we're seeing a whole host of European athletes getting after it, and that makes me really, really happy.
And just look down the list: Iceland, Serbia, Germany, Ireland, Spain, Latvia, Switzerland, Estonia, Italy, Portugal, Sweden, France, Denmark, Slovakia, Poland, Germany, I mean, Belarus, go down the list. It's really amazing to see how far the sport has come here on the European side.
Absolutely. I think two things have happened. I think one, competition has been broadcast really, really well. and I think it's kind of breathing air into the need and the want to compete all over Europe, and I think that is amazing. But I also think that CrossFit, through Daniel Shaffi and the regional managers, have been doing an amazing job in supporting affiliates, making them grow, making sure that they grow as a business, but also on the competitive side as well. And I think that's what we're seeing right here, is that work is paying off now.
And in the air, lane number 10, Matt Sibis. Matt Sibis coming out of Germany, out of CrossFit Butcher's Lab, an affiliate known to produce some very high-level athletes, especially on the team side.
Yeah. Interesting to see a German living in Denmark. And then at the far end of the floor right now, you can't really see him. You've got Jonas Müller, who's also on the deadlifts, and then you have Martar Koshar also on there. So
3 athletes onto their 3 rounds, 12 deadlifts. 121 kilos.
And Jonas Müller and Mats make it onto the handstand walk at the same time.
Mats on the right, Müller on the left. Again, we have a 6-meter out and back handstand walk with a turn in the middle, and the entire segment must be done unbroken. And towards the end, you have such a fatigue level that there's some confidence that goes into play there.
I mean, the margins that you operate with to be able to kind of get yourself out of trouble if you start losing it just get smaller and smaller and smaller. That's Callum Clemens right there in the middle of your screen.
Toots Kassar, who is your early leader after the first half of this event. Looks like he might be falling all the way back into 4th. Müller in lane number 1, chalking up for his second set of deadlifts as Callum Clements on the left has made the turn on his first handstand walk as Kassar's getting set for his second set of deadlifts.
But a little bit of a lead here in lane number 10 for Mats Sibis. There he is, middle of your screen, green t-shirt. And if you look at his technique, he's using his legs as well, kind of kicking into each step, which if you're comfortable enough to walk like that is very, very, very fast. But you really need to be comfortable.
Shout out to Matt Sibis kicking the old school Asics out there.
Yes.
I haven't seen those since I started CrossFit about 10, 12 years ago. Sibis onto his last set. So after this, you can see the rowers on the left side of your screen. This event is going to end on a 600-meter row. And Mads, we were talking earlier, the last thing I want to do at the end of the event is get to the row at the same time as someone else. So I've put in a little extra effort now to not be lined up side by side against someone later.
Definitely, but these guys need to remember as well that there are a lot of athletes coming up after this. So they really need to get out there and make a mark. So even if they get on the rower and they're ahead of everybody else, there's just nowhere to hide. You need to go absolutely full effort, full send on this if you want to have a chance to make yourself or make a spot for yourself and possibly transition to another heat tomorrow.
Sibis on the right side of your screen made the turn. He's got to get both hands behind that pink starting line. And that'll be him in a 600-meter row. Now the benefit here, at least for him, is that if you get to the rower at the same time as someone, that almost gives you fuel to race harder. Even if, say, you got behind a little bit. If you're behind about 10 seconds, that desire to try to catch someone, I think, changes towards the end.
I think you're right. I definitely think you're right. I mean, it depends on what kind of athlete you are. If you're one of these people who's just like, I'm going to stay in my lane, I'm not going to care about anybody else, then it really doesn't matter. It's about whether you want to suffer. But if you are aware of everybody else on the floor, then this could turn into a whole different animal.
Time cap for this event is 22 minutes. You look at the upper left corner of your screen, we're just past the 17-minute mark. You see Matus Kassar, he was leading after the first round. As Müller gets to the rower, takes a little look to the left to just kind of see the body language of Sibis. Sibis is, barring a disaster, is not to get caught on this. So like you said, his race is now between him and the 2 heats that are coming up.
Exactly, and as we watch Jonas Müller right now, you can't help wondering what kind of pace is he rowing at. So 142 pace with 300 meters to go. He's going to have to hold on to that and possibly even lower it to below 140 for the last at least 100 and 150 meters if he wants to be relevant.
Man, 600 meters isn't exactly a distance that you can do a full send sprint in.
No.
Especially after coming off what they just did for the last 17 minutes or so. Is this a descend your pace per 200 style? How do you approach this last part of the event?
I would divide it into bits of 200. I'd go 200 just to find your pace, see where you're at. 200 where you go below your 2K pace, and then 200 where you just close your eyes, pray to everything that is sacred to you, and then just go for it. So hand is up in lane number 10 here for Mats Sibis from Butcher's Lab in Denmark.
Hand in the air means less than 100 meters to go. Should be one more pull. As Sibis will cross the finish line, unofficially 18:54. As he will take heat number 1. About 5 athletes on the rower for their last 600. The next closest should be Jonas Mueller all the way up in lane number 1. As you can see, Matus Kassar, he was leading early. Fell off that pace a little bit. Yeah, you see a hand in the air for Jonas Mueller.
Oh, and Jonas Mueller is digging deep. If he's going at 150 pace, then you know that he's fighting with everything he's got.
So Sibis is at about a 2-minute pace of the last 50 meters of that 600.
Oh, I'm just happy to see Jonas Mueller on the floor. This makes me really happy.
Jonas Mueller, 31-year-old, out of Switzerland. 100 meters left for Matus Kassar as we are hitting the 20-minute mark. 2 minutes remaining with this time cap. None of the athletes on the rower should be in danger of being capped.
And who was that? Was Callum? Yeah, it was Callum Clemens just finishing up right there.
Kassar will dive across the finish line just ahead of Tobias Romo. Close race between those two athletes. 90 seconds remain.
And that is from Umeå in Sweden right there, from CrossFit Garaget.
David Mata just getting to it.
That's Filip Lundqvist right there. Red shirt, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Garaget. But I think it's interesting to see the athletes on the floor right now. They're all knocked out, which means they went to that dark place.
All athletes now on the 600-meter row to finish. It's going to be close for a handful. Seeing the red or the orange shirt over in lane number 9, Piotr Mielczarek.
Sorry, buddy, I'm trying to help.
And secretly, I see the name, and I just hope you'll come in and say it. If you see me slowly look to the right, that means you say it, Mads, please.
I'll take the beating if I'm butchering anybody's name, though, but yeah. No, but Piotr doing a great job right here. He needs to stick with it. He's got 30 seconds to go, though.
30 seconds left. 4 athletes left on the rower.
No judges' hands in the air, which is interesting as well, so.
Yeah, if they're not 100 meters in by now, they're not going to get to the finish, so these athletes are going to get as far as they can in the next 10 seconds. And that will be the 22-minute cap for heat number 1. It was Mats Sibis out of Germany, training out of Butcher's Lab there in Copenhagen, Denmark, who takes heat 1. Unofficial time, 18:54.
And whereas we started out with a very generous time cap, the 22-minute time cap that we have right now is, well, it's not as generous. Let's put it that way.
It's about as brutal as we thought it was going to be after seeing this on paper. Although it doesn't matter what you put in front of a 600-meter row at the end. All that matters is that how it's going to feel on that 600.
4 deep breaths and a signature on this paper and 600-meter row, and you're still going to go, ooh, that's going to hurt. That was interesting that Mats Sibis, he finishes the 1200 meter run in 4:34, then the couplet in 7:50. The second 1200 meter run is done in 13:22. Finishes the couplet in 16:38, and then 18:53 is the altogether time for him. So great job of pacing himself here by Mats. Jonas Müller and him, they had a bit of a fight to start with, but yeah, he had it dialed in. So here we see it right there to start with on the run. A lot of athletes faster than the 5 minutes to 5:15 that we anticipated to start with. It became a run between Jonas Müller and Mats Sibis. They were going blow by blow, kind of exchanging the leads after the handstand walks. But on the last handstand walk, Mats Sibis really ran away with it. And once he got onto the rower, there was just, well, hi there, darkness, my friend. And he just went for it. So incredible effort by Mats Sibis, finishing up in 18:54. I don't know if I should say Tillöge or if I should say herzlichen Glückwunsch. We'll just have to see.
Mats Sibis, 18:54, as you said, will take heat number 1. 2 more heats remaining for the individual men as heat number 2 makes their way onto the floor. And knowing what they got in front of them, as you said earlier, a much different event than we had this morning. As we look at our next set of 10 men taking on event number 2 presented by Rosti.
They're taking on 1200 meters on the air runner, then 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter handstand walk that needs to be unbroken, then back to 1200 meters on the air runner before they get onto another 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts and 12-meter unbroken handstand walk, and then they finish off on the 600-meter row. 121 kilos on the deadlift bar, and there's a 22-minute time cap.
I saw a little exchange of paces between the first part and the second part, as you said, between that. So athletes taking maybe some notes as it comes to this. Here's your lane assignments for heat number 2. Luka Dukic in lane 6, who is leading, as you said, for about 95% of that event 1, and then Michael Smith came up behind him. But what other athletes are you looking at with their skill set that might do well in this event?
I'm wondering about Kasper Gammelmark, where he's at mentally, because if he's in a good spot, he should do really well. Comfortable on the run. I'm also looking forward to seeing, once again, I'm going to call it, I want to see Michael Smith, absolutely. I think he's going to do great, but I'm also looking forward to Victor Ljungdahl. I think this could be good for him. He's great on the run, but I also think he's going to be very good on the handstand walk. There's a recipe for success, at least I think so. It is to pace the run, but don't be slow. Make sure that you have good pace, but you can't relax on the run. It can be lost, but it can't necessarily be won there. Increase on the second run. That's where you have some room to maneuver and kind of get after if you're not in the position you want to be in. Any which way, I think you should absolutely increase pace. And then prepare to suffer on the row. You really need to get out there, and you need to go harder than you want on the rower.
Just saw Michael Smith coming out of Crooked Lake CrossFit. Luka Dukic, his brother Lazar, will be in the next heat, who ended up winning event number 1. Luka sitting in 3rd right now at this 3rd place finish. So 2 athletes in the top 3 between Michael Smith and Luka Dukic.
And look at Luka Vunjak here in the middle of your picture in lane number 10. Very relaxed. Look at the shoulders, relaxed jaw. Once again, it's almost like Chris Hinshaw knows what he's talking about.
In heat 1, we saw the fastest first 1200 at about 4:30.
Yep. 45 seconds faster than what I thought would be a great place to start at. Just tells you a little bit about, well, first of all, me not being able to go at the pace these guys are going.
No, it's just the air runner. They're just calibrated differently. It has nothing to do with our fitness level.
No. What was I thinking? That's in lane number 9 right here, Nikita Yandov. Also looking very relaxed. I would like to see an athlete right here. I want to see him relaxed. I want to see relaxed shoulders, relaxed jaws. I want to see a good cadence on the feet, and I want to see a slight forward inclination, which means that they're using the instrument instead of driving the instrument. Driving the instrument will result in you using your hamstrings a lot more than you want to, because you want to save those puppies for the deads.
And that's a good point, because there is a way to manipulate the air runner to work to your advantage as opposed to work against you.
Absolutely. You kind of drive and you get momentum, and then you just kind of feed that momentum instead of propelling yourself forward in every single stride.
See Michael Smith currently sitting in second place after one event. Great finish in event number 1. Able to sneak past Luka Jukic at the last rope climb.
And this is interesting, because you look at Michael Smith and you look at the shoulders and how he throws his shoulder forward in every single stride, and you're like, oh, that's not super efficient. Then you look at his midline and his knees. He's kind of lifting his knees, kicking his foot out, and as we were talking about a second ago, using that momentum. So that shoulder is probably more of an expression of a guy who's more than 6 feet tall, and how does he balance himself with a stride as effortless as that? So I'm actually pretty happy to see that. So this is like German grammar. The exceptions to the rule are what defines the rule.
German grammar. Michael Smith sitting at 6 foot 210. Where you can use your size to your advantage, as we said, taking advantage of the opportunities that are given to you. You can see that on an air runner for a bigger athlete, and on the rower at the end, it's the stuff in the middle that he's going to have to manage.
Definitely.
See Luka Jukic looking over to the right, seeing where the other athletes are. We'll see a hand in the air in the last 100 meters on the air runner as we're approaching the 4-minute mark.
And this is Kasper Gammelmark. Now, Kasper Gammelmark is one of these athletes who's been around for a long time. This is how I want to see people run. He is so relaxed, but I'm pretty sure that his pace is just as fast as everybody else's. But he's just really, really, really relaxed. Where is everybody else at? He knows exactly what he's getting himself into. Seasoned athlete.
And in the air in lane number 10,
Luka Vunjak.
Luka Vunjak, 22 years old, out of CrossFit Minus. Making his home in Rome, Italy, but he is out of Serbia, along with the Jukic brothers.
Yeah, and in lane...
Kind of looks like the long-lost Jukic brother.
And we've got Victor Ljungdahl. His judge has his hands in the air as well at the same time as Luka just attacks that deadlift bar.
Second part of this beginning part in event number 2, 3 rounds, 12 deadlifts, and a 6-meter handstand walk as Luka goes 12 reps unbroken. We actually haven't seen that yet from any athletes up until this point.
I was just going to say, I wonder if anybody's told me it's okay to let go. It doesn't have to be unbroken. It's the handstand walk that has to be unbroken.
We talked about the handstand walk being a skill set that requires a lot of just focus and intensity, but what we didn't touch on is the effects that the run and the deadlift can actually have on the handstand walk.
Absolutely. As soon as you start getting labored breathing and you get into a handstand walk, you're going to find yourself having to fight a lot more for for just balance altogether. But another thing is the axle bar deadlift. Since you can't grab it the way you will, it taxes your forearms, which means your stride becomes completely different on the handstand walk as well. Typically, the stride will get a little bit shorter, and you get more rotation on the hips, which is why if you have that kick with your feet, then and you feel comfortable with it, then you're going to find yourself enjoying yourself more than less.
Vunjak still keeping that strong pace he had in round 1, and a little bit of a pause there. And this is going to get a little dangerous because that is a lot of wasted energy. And as we said before, the walk must be unbroken, but a quality save from Luka Vunjak.
But let's just hope that that was because he came out, balanced himself wrong, and nothing else than that. If it's because he's fatigued, that's a bit early.
Michael Smith is finishing up his round of deadlifts. Vunjak in the bottom part of your screen in lane 10. Moving into his 3rd and final round. And one thing again about the grip, we said the deadlift impact can be the posterior chain and not be able to stabilize, which we might have saw on the turnaround there for look at, but the grip and your hands on the floor also have a massive impact on each other.
Definitely. I mean, that's what happens. Your forearms, they get taxed a lot, which means you're not going to get your hand down as effortlessly to get support. You typically land more on your on the tip of your fingers and roll onto your palm instead of planting your palm.
We saw Victor Lundal working through his set of deadlifts. Had a shaky turn in round 2, much better turn.
Nice.
On his 3rd round.
And I like what you're seeing as well. He's leading with his thumbs, which means that he doesn't have to flex his wrist as much. So at 7:45, Luka Vunjak gets back on the run. Let's see who the next athlete is and kind of check their time.
The time we had in Heat 1 was right around the 8-minute mark for Matus Kassar, but he was not able to hold on to that pace.
This is true.
So it's probably a little bit slower that Sibis had.
7:50 was when he got onto the runner, yeah. Well, now we got a bunch of other athletes, so they're approximately, well, they're somewhere between 20 and 30 seconds behind Luka. And Luka looked very, very effortless on the first run.
As we're on to our second 1,200-meter pace, Lauren Smith actually got to catch up with Mats Sibis after his Heat 1 win.
Mats, you came from behind in that workout. What was the strategy? How did you not get flustered by those pushing ahead early?
It was kind of hard to just stay in my lane, but I have discussed my paces and my strategy with my coach prior to the competition. So I just try to stay in my lane and hold my own paces and not be disturbed by the other competitors.
Your coach is Andre Houdet.
Yeah, yes.
How much can you lean on his games experience when he's preparing you for competitions like this?
I think a lot, because we had a talk about the events prior to the competition. We talked went through, and yeah, we like compared my strategy with what he would say. That worked really well, and he gave me some good tips and tricks to get my best out of it.
So when you're out front, you know you've got yourself a good buffer. Does your mindset change from the guy who's chasing you, but also those who are in the heat following you?
A little bit, maybe. It's a little bit, when you're chasing people, you're a little bit more like, a little bit doubt, can I get them? Can I chase them down at the end? And then when you do, you get all the confidence, and then it's just keep going. And that's kind of the easiest part of the workout, is just to keep going these last 2 or 3 minutes where you are in front. The hard part is to chase them down, I think.
Great job.
Thank you.
Mats Sibis time to beat unofficially at the bottom part of your screen, 18:54.93. And Maz, this question comes up a few times in an event long like this, is the advantage of either leading from the front or trying to chase from behind, and which you kind of prefer positions to be in.
It's so different. Some athletes thrive on being out in front and not having to chase anybody else. I mean, I've had the pleasure of coaching several where it's been like, no, I just want to get out ahead of everybody else, and then just as soon as anybody catches up, I know what to do. For my own part, now, given I am not a games level athlete, I'd love to chase somebody. I'd love to be right behind him, kind of pace off him, and then, you know, try to save a little bit for a sprint at the end. Kind of like what we saw Mikko Salo and Chris Spieler do, classic CrossFit back in the ranch when they were going for the run. And Mikko Salo comes up, he's like, do you still have power left? And Chris is like, yeah. And he's like, okay, cool, go for it. And I mean, that's a position I'm very comfortable with, but it's very different from athlete to athlete.
Lane 9, Nikita Yundov.
That's Victor Ljungdahl right there. Looks relaxed as well. A little bit of a forced breathing, but I mean, I think you should be 12 minutes into an event like this.
12 minutes in after going a little far on these air runners so far. As we are in the second portion of this event, athletes are on to a 1,200 meter air runner. Hand in the air, lane number 10 for Luka Vunjak.
So 13:22 was when Mats came off the runner for the last one for the in the previous heat. Looks like Luka Vunjak is going to be a lot faster than that. There he is, lane number 10, Luka Vunjak.
Luka's first set after the first round of this is an unbroken set of 12 deadlifts. And aside from that little stumble he had on the second handstand walk, he's looked fairly good this entire time.
He really did. I mean, I was very impressed to see the way that he did that. I think it's interesting to see his technique on the deadlift here as well. He's hardly bending his legs, so a lot of hammies and lower back going into that lift, and I think he's going to need that on the rower later. So
another unbroken set for Luka. The hand in the air, I believe that's lane number 6. Sorry, lane 8.
Lukas Oyster, but I think, yeah. Also, we have a little bit of a communication error right there with the judge and Luka Dukic. Need to be staggered with the barbell. But Luka Vunjak still looking very strong on the handstand walk as well.
One round down with the 3 rounds of 12 deadlifts with this axle bar weighing at 121 kilos. And a 6 meter down and back unbroken handstand walk with a turn in the middle.
So that's Victor Ljungdahl right in the middle of your screen now, making it onto the handstand walk at the same time as Luka Dukic as well.
Dukic making his way up into the mix. And it's said his name much so far this event, but it's all lane 10. The other Luka in this group still has yet to show any signs of slowing down as he hits another unbroken deadlift set as Victor Ljungdahl finishes his first round as Vunjak moves into his second handstand walk.
Well, he is taking a bit of a breather now, where he was relentless in the first three rounds. He's taking a little bit easier now, and he needs to remember that there was a heat prior to this, and there is a heat after this as well. That being said, he also needs to remember that if he falls down on the handstand walk, he's going to have to come back and redo all of it.
See him laboring just a bit on the right side of your screen. Both hands pass the line before he can come down. On the left side, Victor Ljungdahl finishes his second set of deadlifts.
Luka Dukic getting back, and he kicks up ahead of Victor Ljungdahl.
On the right side, Vunjak is starting to waste a lot of time, and the question is it worth doing these big sets of deadlifts? And the time and rest, it's almost forcing him to take before or midpoint or after.
I would say no. I would say no, but yeah, no, I'd just say no. I would go for shorter sets, faster sets, get a little bit of recovery, reset, and then go again. Because right now, there's a difference between wanting to rest and needing to rest. Some of these things that he's doing right now looks more like he wants to rest than that he actually needs to.
Vunjak done with his third set of deadlifts, takes a little breather, kicks right up. And as you said, is when the rest starts getting dictated towards you, that's when you start to lose your grasp on the event. And keep in mind, as we make the midpoint turn of his last handstand walk, that rower in the back is still looming because he'll have a 600-meter row to finish things out.
And he has 2 minutes to do it.
2 minutes isn't a lot of time when you think about a 600 at the pace at which these athletes are at, so it's going to be pretty close to see what pace he can sustain. 600 meters at a strong pace is probably going to take somewhere close to 6 minutes, or 2 minutes.
Well, exactly. So, I mean, it speaks volumes of what we saw in the previous heat. Well, I mean, he's going at 130, 137, 138.
At about a similar pace, maybe a little faster than we saw Sebas do, but Sebas at the end was rowing at about a 2-minute pace. And if you start running the numbers, 2 minutes to get that time, even if you're rowing a 140 pace, 500-meter rows is going to take the 140.
Yep.
To row 100 meters in those last 20 seconds isn't exactly an easy.
Oh God, that's going to hurt. That is definitely going to hurt.
Now this is what you didn't want, or at least that I don't want as an athlete. You see the bottom part of your screen. You got about 4 athletes side by side across the board between Tiago Luzes, Luka Jukic, Victor Lundahl, and Lucas Weze, having to race a 600-meter at the end. So we are approaching the 18-minute mark.
It is going to hurt, and they're going virtually the same pace. The only difference is that Luka Dukic, 250 meters left, and Luka Vunjak almost done. He's probably onto the last 100 just in a second or two.
Victor Lundahl, hand in the air, as you said, time to beat 18:54. If he's able to hold this pace, he should be fine. But as you said, this is just heat 2, one more heat to go. And maintaining the pace he started with, which we did not see by Matt Sebas. Luka Vunjak able to go wire to wire. We'll take the unofficial win for heat 2 and set the new time to beat. And hand in the air between Jukic and Lundahl. Lundahl on the right, Jukic on the left, hand up in the air as well above him for Tiago Luzes, but Jukic will cross the finish line, and that was really close because that was right at that 18:54 mark that Sebas had.
Yep. Victor Ljungdahl coming in right at the 19-minute marker, probably a little bit before that, but this is when these guys really need to dig deep, and here you've got Tiago Luzes as he has paid the man. That is absolutely for certain.
Time cap is 22 minutes. We still have 2 athletes working through their beginning portion, and that's the sign of a good workout.
Oh God, yes.
The shoes are off.
When you know that you just want to take something off, but you can't really take anything else off, he's like, I'll throw away my shoes, just get me out of here. Beam me up, Scotty, I'm done.
It's called a CrossFit yard sale.
Oh, Luka Dukic looks like he's been in better places as well. Luka Vunjak right there, recovering. And here's Michael Smith. Interesting that Kasper Gammelmark is one of the athletes on the rower right now. Looked very relaxed on the run, but they, I think the deadlifts cost him a little bit.
Damian Satora, as we just saw in lane 1, is still working into his second set of deadlifts as Kasper Gammelmark. Known for being pretty proficient when it comes to the machines, especially on the row.
Yep. I think the deadlifts is what got him a little bit. He looked comfortable on the run. He looked comfortable on the handstand walk as well. The part that I saw, and you know that he's always going to be good at both on the rower as well. But this is a treacherous event. Oh.
So Torres on the left is now done, so he'll make his way to the rower, but under a minute, he'll just have to get as far as he can as Gammelmark will cross the finish line right around 21:10. Now all athletes on to the final 600 meters.
It's Yuri Masnichenko on the rower, lane number 4, I think.
30 seconds.
He looks like he's having fun though, right?
Always. Maintaining that 140 pace. Less than 100 meters to go. It's going to be close.
That's not going to happen. That came out wrong. I'm sorry, but that's just too much distance, and I feel sorry for you can tell that he's rowing his heart out. Oh, maybe it did happen right on the buzzer.
Sniper in the crowd.
Yuri, I hope so.
Yuri Monachenko. Just a few feet away of crossing the finish line. And that'll do it for heat number 2. As Luka Vuniak's giving high fives to everyone that he just beat in this heat. And the previous heat, as he now holds the time to beat. And not often you see an event that has things like multiple rounds with the runner and the rower at the end, that someone who comes out first keeps first through the whole thing.
Very rarely, like very, very rarely. So let's look at what happened here for a second. These guys got out, they got onto the runner. There were several athletes out there who looked very relaxed, and one of the ones we were talking about was Luka Vuniak. Then he got onto the deadlift, started out with unbroken sets, and we were wondering a little bit about, like, how smart is that? Is that going to cost him? He held on to it, came back to the runner, was very, very efficient on the runner as well. He did have a little bit of a stumble on one of the handstand walks, and we saw him take some what we thought was unnecessary rest. But he was able to hold on to that pace. Then he got on the rower. He was fast. We were wondering, is he going to be able to hold on to that pace? And the answer is yes. Finished up in 18:27. Great effort by Luka Vuniak.
And that's some fodder for the athletes in the next heat, that he did perform so well, yet had these big breaks towards that. So when you're looking at, and this is the big advantage of being in the final heat with an event this long with this much in there, is that now you see what the good times are. You're racing against the times, not necessarily what the best possible time in the world is. Now you can start to strategize where you divvy up some of your breaks and those times you take.
Definitely. I mean, you should be keeping an eye. If you're out back, you should be keeping an eye on this, comparing it to the experiences you have of running through this event in your home box.
As we close out heat number 2, the third and final heat is making their way on to it. And let's look at Insidious, men's event number 2, presented by Rosti.
Well, it is 4-time 1,200-meter air runner, then 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter handstand per walk that needs to be unbroken, then back to the 1,200 to 1,200 meters on the air runner, then another 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts and a 12-meter unbroken handstand walk. Then we finish off with a treacherous 600-meter row. The weight on the axle bar is 121 kilos. There is a 22-minute time cap. And by the way, did I forget to mention that if you get down or if you fall over on the handstand walk, you need to get back to the start and redo.
A lot of little details in these for these athletes to pay attention to. The time to be set in the previous heat by Luka Vuniak. So you look at the lane assignments for the third and final heat for the men. Luka Jukic in lane number 6 won event number 1. Björkman Karl Gudmundsson was close behind. But you got Uldis Upenix, Adrian Mundweiler. A lot of names in here. Sam Stewart, one of them as well. A lot of capable athletes. It's hard to tell who may win this one.
Definitely is. I think you're always going to want to keep an eye on Björkman, but I definitely want to do that here for 2 different reasons. First of all, gymnastics, he's always been very, very good at. This handstand walk should not be a problem for him. He's always been really, really good at running as well. He runs comfortably and effortlessly. The other thing is, if there's anybody out there who's capable of sticking with the game plan, this is the man. And that kind of leads us into the recipe for success here by Trifecta. Pace the run, but don't be slow. Björkman is going to be great at that. Increase on the second run. Björkman is capable and willing to suffer, which takes us into the last one, which is suffer on the row. Now, Björkman, hello, this is your game. So I think it is Björkman's to lose, and it is everybody else's to win.
1,200-meter run on the air runner. The last 2 heats, as times have been right around that 4:30 mark.
Lasar Dukic here, middle of your screen. I mean, I said keep an eye on Björkman, keep an eye on everybody in this field because they're all absolute ninjas. This guy is no exception to that rule.
The mark is just over 18 minutes and 30 seconds. And your event.
As you work into this first 1,200-meter mark, Lauren Smith got to catch up with Luka Vuniak. who is your Heat 2 winner and current time to beat.
Luca, talk me through your decision to do such big deadlift sets.
I'm so good on deadlift. My PR is 250. Yeah, but I don't feel so hard when doing that. It's so easy for me.
So how much confidence did you have in your handstand walks doing those big sets and then knowing that you could do the handstands unbroken?
Yeah, my handstand walks also very good. But when you're doing workout hard like this one, you have to pay attention to not go so fast, because you can lose your movement. Yeah, and if you go down, you can back to the starting position and go again.
How much, if any, energy are you keeping back for that final row?
Yeah, my pace is I think 135. I'm starting with 140 and staying at 135.
Yeah, and you were confident going in that that pace was something that you could hold on to? Because you did, it was a 137.
Yeah, 137. It's, I don't know how to say, but it's first 60 meters, I'm holding that pace.
You beat the current overall 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of starting or finishing your weekends, are you happy with that?
Yes.
Great job.
Thanks.
Well, you got to love an athlete who feels like, well, I'm really, really strong, so deadlift is not going to bother me. How about the handstand walk? Well, I'm good at that as well. That was one of the things I really think that athletes need to kind of start embracing, is that to be able to and comfortable with allowing themselves to articulate the fact that they are good at different things. I mean, it's great to play it down, and you don't need to kind of articulate that on anybody else's behalf. I'm better than everybody else. That's not the point. The point is what Luka Bunjak just did is he said, I am comfortable with this. I am strong here. This is where I need to make my move. And I think that's awesome.
Lazar Jukic, your overall leader after one event. One of his most impressive performances actually came in an event that was longer in nature at the games last year, which was the 1600 meter runs and toes to bar event, where they absolutely just blew the doors off of. Be curious to see if this is another one of those longer aerobic events that he can take advantage of.
I mean, I think what's interesting, and I'm, with all due respect, but I think what's interesting is that Blair Morrison, for those of you, again,
wow,
OG CrossFitters, Blair Morrison, tie-dye CrossFit, just awesome dude. He was in Europe, he was competing on one of the first regionals, and one of the first things that he ever said was, I can't believe how everybody here knows how to run. He's like, I compete in the States, he's competed all over the world. I compete, and usually it'll be like 2 or 3 guys, and they're all pretty good at running. Here, I get in a field with 20 other guys, and everybody knows how to run. It's just, what is the matter with that? And I was like, I don't know what it is. But it's an observation, and I think it's something that's kind of been ringing true. I mean, you had Lucas Högberg, who's been great at running as well. Doesn't look like a runner, but God knows he's an awesome runner. Luka Dukic, great runner. Björkvin, great runner. And so, I mean, you're seeing all these athletes, and they are very capable runners.
First athletes off the air runner nearly at the same time. Adrian Mundweiler at the top of your screen. Lazar Jukic and Uldis Upniks. Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson as you move into the second portion of this, which is 3 rounds, 12 deadlifts with the axle bar at 121 kilos. Into a 6-meter unbroken handstand walk with that turn in the middle.
And here in the middle of your screen, you got Adrian Mundweiler, and he shouldn't be fazed by this at all. I don't think he will be, but in the middle of your screen right now, Uldis Upniks, great athlete who just does not get enough love. He is so good at everything he does, so cerebral about the way that he competes as well. He's got a plan, he sticks to it, he listens to all the things that he needs to listen to, and then goes out there and puts it on. I've got a lot of respect for this athlete right there.
And how young he is. He's only 24 years old.
I know.
the lone Latvian representative on the men's side.
But if you're going to send somebody, send me. That's got to be, if not me, then who? If not now, then when? I think Uldis is doing an amazing job right now of just executing the way he needs to set him up for success.
Lazar Jukic moving a little slower on the deadlifts in this second set as Uldis Upeniks making the turn for his second handstand walk.
And I'm going to have to ask you now, Chase, like, is he really moving slower, or is Uldis just really fast?
That's actually a great question. It's a quick transition time for Jukic on the left from that deadlift to that. You see Upeniks, maybe you're right, maybe it's just Upeniks just moving that much faster.
Because, I mean, he does look incredibly strong right now.
Upeniks on the right side of your screen. 12 deadlifts to that axle bar, unbroken again. And a very quick transition. That just looks like a lot of confidence and a lot of fitness combined into one person.
Yep. I've had the pleasure of seeing him compete. Well, he competed at the games. He was at the Rogue Invitational. He's been on a bunch of other shows as well, and I've seen him there. And it's just one thing that always just kind of strikes me with him is this efficiency in everything that he does, and also how composed he is. That being said, I think he's perfectly capable of going full send on that row in the end.
I was going to say, match those attributes with fast, because he gets to the air runner at 7:15, 30 seconds ahead of Luka Vunjek's pace that he set, the current time to beat in heat number 2. And Upeniks, he was first off the runner, not by much, but his pace was very quick, and I had the question in my head at least, are you able to sustain this? And so far, so good.
Definitely. I think we're going to see him go a little bit faster on this run than he did on the other run. I just love the way he's so relaxed. Great cadence. Keeps on breathing, which is a stupid thing to say, I just realized, because if you stop, you die. But it's just the way he's breathing. It's effortless. It's not forced in any way, shape, or form.
What are the signs that you're looking for as far as looking relaxed and being relaxed on the air run?
Well, I mean, we've got Lazar Jukic right here on the screen. Just shoulders are down. He's relaxed. Arms are relaxed as well. He doesn't rotate more than he has to. His jaws are just kind of just relaxed as well, which means he's breathing effortlessly at the same time. I mean, that's usually a telltale. As soon as your shoulders get tight, your arms start rotating a lot more, and your jaws get a little bit tighter. Your breathing is inhibited, and now you're starting to muscle your way through the run instead of running it. And the only difference you're seeing right now is that Lazar has a little bit of a dip to the left, and that's usually just the stride length as you compare him to Uldis on the right of your screen.
We got 9 athletes on the air runner for their second 1,200-meter run. We're going to run this whole thing back one more time. 1,200-meter run on the air runner, followed by 3 rounds of the 12 deadlifts with the axle bar, and that 6-meter out and back unbroken handstand walk with that turn in the middle. Lazar Jukic, your overall leader after event 1.
You know, it just kind of struck me, when you're looking at the entire field of athletes, it looks like the tryouts for the X-Men.
Yeah.
It's just like, who wants to be Wolverine? Everybody's like, yeah, dude, I can do it. Look at that right there. Look at that. That's just an insane amount of fitness right there. Uldis is still looking very comfortable.
Just past the 10-minute mark. You see any athlete having an issue whatsoever getting underneath that time cap.
No.
Although last athlete to the air runner, Kevin Jers in lane number 9, is definitely laboring a bit more.
But he did take it very easy on the initial run as well. I mean, it's a fast heat, but I'm expecting Uldis to get off the run, this second run, around the 12-minute mark.
See Jukic in the bottom part of the screen, but look at Upeniks. He has the blue shoes on, Second from the bottom. It almost looks like he's opened up his stride more toward the end of this 1,200 meters.
Yes, he has.
You'll see judges put their hands in the air when athletes have 100 meters left to go. Björkman Carl Gudmundsson, as we said at the top of the start of this event, arguably the greatest European male CrossFitter in the history of the sport. Just his level of consistency. Only 1 year outside the top 10. That was his first year at the CrossFit Games. Every year since, it's been up 8 or above with 2 podium finishes for him.
Well, it's both that as an athlete, but also as an ambassador for the sport in Europe. He's the nicest guy ever. He's always available. Obviously, he gets in this bubble when he competes, but he's always available to people around him. He shares himself, a great sense of humor, and it's just, I think he embodies very, very well what I think we are looking for as a community in Europe. And then obviously he competes with excellence as well. So yeah, no, got a lot of respect for Björkman and a lot of gratitude for what he's done for this sport.
And in the air for Uldis Upenix, the only athlete to have their judge's hand in the air, designating.
And like we said, around the 12-minute mark, right?
Exactly at the 12-minute mark. So a swig of water, tightening of the weight belt, as Uldis Upenix has massively set himself apart from the rest of the field, and it all had to do with that pace he was able to sustain on that 1,200-meter run.
Yep. So fast on the first run, a little bit faster on the second. Great on the deadlift. Great on the deadlift.
Unbroken deadlifts, still the same speed. He had the first part, time to beat 18:29. 6-meter unbroken turnaround.
And now we have Lazar Dukic making it onto the floor. So currently Uldis is leading by a full round to Lazar Dukic. If you told me that I could ever lead an entire round against somebody like that, I'd be pretty stoked.
And like I said, he's steadily been increasing, improving over the last few years. And almost under the radar because we haven't been able to really see him in live competition outside, say, the Games or the Rogue Invitational.
Yeah, but exactly. And like we talked about before, is like you do a lot of work, but you do it at home in your box, and you look at what everybody else is doing, but you don't really know. Well, here you get the answer.
Björkman Carl Gudmundsson, Lazar Dukic, and Uldis Upenix are your top 3. But Uldis is about to lap the field on these 3 rounds. We see Dukic in the background in the maroon shorts, but it is Uldis Upenix who, again, his transitions are just so fast.
And then he's able to hold on to the bar on the deadlifts as well, which really, really makes a difference for him. Let's just talk about the men that are actually on the floor. I mean, it's not just anybody. This is the who is who of European CrossFit right now. It's Sam Stewart, it's Lazar Dukic, Moritz Fiebig, Adrian Mundwiller. It's everybody who's everybody, and Uldis is just putting on a clinic.
Björkman Carl Gudmundsson working through his second set of deadlifts as Uldis Upenix, as you can see him passing Haraldur Holgensen. And at just under the 15-minute mark. Now the nice thing here, the time to beat being 18:20, this is one of those where you hope he's aware of the situation that he's in. Being in the final heat, knowing where everybody is on the field, there's no reason to bury yourself on this last 600 meter, and it's indicative of the pace that he's holding right now.
I mean, exactly. I mean, this is when he really needs to be smart. Keep an eye on the big clock on the floor, knowing that what time he needs to be, and then just looking, as soon as anybody else gets on the rower, then possibly send it. But up until then, There's absolutely no need to.
And these are the things we'd see the best athletes in the sport on the men's side do. The Rich Fronings, the Matt Frasers knew exactly where they were, but also where everyone else was. And what they knew is it was the longevity of the weekend that they were worried about. And there's absolutely no reason for Oldis to push the pace whatsoever. And I like to see that he is aware of the position that he's in and where everybody else is.
Exactly, and you saw him just kind of take a glance over at the big clock right now. There he goes again. He knows exactly where he's at. He knows exactly what time he needs to beat. And he also knows that nobody else has even made it onto the rower now. And as I say that, Lazar Dukic makes it onto the rower.
Lazar Dukic just getting to the rower. Almost a full 90 seconds behind Uldis.
He's got 200 meters to go. So even if Lazar Dukic goes full send, sets a world record, he's not going to be able to catch it.
That's the nice thing we talked about is like, I'd rather put in a lot more work on the first part of this and not have to send it or kill myself towards the end.
Exactly. We talked about Uldis and how he would have to go a little bit faster or could potentially go faster as soon as anybody else got on the rower. What does he do? He drops the hammer, and he's now at 142.
Uldis Ubenic's just about 50 meters left to go. Lazar Dukic holding on to second with Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson trying to chase him down. As we are just past the 17-minute mark, Uldis Ubenics is going to beat the time to beat by nearly 30 seconds.
Oh, man. Lazar Dukic with a bit of a laugh right there, just going, that's insane, dude, I'm not trying to catch you. But we do have a fight on our hands between Lazar Dukic and Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson. Let's never count Adrian Mundwiller out of this either. He's got on the rower and he's getting after it. And he's a little bit off to the side, so I'm not sure if Lazar or Bjorgvin really knows what he's up to right now.
The next best time, again, is 18:29 unofficially. As you can see, Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson, who got on the rower just after Lazar Dukic. As we are approaching the 18-minute mark. We're waiting to see a hand go up in the air for the judge, designating 100 meters to go, and there it is. Bottom part of your screen. Lazar has 20 meters left as Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson just crossed the 100-meter mark. And Dukic will be underneath the time to beat at 18:29, but it's a matter of can Bjorgvin Karl Gudmundsson get underneath that time, and it looks like he might not have enough. As Luka Vunjak should get himself a top 3 finish in event number 2.
He's got to be really happy with that. Knowing Bjorgvin, he's probably pretty happy with this as well. As soon as the initial sting of, darn, I didn't win this, as soon as it disappears, he's probably going to go, this was pretty good.
The next best time, 18:54, is now on the blocks.
Yep.
And it looks like Adrian Moonweiler in lane 1.
And Haraldur Holgason, lane number 10.
Both judges' hands in the air. See Fabian and Moritz Feibig side by side. Moonweiler just crossed the finish line up in lane 1.
That's Haraldur right here. Lane number 10 finishing up.
That's a 19-minute mark, so a lot of times on these first couple of heats, creeping into the top 10 yet again, and that just speaks, as we said, to the depth of the field that are here in this competition.
Yeah. But Fabian Benitez Zeles has got to be happy with this after the first event. And here's Sam Stewart.
Sam Stewart, one of those athletes that have always been in contention. Coming out of Dublin, Ireland.
I'm a little surprised to see him here, to be honest with you. It's a blistering fast heat. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Just surprised to see Sam here. I thought he was going to be faster. That being said, it's early days. Tomorrow's moving day. Sam hasn't exactly done himself hasn't put himself in a bad place. I think there's some workouts or some events tomorrow that he's really going to want to get after. But yeah.
But it's tough, as you said. We reseed, reshuffle after day number 1. We'll have to see where he falls at the end of the day. Being outside, again, this final heat, especially once we reseed, everybody kind of establishes where their fitness is in day 1, and now we got to prove it on day 2.
Yep, that's exactly it.
1 minute remaining. Uldis Upenix had a nice 600-meter active recovery at the end of this event. Looking fresh and ready for day number 2 already, as Sam Stewart and Kevin Jurs are your last 2 athletes on the rower. Sam Stewart just hand in the air, so he should finish underneath this 22-minute cap. Jurs probably a little late to the rower, so he'll have to get as far as he can in about the last 30 seconds.
Well, the thing about an athlete like Sam Stewart is that he is perfectly capable of making, I'm not going to call it a comeback because it's not a comeback, but making a charge up the leaderboard tomorrow. He's got so much fitness in that young man and so capable. So yeah.
Kevin Jurs looking at the screen. Jurs out of Estonia. 28 years old.
3, 2, 1, time.
The look on the face is, what's the time cap again?
And here's Lazar Dukic and Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson just having a bit of a chat, being like, that was pretty hard. Yeah, that was pretty hard.
It's like, did you see Uldis get off that fast? Yes, I did. Uldis Upenix absolutely smashed this event. Another wire-to-wire performance.
Uldis did an amazing job, and I mean, to be honest, it was the Uldis show to start with, and it just became gradually more and more and more of the same thing. He was fast on the first run, he was unbroken on his deadlifts, he looked comfortable on the handstand walk, got back to the runner, then he went even faster on the second run, remained unbroken on his deadlifts, super effortless on the handstand walks, which meant that when he got to the row, he could take it easy, and as soon as Lazar Dukic joined him on the rower, he just went even faster, and this is what ends him up with a very, very fast first place in 17 minutes and 11 seconds.
Your unofficial results for heat number 3, Upenix, 17:11. Next closest time was nearly 1 minute and 10 seconds back, and the best someone like Lazar Dukic in an event like this with his skill set is a statement in and of itself, with BKG rounding out your top 3 again. Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson, consistent as always, and that's usually those top 10 finishes that end you up in the top 3 by the end of the weekend.
Exactly.
Upenix is down with Lauren Smith to talk about that blistering performance of 17:11.
It was blistering, wasn't it? Uldis, how important was it to close out day 1 with an unofficial event win, given the field of athletes that are here at Lowlands Throwdown?
Yeah, I needed this one. It was kind of stressful day for me, and yeah, there was 2 reasons why I needed to win this one, because everyone said I need to win this one, and I like running workouts and high volume deadlift workouts, and if you put those 2 together, so this is the result.
To what extent had you targeted the runner, because that is where you made up the majority of your time?
Yeah, I was running by my own pace, I think 17 kilometers per hour, and then second round like 16. I just went what is comfortable for me so I can attack the deadlifts and handstand walk.
I saw Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson just come up to you and give you a quick chat. What was that about?
What?
Björkvin Carl Gudmundsson just there came up to you and had a quick chat with you. What was he telling you?
I didn't know.
BKG?
No, he was impressed how good I am in the running and deadlifts. So, and he mentioned also echo bike, but still I need to prove it. So
it's nice that you guys have that relationship. How do you keep so calm in this kind of environment? Because you look so relaxed.
Yeah, I was relaxed because I messed up before this workout. I was late and there was no Uber, so I went with bike through the rain, and only had 10 minutes to warm up. So basically, maybe I was fresh.
That is an incredible story. So, I mean, great job. After all of that, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, this just in. Ula Zupanic had the ultimate warm-up before this event. As he said, he couldn't get an Uber, so he had to ride a bike here to the Rye Amsterdam.
Can we just talk about how calm and relaxed you are about it, not making a big deal out of it? Yeah, no, my Uber didn't. I'm just going to walk in there. I'm going to do my very best, and I'm going to be fine with that. But also, yeah, I'm pretty good at long runs and deadlifts. It's not just that. It is the execution and being in this company, being in this environment, and also, and at the same time, just going, I'm just going to play this to my strengths. And I don't think he has anything to prove to anybody, but I'm very impressed with his performance, and I'm very happy for him as well that after that start to the day, being able to get this kind of finish.
Ula Zupanic get us a win for event number 2 for the men, as we are closing things out for the individual men. But the individual women for event number 2 will be coming up next here at the Lowlands Throwdown. More live action to finish things off for day number 1 coming up next.
What does it take? How do I train? What do I eat? How much do I sleep? How do I react? What if this happens? What if that happens? It all adds up. It's not about what I do, it's about what I don't do. No excuses, no shortcuts, no gimmicks, no tomorrows, no bull.
It's super important to have a baseline level of where you're at. Being able to have data at your fingertips is just a great way to improve your overall life and health. The at-home Thorne tests are just an amazing tool. You can have some tangible evidence as to here's what's going on in your system. It's looking at the body as a whole and trying to fix different systems that will then contribute to overall health.
It's the individual women's turn to take on event number 2. I'm Chase Ingham. Along with me is Mads Jacobson. Lauren Smith will join us in a little bit as the Lowlands Throwdowns continue of week 1 of semifinals presented by Noble. We have 3 heats for event 2 and a lot of work to go as Insidious is presented by Rosti.
So what we have is 1,200 meters on the air runner, followed by 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter unbroken handstand walk, 1,200 meters on the air runner again, followed by another 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts and 12-meter handstand walk, followed by a 600-meter row. The weight on the axle bar is 89 kilos. There is a 22-minute time cap.
So you look at the first heat of athletes taking the floor. We had a much different event to start the day with the repeat event from 2014 of the legless rope climbs for 10 rounds. It gave a few athletes some fits as the difficulty and the high skill niche element there. But in this one, there's so much at play. There's running, deadlifts, handstand walks, a little row at the end. This is, I think, this is going to be a great indicator almost on the fitness level of where a lot of these ladies are at.
Definitely, I agree 100%. But also, where how capable are they of planning an event? Because there are so many moving parts and there are so many places they can really make themselves heard if they play it right. So there are some recipes for success presented by Trifecta. It is pace the run, but don't be slow. So make sure that you go out there and you run for it on the first ones, but leave a little bit in the tank so that you're not taxed when you get to the barbell and even more so to the handstand walk. So you can't be slow. Increase on the second run. This is when you can really make a difference. We saw Ulde Supenix in the men's division did a great job of increasing the speed and kind of leaving everybody in the dust after that. And the last one is don't be afraid to go really hard on the rower.
Stand by.
1,200 meters on that air runner. A little unique starting sound that we haven't heard before. Almost looked like it sounded like you're on a flight and the flight attendant's about to talk to you, but we are off and running for the first 1,200 meters.
Maybe that's why I just automatically okay, need to listen.
Yeah, perked up, time to listen.
Yeah.
22 minutes for this event. So you said we start with the 1,200 meter on the air runner.
Sapphire Goddard right there in the middle of your screen. Sapphire Goddard had a bit of a rough start in the first event, and I mean, she came out blistering. She came out really, really well. I think her grip, I'm just guesstimating now, but I think her grip was what got her in trouble, and I don't think that was where she expected to be after the first event. So interesting to see how she feels about this one.
22-minute time cap. Now, one thing to note is when you put machines into the equation, where it's an air runner, a rower, a skier, maybe a bike, is that the men's side will move just a bit faster when it comes to the machines in general. The time cap hasn't changed for the women, and there's more than a few men that was pushed to the wire at the end of each event.
This is true. What I'm interested to see is if the deadlift, the 121 for the men, obviously the fastest men really didn't matter all that much. But the 89 kilos, how taxing is that for the ladies? Is that a little on the lighter side? I would have expected this barbell to be a little bit heavier, but maybe that is where they can make up some time.
89 kilos, about 195 pounds for these women. So do a 1,200 meter run into 3 rounds, 12 deadlifts, and 6 meters of handstand walk. Here are your standings after the first event. Karin Freyova actually overtook Laura Horvat in event number 1. Mia Hesketh, what a great performance that she had. She was in heat number 2. Lucy Campbell up there in your top 3. Sarah Sigmundsdottir, even with what it looked like as maybe not a great event for in event 1, still found herself in the top 10 We'll see her in the third and final heat, but one athlete not in the top 10 was Gabby Magawa, who actually ended up 16th overall after event number 1.
I was surprised to see Gabby not going as hard. I hope it's just an event that just wasn't in her wheelhouse. I hope she's not injured, because I really think she's got so much potential. I really want to see her do well in this competition. So yeah, fingers crossed. Middle of your screen right now, I have got to say, I just love the camera crew, because middle of your screen right now, Andrea Solberg, and she's running fast. She is looking a little bit taxed on the run. Not sure if that's just her running face. I mean, I don't look pretty when I run, that's for sure. I look taxed immediately. But Andrea Solberg, I mean, she's looking, her cadence is just a little bit higher than everybody else, and she's got a pretty long stride. So yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see her come off. And see when she comes off the runner.
One of the unique things about an air runner, obviously it's self-powered for the belt. It's not moving like, I would like to get away from traditional treadmill. I would like this to be more the traditional style. So we'll say the new traditional treadmill that we have. But the other thing that really throws athletes off, other than this curve, is actually you not moving anywhere while you're in space. I think one of the things that athletes don't realize, like, oh, how bad could it be or how different can it be? And there's something that throws people's equilibrium off when it comes to running on a belt and actually not moving. I think part of the balance people have is that awareness in space when it comes to moving off, say, a track or just a road than it has on these air runners.
That's definitely the case, and I think that this is one of the places where you need to distinguish between different skills. So you're an accomplished runner, which means your endurance is great, which is great. So you're outside running a lot. But if you want to compete in high-level CrossFit, you definitely need to have access to an air runner or something like that. So we see a couple of hands in the air. That's Andrea Solberg, as we just talked about. She gets off the runner right now. We've got a host of other athletes right here that are now on their way to get off. Next to Andrea Solberg, you've got Madeleine Persson. She's making her way onto the deadlifts, and also we have Anaïs Loncru in lane number 8, I think it is. Now she's on there. Andrea Solberg is a former gymnast. I don't think the handstand walk is ever going to be. Oh God! I was going to say it's not going to be a problem. I didn't expect the sprint.
Mads, you called it. Leaning into her past gymnastics background, but also had a very, very aggressive cadence on the deadlift.
She did, and on the run as well. I think she's going to have to start breaking those babies up, though.
You see, as you said, having to put a little extra effort in those last 2 or 3 reps, but wasting no time to kick back up on her hands.
This is like watching Katrin Tanja when she gets on her hands. I mean, she absolutely sprints. This looks a lot like it.
Having that ability to not just be good at something like a handstand walk, but it's such a weapon in your toolkit where that almost becomes a passive part of the event.
And it does 2 things. It throws everybody else off because suddenly they need to start adapting to your pace, but it also allows you to relax as you're kind of putting people behind you. That is Anaïs Loncru in the middle of your picture right now. Taking a bit of a breather before she kicks into the handstand.
I got word that she actually was into her handstand walk where she came down, so this is going to be her second attempt.
That is a costly, costly, costly mistake. And you see she's not as comfortable in the handstand walk.
Oh, yes.
Yep. She comes back. And as she comes back, Andrea Solberg finishes up her 3rd round, rolls the barbell back, and then gets onto the runner again.
And we're talking about the time differences, is throwing in a 1,200 meter on the air bike. How much different is that going to be between the men and the women? She's getting to the air runner about as fast as we saw the majority of the men. So her speed in the deadlift portion offset maybe what she could have been a little bit slower on the run.
Yes. And I'm not sure how much slower she really is on the run. I mean, like I said, it's, then again, let's be perfectly honest. If anybody's ever seen Paula Radcliffe, one of the best runners in the world, she's got a really, really weird technique, and everybody's probably going to tell you she can't run very fast. Well, she's one of the best runners in the world. So let's not get super caught up on technique. You need to find something that works for you. Let's start with that, and then you can always polish it, but let's not change things that work really well. And for Andrea Solberg, that technique right there works very well.
But if anybody breaks the technique mold, it's no one other than Sam Briggs when it comes to this. She's not the prettiest runner in the world, but there is arguably no one better in the sport when it comes to that.
Let's ask Brent Frykowski how he feels about that when she overtook him on the run.
Yes.
No, but I think it's just, it's important. It's easy for us to sit here on the sidelines, or you sit at home with your bag of chips and an adult beverage, and you go, well, they're not running very well. And it's like, well, you know, they're doing this very, very fast, and they're coupling it with heavy deadlifts, high skill handstand walks that even has a turning point around an object. And I mean, it's just high skill work, and they're doing it really, really well. So the most important thing is to find something that works for you, that allows you to express your athletic capacity more than, you know, going, well, this is pretty or not pretty. That's Maria Längfors in lane number 10 in the middle of your screen right there.
And that got a little close on the back half of that handstand walk.
Yes. So we have on the runners now, Andrea Solberg was the first one to make it back, followed by Madeleine Persson. And now we have Sapphire Goddard as well, and we have Maria Längfors. Andrea Solberg just trucking on like she did to start with.
Just past the 10-minute mark, times in the upper left corner of your screen. The time cap, 22 minutes, as this is just heat 1 of 3 for the individual women, event number 2. This morning we had our repeat event, and also the event that CrossFit has programmed for all 10 semifinals. A lot of legless rope climbs this morning. Maybe not, and then, you know, it took its toll on a lot of athletes.
It really did. It gave some athletes an opportunity to really go out there and shine and you know, get after it and kind of show where they're at. But I think it also surprised some athletes that, oh, this is what happened.
And another high skill element, you know, the legless rope climb being a high skill, high volume for 10 in that intensity, right? If it was just do 10 at your own pace, it's not that many.
That's
when it's 10 in under 7 minutes, that's quite a lot. And we have the same skill set, yet a different trick, right? The time cap or ability to be fast dictated the difficulty of the workout or the event earlier in event 1. This turnaround and the unbroken element also is adding a much different difficulty to what is normally an easy skill for a lot of these athletes in the handstand walk.
Exactly, and I think you see it. I mean, you see Anaï on the left of your screen right now on the handstand walk. I mean, the two things are happening. She's getting tired, but she's not getting rewarded for it because she has to go back and redo the work. Secondly, it's a head job like nothing else. That, oh my God, I'm not able to do this right now. How long do I rest? And you start wondering about technique and asking questions about yourself. I mean, all these ghosts just start popping up in your head. Over there in lane number 2, Tatiana Diaco, also on her handstand walk. And the turn is challenging these athletes. It really is. And we have Anaï Lancourt again out here. Big turn for Anaï.
And now Anaï stepping outside that line. Now we were told in the briefing they can touch the line because of the difficulty of the spacing of the lane in that turn. So if you guys are used to traditional handstand walks where you're not allowed to, in this format you are.
Exactly. And I think it was also a security, it's a security measure to make sure that you don't pop into anybody else's lane, but on that turn, it's also, you know, let's be nice to you for a second. I mean, it's a fine balance between making sure that it's an even challenge for everybody at the same time as you're actually you're not letting the rule book be getting anybody's way. It's more just making sure that we're all competing on the same level. So Andrea Solberg right now, Uldis Upenix got off the air runner around 12 minutes. I would expect Andrea to get off the air runner in approximately 30 to 40 seconds. If my calculations on her pace are right. Her judge's hand comes in the air, which means she's got another, 100 meters to go. My calculations aren't entirely wrong. This is insane. But Andrea Solberg looking very, very strong.
Yes. But importantly, too, not just strong as far as her performance on the runner, but very relaxed as well.
Yes.
Approaching the 14-minute mark just as Solberg gets off, so she'll move back to her 3 rounds. And I tell you what, man, the speed at which she's getting to these different movements is unlike anything we've seen both the men and the women so far.
No, I like that. What we saw on the run as well was the last couple of meters, she just relaxed a little bit on the speed because she knew she wanted to get to that bar immediately instead of going all the way as hard as you possibly can. And what allows her to do that is the fact that she's so comfortable on the handstand walk.
And running from deadlift bar to handstand walk, and those are the little things that make big differences when the totality of the event is over, because you have 6 different bar to handstand walk transitions.
And I love what she's doing right now because she's putting a lot of pressure on the rest of the field right here, but she's also putting some pressure on the rest of the female athletes coming up a little bit later. If you want to be relevant, you need to be aggressive on the run, but you're also going to need to attack that barbell immediately.
And the speed at which she's approaching all of this, we heard Uldis Upenix talking about, I like long distance running and I like heavy, high volume deadlifts, so it worked out well for me. I think add handstand walkings to the 2 of those for Andrea Solberg.
And you're seeing Andrea right now. I mean, she started splitting up her reps a little bit, and I think that's really, really smart. I mean, she's out there in a comfortable lead right now. She's doing a great job, so make sure you set yourself up for success because you still have that little 600-meter stroll in the park with the rower.
And bringing that set, yet still keeping the pace, still jogging from movement to movement.
Yep, and getting after it immediately. There's no pity myself, it's just dig into it. I would like to see her go sets of 4, just fast 4s.
Six reps for Andrea.
Yep.
It's probably the longest break we've seen her take in the last 16 minutes.
And it wasn't very long.
Having another break at 9, so 3 sets, Mads, like you said, 3 sets either way. 4-4-4 would have got her there either way.
Yep.
Last rep done on the deadlift. One more handstand walk. I think she just went past the last one. That judge is going to have to help her out. Andrea didn't even do the handstand walk.
Well, I think he's going to tell her now.
No, the cameraman had to tell her that she didn't do the handstand walk. My goodness.
Oh.
I mean, I get a leg pinch on a rope climb, but man, that judge needs to help her out.
This is a good 30 seconds that she could have spent a lot better.
I mean, athletes should know what they're doing out there on the competition floor of what's expected, but it has to incumbent on the judge too.
It's a mutual effort.
As you said, I'd be curious to see what happens at the end of this event because she's shaping herself up to have one of the best times of the weekend. I don't really see where she could have gone faster anywhere in this. So these things add up by the end of the day when you're talking about 6 total events.
Definitely. I mean, it definitely does. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, I don't know, I wasn't keeping track that way, but let's say it's 20, 30 seconds. That opens up the door to a bunch of different athletes a little bit later. But what she needs to do right now is to not even worry about that. Whereas Uldis Upenix had the advantage of being able to look left and right, and whenever people got on the rower, then he could just go for it. Solberg has to just be relentless right now because she has 2 more heats of insanely fit athletes who are going to be chasing the time that she put up. So, yeah.
Well, also knowing the time that she just lost on that mix-up there at the end. So Solberg's, we know she was going to run hard because she ran hard, but now she doesn't. She has no choice but to get well beyond her comfort zone for this last 600 meters.
This is true. She just needs to just dig in. I think she is right now. Still 2-minute pace. There are some taller and heavier athletes who are going to be able to throw that further down. She's got 250 meters to go. Nobody else in this heat have even made it onto the rower yet. But she's not competing with the ladies in this heat right now. She's competing with threats to come in the next 2 heats.
Coming up to the 19-minute mark, that's going to be 3 minutes before we hit that time cap. And what was a comfortable look on her face on the air runner is all but that in the last couple hundred meters of Solberg's 600-meter row.
And this is Madeleine Persson, who's been right behind Andrea Solberg all the time. Now she gets on the rower. Solberg has 100 meters to go, and she needs to really lean into it. Get uncomfortable.
Still being able to hold, though, under that 2-minute pace.
It's good. Let's use that and put it in perspective to Annie's split when she was going with the team earlier, where she was cruising at 129.
One more pull should be good enough for Solberg. And she'll cross the finish line right around that 19:28 mark. And who knows what that time really could have been without that mix-up between her and the judge towards the end. Goddard has now joined Persson as we approach the 20-minute mark, time cap being 22.
Love the effort by Madeleine Persson right now. I think she's about the halfway mark. I'm imagining that she would be, and this is when I would like to see her increase her cadence just a little bit. Perfect on the way out, but I'd like to see her go into the catch just a little bit sooner.
She should have enough time to finish. Sapphire Goddard should as well. She's a 154 pace, 250 left to go, so that'll be enough time to finish if she's able to hold that pace.
I mean, it's a brilliant pace by Madeleine Persson, there's no doubt about it, but I would like to see her try to go just a tad bit faster. And there you go.
Hey, I think she heard you.
It's almost like she heard us.
She heard you there, Mads.
This is exactly what I want to see from her. She's a powerful athlete. Her technique is still really, really good, so I want to see her finish off as fast as she possibly can.
Sapphire Goddard, just over the halfway point of her final 600 meters as we are approaching the 21-minute mark.
Oh, that's it by Persson. Come on, drop it below 150 and stay there. It's dark, it's uncomfortable, but it's exactly what you need. This is impressive. I love to see this. A couple of more pulls. Get after it. You're not done yet. There you go. Madeleine Persson, amazing effort. That is incredible.
Persson will cross the finish line. As we have 3 more athletes now joining Sapphire Goddard. She should be getting close. Pace slowing just a bit, but only 100 meters left to go.
That's gonna be tight. Oh, that's gonna be tight.
Yeah, she should get credit for the meters completed, but not the cross at the finish line. So typically you'll see a second per rep penalty based off what that, usually on a row, it's 100 meters per rep. So that was a very valuable rep she'll get, plus the one of not crossing the finish line. But Andrea Solberg setting the time to beat, but not the best time she could have totally been capable of with that little mix-up at the end.
I mean, I think I think, to be honest, I mean, her time was 19:27 unofficially, Andrea Solberg's, and I think she would have gotten a 19-minute flat.
Ooh.
I'm just guessing now. I'm guessing right now, and as always, nothing we say in this booth will be official in any way, shape, or form. But I'm thinking her run up there, getting on the rower, getting it started, getting some pulls, and then before she comes back again, that's easily 20 plus seconds.
Well, shoot, Mads, nothing we say ever in this booth is should be considered official.
This is true. It was all about Andrea Solberg. She got on the runner. We even talked about her technique. Looked a little bit strained or a little bit forced on the run, but she had a technique that worked really well for her. So she was fast off of the rower. She was unbroken on her deadlifts to start with, and her handstand walk was amazing. She's just incredibly comfortable on her handstand walk. Then she got back to the runner, kept the pace again, got after, and it wasn't until the second to last heat that she started breaking up her deadlift. Her handstands all the way were effortless. Then there was a little bit of a mishap after the last deadlift. She ran right to the rower, was called back, and then finished the handstand walk, got on the rower again. But she ended up with 19:27. Andrea Solberg, congratulations.
8-1 is done. We still have 2 heats remaining as we are getting closer to the end of day number 1, as this is week 1 of semi-final season presented by Noble. Resetting the field and getting set for Insidious, women's event number 2 presented by Erasti.
It is a 4-time 1,200 meters on the air runner, followed by 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter unbroken handstand walk, back to the air runner for another 1,200 meters, then 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter unbroken handstand walk, and we finish off with a 600-meter row. 89 kilos is the weight on the deadlifts, and there's a 22-minute time cap.
1 minute, ladies, 1 minute.
What is important for us to remember is on that handstand walk, it needs to be unbroken, 6 meters out, 6 meters back. You need to navigate your way around the pylon before you're allowed back.
Your lane assignments for heat number 2. Mia Hesketh sitting in lane number 5. Back in live competition in person for the first time in a few years. As we said, just like everybody here at the Lowlands Throwdown, but a new mom said she just wanted to have fun as you look at our recipes for success by Trifecta.
Well, they are. Pace the run, but don't be slow. So make sure you set yourself up for success. Pace yourself so that you can be aggressive on the bar the way Andrea just was. Increase on the second run, so get after on the second one. Don't start slowing up. You need to really dig in there because you can make a lot of difference. And on the last one, it is prepare to suffer on the row. If you get onto the row at the same time as somebody else, you need to be willing to go into a dark place and stay there.
1,200 meters to start event number 2 off on the air runner. They'll follow that up, as you said, with the 3 rounds of deadlifts and handstand walk. The time to beat right around 19:28 unofficially for Andrea Solberg. Andrea Solberg is going to be down with Lauren Smith.
Andrea, a dominant performance.
Thank you.
But tinged with having to ask how you missed a handstand walk.
Yeah, I was like, the handstand walk is like the favorite part of the workout. And I was like, oh yes, I made it and finished with the worst part, like the deadlift, right? So I just, okay, go to the row, go to the row. And then they're like, you forgot something. I was like, what's wrong? And I handstand walk. And I was like, God. That's the rookie mistake, and I've been in this game for too long to do that. So it's only, I can fix it, learn from it. And it was a great performance either way, but like, I maybe should be able to go sub 19 if I hadn't made that mistake there. So.
I know you've been working with a mental coach recently. Did that pay dividends when that mistake happened, being able to refocus?
Yeah, that was just like, the reaction is, okay, go back and do the work, and then continue go as fast as you can, because what should you do? You can't stop. Like, you have to do the work, so as quick as you react, the most you will benefit from it.
I was listening to a podcast on which you were on, and you said very much that 6 or 7 months ago, you were dealing with a lot of self-doubt following an injury, and you didn't believe you could be here.
No.
Do you now believe
Yes.
that you belong on this stage?
Yeah. Like the last 2 months, I feel like I'm back in the game. Maybe not right where I want to be, but on my right track at least. So I have more self-confidence. I think it was a little bit higher yesterday than it is now because I had mistake in both workouts today, but then we just don't do any mistakes for the rest of the weekend.
Learn early on and work it out later, but great job today. It was an incredible performance.
Thank you.
Well, as you said, Andrea Solberg, onus on the judge and the athletes together. You said that during the event, and 19:12 is her unofficial time, and that definitely is a 12 or 15 second mistake.
It definitely is, but I've got to say, I just love the fact that she's not blaming anybody. She's just like, it's a rookie mistake. I've been here too long. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm just not going to make any more mistakes as we move forward. But I also love the fact that she's like, well, I have a mental coach, and she's comfortable enough to be open about the fact that I wasn't sure if I even belonged here. Then once you identify that kind of problem, then you address it by going, you know what, I need a mental coach because that's not something I should be fighting with. I think a lot of athletes, I mean, they put in the work for the weightlifting, gymnastics, swimming, God knows everything they do. But the mental side of it and having a professional approach to that, that's going to help you overcome something like that where you just kind of go, shake it off, we're not done, I'm getting after it again. And I think a lot of athletes could learn from that, and I'm happy to see Andrea here because, I mean, if anybody belongs on this floor, it is her. Interesting enough, the big transition in Christine Holter's athletic career was what? A mental coach. When she started looking at herself, and she started the warrior approaches, Kriger in Norwegian, and it's the program that Christine Holter works with now. Once she adapted that mindset, she became a completely different athlete. She was always a great athlete, but there was another edge to her competitiveness. And now we're seeing the same for Andrea Solberg, and I just think a lot of athletes could benefit from addressing that as well. It is as much a mental game as it is a physical game.
4 minutes in, Mia Hesketh. Great performance in event number 1. I'm sure she's chomping at the bit to get off that air runner and down to that axle bar. As Hesketh is one of the stronger female athletes in the individual field.
She definitely is. Not sure how comfortable she is with her run. I mean, technique-wise, looks really, really good, but looking forward to seeing her on the deadlifts as well. I think there are a couple of athletes out here who are probably looking to redeem themselves. In lane number 1, Sanna van der Leyen wasn't happy after the first event, so I think she's definitely going to want to go out here and do some damage. Nelly Nurmi also got stuck on the last rope climbs. She's in lane number 10. I think she's probably going to want to go out there and get after it as well. In lane number 2, judge's hand in the air, middle of your screen right now, you've got Jasmine Girardi, and she wasn't too happy with her performance either after the first event. So yeah, a lot of athletes going out there, I think, trying to prove a point. Lane number 3, Julia Hågård. The Danes are always going to be good for a smile. It's just the way they roll.
It looks like in lane number 2.
That is Jasmine Girardi, yeah. Julia Hågård now addressing the bar as well.
2 athletes off the air runner, make that 3.
Sanna van der Leyen in lane number 1, yeah.
Mia Hesketh, middle lane, moving towards the bar for the first time. 3 rounds, 12 deadlifts at 89 kilos, 195 pounds for the women. Same distance handstand walk, 6 meters out and back around the pylon. Everything needing to be unbroken. If you think about the pace that Andrea Solberg set after 1 round, it almost looks like these athletes are well behind it to begin with.
They're gonna struggle because she was fast on the barbell, unbroken, but her handstand walk. Let's say that she's just 5 or 6 seconds faster every single time. Well, that's a lot of time.
Yeah, 30 seconds when you total up to 6 rounds, and that's not to mention her running between. She ran between the bar and the handstand walk and back every single round.
Which gives her another 2 seconds, so you can just add that to the 30 you already have. that being said, I think it's important that these athletes, I mean, they need to know their limitations as well. It's like if you start getting yourself in trouble on the first 3 rounds, then this is going to be a long day at the office for you.
And it's a good point. You sit there, it's like, well, they ran between the movements, maybe I should. But the problem is that I'm also trash at high volume handstand walks, so me walking is the best thing for my performance.
Exactly.
Well, I'm also trash at deadlifts too, so this is really not, this is not the event for me.
Well, I think this is definitely an event for me though, just not at this level of competition where everybody else is incredibly gifted. Julie Hågaard out here on the handstand walk again. And I mean, she's doing a great job of being consistent in her handstand walk. She's not sprinting, but she's definitely not phased by it either. She's just taking her time, making sure that she's got the balance and is not called back. And I think that's smart.
So you look at Julie, who finished her second round at 7:40. That was the time that Andrea Solberg got to the air runner for the second set.
Yes. It just kind of tells you a little bit about Andrea Solberg. I would have liked to see Julia Hågaard right here in the middle of your screen. She's dividing him into sets of 3, which I think is smart. But if you do that, you can't step away from the bar the way she is. You need to stay with the bar. Because it's not like the bar is heavy for her. She's just saving up her grip a little bit.
As you said, on the men's side is how much the grip plays into handstand walks.
It really does. It throws off so many things. It's just like both your balance, also the way your hand kind of touches the ground as well. So I mean, you need to be really, really smart. Julia Hågaard is obviously really smart about what it is she's doing. I just don't think she needs the time that it takes for her to step away.
Julie Hågaard is done. She'll have to move her bar back to the first section of where she did her round 1 of deadlifts before she moves to the air runner. And we said in Heat 1, Andrea Solberg had got to that at about the 7:40 mark when she started this. So Andrea's time is looking...
It's a minute and 50 seconds later.
And now Solberg needed that because she got a 21st place finish in event number 1 earlier today. So hopefully, even with that little mistake of her forgetting, it's funny she said, I forgot to do my favorite part of the whole workout.
I think that is Linda Kiesman that was just in the middle of your screen. This is Boyhana Olivier, middle of your screen as well, or now to the bottom right of your screen, blue pants, blue top. And Mia Hesketh now making her way back to the air runner. A little bit slower than I would have expected.
Top to bottom, this heat a bit faster overall going into this. As we are past the 10-minute mark, as you said, Mia Hesketh just getting to the air runner. But all 10 athletes now on to the second round of the beginning triplet of this event. Still looming in the back is that 600-meter row at the end.
And here's Julia Hågaard, but as I look across the entire field right now, I'm noticing that 4 athletes are actually running right now. The other ones are out there getting the run done, but there are 4 athletes who are actively running. It is in lane number 1, Sanna Vendelinen. Lane number 2, Jasmine Gerardi. It's lane number 3, Julia Hågaard, and it's in lane number 4, Nortje Bliker. Those 4 athletes, lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're out here running. They're actually attacking the run as opposed to getting the run done.
It's a very nice way of saying going slow.
Well, it is. You can just kind of, but you can kind of tell it's kind of the cadence as you're parrying the speed that you're already built up, but it's not aggressive in any way, shape, or form. Whereas those two, and especially if you start looking at in lane number 1, Sanna Venneläinen, this is Linda Kiesman right here. I mean, look at her. She could be going a little bit faster. She's not bending her legs as much as I would have liked to see her do, getting a little bit of a longer stride. But yeah, so I think that would be I think it would serve her better, to be honest, because right now spending the same amount of energy but getting less speed out of the air runner.
Time to beat, which I think we have established is probably not going to happen, is 19:12. And Mads, as you said, that run cadence.
That's exactly it. I mean, right here, lane number 2, or that's lane number 2, Jasmine Gerardi. If you look at her, she's relaxed. She's still breathing comfortably. And if we zoom out just a little bit, we're going to be able to see her knees. She bends her knees and throws her lower leg forward, expending a lot less energy. Love the camera crew. There they go again, just making my life a lot easier. So there it is. I mean, it's that bending her leg, throwing her knee forward, and then following suit with her foot. Gets a higher cadence, gets more pace at the same energy expended. I think this is just a great way of showing how you can use the assault, or the air runner, or the assault runner. And I think that's what you need to do. You need to make the implement work for you, as opposed to parrying what it does. So yeah.
And as you said, as you look across the field, Jasmine looks like she has so far the best cadence and stride when it comes to this air run. So she was still a bit behind Julie Hogard, who's behind her to the right in lane number 3. But that cadence, she may be pulling closer to her.
And she's it's definitely costing her a lot less. I mean, if you look in the middle of your screen right now, top left is Jasmine Gerardi. Right behind her, Julia Hogard in the black pants, green top, blonde hair. And I think the difference is that Julia is standing up a little bit more. So she's actually pulling the assault runner with her. Now you see them right next to each other. This is awesome. So she's actually pulling the assault runner ahead, whereas Jasmine Gerardi has a slight forward inclination, which means that she's parrying speed that she's already kind of gained. And all she needs to do is increase her cadence to get more, but she doesn't need to increase the energy expended on the assault runner.
And as you said, it almost looks like, if you look at Jasmine on the left, that she's on top of the curve, using that to an advantage, where Julie on the right looks almost just behind and stuck in the wake of that.
Exactly. So she kind of puts her foot into that curve as opposed to landing on it and just using your forward inclination. So yeah. None of them doing a bad job. That's not it at all. I'm just sitting here trying to fill time, sounding as if I'm smart. But I mean, it's just a lot of different techniques, and you need to, once again, like I said, you need to find what works for you. But generally speaking, that is what you're going to be looking for. And as I say that, the judge's hand goes in the air for Julia Hogard, and I'm expecting Jasmine Gerardi's judge to raise his hand within a very foreseeable future, probably within the next 30 seconds, unless, once again, my calculations are completely off.
And one thing that Julie had on the second part is she was so smooth and consistent when it comes to the deadlifts and handstand walk.
And his hand is in the air, so yeah, not
hand in the air now for Jasmine.
Which means that Jasmine Gerardi increased her pace on the second round. But Julia Hogard now. Fast sets of 3, Julia.
Nice smooth sets for Julie Hogard, as Jasmine Gerardi is now off the air runner and moving into her first set of deadlifts. 89 kilos on the bar, 195 pounds, 12 reps. As Moya Oliver has made her way back to the axle bar. As we talked earlier on the men's side, is that axle bar, actually Hogard right now is getting reduced to singles.
Yep.
Added benefit to that.
Well, I mean, if you could do fast singles, that's not necessarily bad. It's kind of like you see athletes when they get out there and they do the toes to bar and suddenly they just disappear, and so they revert to doing fast singles, but they're still cycling them almost as fast as somebody having to break up the sets and take longer rests. So not necessarily bad, but make sure you do not step away from the bar. Stay at the bar, take a breath, and get after it again. But what is interesting is in lane number 10, you've got Oyhana Olivier, and she was fast on her deadlifts, and now she's in second place. Linda Kiesman making her way up to the bar, up to the line for the handstand walk as well.
You got 3 athletes all together in the right side of your screen. It is Moya Oliver, but Kiesman in lane 6 and Giraldi in lane 2 making the turn, as in the left side of your screen, Uli Hugard is moving into her second set of deadlifts.
And now Julia has me wondering, because she just pulled off a big set of deadlifts, whether it's actually something that she agreed on with herself or her coach before then, that shorter sets, the closer you get to the handstand walk, making sure that doesn't mess up your handstand walk. This could very well be it.
And a little bit of that benefit you're talking about is if you are going to do quick singles, it does take a little of that work done, which is that lowering of the barbells. You see the time to beat, 19:12, bottom left corner of your screen by Andrea Solberg.
That's Nelly Nurmi, middle of yours, or on the right side of your screen, as we then come back to Julia Holgård, who's now onto the handstand walk again.
Second handstand walk for Julie Holgård. 18-minute mark. Time is in the top left corner of your screen as Holgård moves into her second 6-meter out and around handstand walk. Must be unbroken start to finish, as we are a minute away from Solberg's time to beat. And not often do you say in the first half of the event that she already had it in the bag, but a minute and 50 ahead of pace and the halfway point.
Yes, no, but I mean, Andrea was she was so fast, so efficient on everything. But let's not forget about lane number 7. That's Veslemøy Kolstad. She's getting after those deadlifts really, really fast, taking a bit of a breather, but her repetitions are very, very fast. And I think that's Matjana Klusiak right there, middle of your screen.
3 minutes to go, Amsterdam. Will we see for the first time today here, a Dutch athlete have a heat win?
I think I could be completely wrong, but I think we may have Veslemøy Kolstad in lane number 7, may have overtaken Julia Holgård.
Both are done with their deadlifts at the same time.
Kind of depends on whether she's progressed the bar as far as she has to, or if she's 1 round behind.
2.5 minutes to go.
The answer to that question was that she was 1 round behind. Okay.
You see the bars are staggered on the floor, but lane 6, Linda Kiesman, I believe, has moved into the lead.
She has, and I think what happened here is basically that she was just faster on the deadlifts, whereas Julia Holgård had to take a bit of a breather. That opens up for Linda Kiesman, and Linda Kiesman on the rower is no joke.
Well, Kiesman's going to have to kick it in gear, because we are less than 2 minutes before that 22-minute time cap, and for a 600-meter row, that's going to be a tall task for Kiesman to get underneath that time cap with 600 meters.
It definitely is. It definitely is. She's going to have to put some power into that pull. I mean, she's going at 144 pace, 143 pace. But in a perfect world, I would have loved to see her just pull just a little bit harder. But she's got long levers, great power, good positioning on the rower.
It will be a race to the finish. On the rower, just over 1 minute to go. 6 athletes are sitting on the
Oh, there you go. Once again, the camera team are absolute ninjas. I love them. So look at Julia Holgård. She's going at 143 pace, more pull and power in the arms. You've got Linda Kiesman going 145 pace, 300 meters left for Linda Kiesman, but she's got 45 seconds. So I find it hard to believe that she's going to get all the way in. So every meter is going to make a difference.
It may be close. You've got 30 seconds remaining. Now, athletes This is about the time where you'd see the Rich Fronings of the world look up to the big screen on the left and be able to see what the pace and meter difference is between the two athletes.
Yep.
Kiesman,
this is insane.
It's going to be close. She may be able to hold off. Julie Hogarth at the bottom part of your screen.
3, 2, 1, time.
And now the question is, what is the time checks going to be as far as points per not finishing?
Well, so you get 1 point for every 100 meters that you do. So it looked like Kiesman had less than 100 meters to go, which means that she gets 5 points. It looked like Julia Hogarth didn't quite get to the 100 meters. So yeah, but we're gonna have to see as it gets tabulated. But Linda Kiesman looks pretty happy with her result right there.
And again, to mention the score that Andrea Solberg put down in Heat 1 basically by herself of 19-12, and no one in this heat finished the event.
It's, as you said, we already saw kind of how incredible that effort was when everybody else, Andrea Solberg was getting back to the rower, and the fastest athlete after that, Julia Hogarth, was 1 minute and 50 seconds after that. And Julia Hogarth was not going slow. Jasmine Didardi looks pretty happy with her effort as well. Happier than she did in the previous event earlier today.
Very true. So we have 2 heats down, 1 final heat to go. And your top 10 women coming out of the quarterfinals will be making their way on the competition floor as we wrap up heat number 2.
Heat number 2 started out being all about where is Julia Hogarth going, how she's splitting up her reps, what is the pace on the run, and how does it compare to Andrea Solberg. But what snuck under the radar, or who snuck under the radar, was Linda Kiesman, who was doing a great job of keeping up with Julia Hogarth. But on the last deadlifts, the last 3 sets of deadlifts, she was able to string together more repetitions and being as consistent on the handstand walk, which got her onto the rower before Julia Hogarth. And Linda Kiesman just did a great job of positioning herself really, really well for the second fastest time so far.
Closing out heat number 2, as heat number 3 is ready and waiting, and so are we. As you see the overall standings after heat number 1, Karin Freyova. There's a name that you want to keep your eye on in this next heat coming up as well. Laura Horvath, first and second. We see some names that need to make some moves. Ike Gylfadottir already went through, but Sarah Sigmundsdottir, that 10th place finish. But the one we want to look at is how is Gabby Magawa going to respond to that event 1 16th place finish. Now, it doesn't seem like a lot when you say 16, but in a field of 30, finishing in the bottom half in one event when there's only 6, she's going to have to make up some ground on this one.
She definitely is, and what I'm wondering is does she have an injury? Is there something we don't know about that is inhibiting her effort? Or was it just, this just wasn't my wheelhouse?
Yeah,
guess what,
rope
guys?
climbs.
I'm going to get after it. And getting after it, which here's what she has to do. She has, and everybody else by that way, they have to get their way through 1,200 meters on the air runner, then 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, then 12-meter handstand walk. After that, back to another 1,200 meters on the air runner, then another 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter unbroken handstand walk, and then a 600-meter row. 89 kilos is on the weight on the deadlift. 22 minutes is the time cap.
Time to beat still Andrea Solberg, 19-12.
And right ahead of it, right in front of us right now is Christine Holte. Big t-shirt saying Krieger training on the back, so there she is. And she's got to be looking at this event going, God, I wish I was still competing.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything that there was ever, well, she loves burpees, we all know that. But if there was ever anything that she would crush, it'd be a run, it'd be a row, and a handstand walk.
Yeah, it is called insidious, but if that was the case, we could call it Holte.
Yes.
As the women in Heat 3 are tackling the first 1,200 meters. And look at the stride length and cadence we see on some of these athletes. Karin Freyova, she's in the gray pants. lane number 8, just that long stride. Sarah Sigmundsdottir just to the left of her. Sigmundsdottir got 10th in event 1. Freyova to her right got 2nd, or won event number 1.
I'm just looking over the entire field right now. There's so many different techniques. Everybody's running fast. Some of these athletes are running fast and they're going to be paying for it. Others are running fast because they know they're going to be fine. So there are some recipes for success here presented by Trifecta. First one, pace the run, but don't be slow. None of these ladies are. Increase on the second run. We saw Andrea Solberg do it. We saw Uldis Upienis do it. So basically, if you're going to want it to be successful, that is what you want to do. Last one, prepare to suffer on the row. If you get on the rower at the same time as somebody else or within striking distance of the fastest time set by Andrea Solberg so far, you are going to have to suffer. Brace yourself for that.
Mark established in heat number 1 by Andrea Solberg.
Unofficial time to beat, 19:12 by Andrea Solberg. Set that in heat number 1. In heat 2, no athlete was able to finish the event in its entirety, but it was Linda Kiesman who got about as close as you can get towards the end. She's down with Lauren Smith.
Linda, that was so tight at the end there. Were you aware of just how close you were to Julie Huho?
Yeah, I think they announced that it was a 60-meter difference. So then I just thought, like, I have to go all in. Yeah.
But you consider rowing a strength, right? When you got on that rower, did it give you a renewed sense of confidence?
Well, I like rowing, but my legs were not working anymore, so yeah.
What does it mean for you to pull off an unofficial heat win in front of a Dutch crowd?
Yeah, that's amazing. I saw my friends, my coach. Yeah, it makes it much more fun.
And just having that home atmosphere, is it driving you to performances that perhaps are a bit more unexpected?
Sorry?
Having the home fans around you,
yeah.
Is it driving you to performances that are perhaps more unexpected, pushing you harder?
It definitely helps. Like friends from the gym, definitely helps to push harder, but we'll push wherever I will be, even in another country. So, but it helps, yes. Sorry, I'm not able to bring that.
Don't worry at all. It was a brilliant performance. Great job.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that Linda Kiesman is nowhere near brain dead. What she is an amazing athlete who just went out there and threw down like an absolute hero. No, I love that. I love that. I like rowing, but my legs were dead. Well, yes, can't blame you.
A little case of the wadrums, you know. That's just it's okay. It's okay. You know, another athlete I'm curious to see who will do well that we didn't talk about too much in event 1 earlier is actually Lucy Campbell, who's sitting in lane number 4. She actually won an event at Wadapalooza that had rowing, running, and swimming. One of those athletes we've been looking at that could possibly be in contention for a spot at the CrossFit Games, currently sitting in 6th overall. You can see her in the purple top to the right, just to the left is Laura Horvath. But Lucy Campbell is one of those athletes to look out for.
Absolutely, and I don't think she got the start to the day that she needed or she wanted either. I mean, she does look comfortable on the run, but I've got to be honest with you, it doesn't look like she's incredibly fast compared to some of these other athletes. Matilda Garns, judge, already has his hands in his air, so I think Lucy Campbell needs to increase her pace just a little bit if she wants to be within striking distance. Now we've got Gabriela Magalas judge in the air as well, or hands in the air as well, and you got Elena Sanahuya in lane number 2. Her judge's hand is in the air. Karin Freyova's judge's hand is in the air. Lucy Campbell's judge has not raised his hand yet.
First to the bar, Matilda Garns. As Freyova and Magala get to the bar at the exact same time, wasting no time whatsoever to start their reps. Freyova on the right, won event 1 earlier today. Freyova is not one of those athletes you want to go head-to-head with on a 600-meter row at the end, so
no.
I'm going to try to get as much distance on her as possible.
Definitely. The interesting thing here is that, so a lot of athletes, we have 4 or 5 athletes who are about this off the runner about the same time. Mathilde Garns was the first one, and she got out after the deadlifts. And then she was fast. But who's going to be the most comfortable on the handstand run? I think it will be. The question is basically, is Mathilde Garns going to be able to hold on to the deadlifts unbroken the way she did right now? And is somebody incredibly comfortable on the handstand walk?
Mathilde Garns, quick transition back to the deadlifts as you see Sarah Sigmundsdottir just to her left, finishing up her first set of deadlifts. Sigmundsdottir now on the 6-meter handstand walk. It's a round the pylon in the middle and must be unbroken all the way through. And it's not to say that Sigmundsdottir is behind anybody. So you can see Lucy Campbell in the far left has just finished her first round. Gabby Magala finishing the second as Sigmundsdottir is coming in. Making the turn on the right side for her second round is Mathilde Garns. So Garns on the right will be done with 2 rounds, getting set to finish her third and final one before we do it all over again.
And this is where it gets interesting. Is Garns going to be able to hold on to those big sets of deadlifts?
Laura Horvath moving into her third round. Second place after event number 1. Narrowly edged out at the end of that race as she was leading Karin Freyova for about 8 or 9 rounds of it.
And Mathilde Garns finishing up her deadlifts right there onto the handstand walk again at the same time as Laura Horvath.
Horvath done, Garns done, side by side, separated by a few lanes in the middle. You can see Garns in the all black inverted in lane number 7. But Horvath at the top will make the turn ahead of her. And we thought Andrea Solberg was going fast. Laura Horvath's right there with her.
Absolutely, very, very comfortable as she moves the bar back and then makes it onto the runner. But Horvath just very comfortable on the handstand walk. And the same thing we saw before. Fast out there, cautious around the pylon, and then increasing the pace on the way back. So right now, currently in the lead, Laura Horvath. In second, Gabriela Magala, and in third, Mathilde Garns.
Athletes are about 10 or 15 seconds off the pace set by Andrea Solberg in heat number 1, who has the time to beat at 19:12.7 unofficially. See Gabriela Magawa moving back up in that top 3. Karin Freyova just getting to the air runner. Lucy Campbell up to the left at 8:30. So Campbell is about 40 or 50 seconds behind your top 3 between Garns, Magawa, and Horvath.
And I think this is
As you see the overall standings after heat number 1, Karin Freyova. There's a name that you want to keep. As you see the overall standings after heat number 1, Karin Freyova. There's a name that you want to keep your eye on in this next heat coming up as well. Laura Horvath first and second. You see some names that need to make some moves. Ike Gylfadottir already went through with Sarah Sigmundsdottir, that 10th place finish. But the one we want to look at is how is Gabby Magawa going to respond to that event 1 16th place finish. Now it doesn't seem like a lot when you say 16, but in a field of 30, finishing in the bottom half in one event when there's only 6. She's going to have to make up some ground on this one.
She definitely is, and what I'm wondering is does she have an injury? Is there something we don't know about that is inhibiting her effort? Or was it just, this just wasn't my wheelhouse?
Yeah,
Guess what,
rope
guys?
climbs.
I'm going to get after it. And getting after it, here's what she has to do. She has, and everybody else, by that way, they have to get their way through 1,200 meters on the air runner, then 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, then 12-meter handstand walk. After that, back to another 1,200 meters on the air runner, then another 3 rounds of 12 axle bar deadlifts, 12-meter unbroken handstand walk, and then a 600-meter row. 89 kilos is on the weight on the deadlift. 22 minutes is the time cap.
Time to beat still Andrea Solberg, 19:12.
And right ahead of it, right in front of us right now is Christine Holte. Big t-shirt saying Krieger training on the back. So there she is. And she's got to be looking in this event going, God, I wish I was still competing.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's anything that there was ever, well, she loves burpees. We all know that. But if there was ever anything that she would crush, it'd be a run, it'd be a row, and a handstand walk.
Yeah, it is called insidious, but if that was the case, we could call it Holte.
Yes.
As the women in Heat 3 are tackling the first 1,200 meters. And look at the stride length and cadence we see on some of these athletes. Karin Freyova, she's in the gray pants. Lane number 8, just that long stride. Sarah Sigmundsdottir just to the left of her. Sigmundsdottir got 10th in event 1. Freyova to her right got 2nd, or won event number 1.
I'm just looking over the entire field right now. There's so many different techniques. Everybody's running fast. Some of these athletes are running fast and they're going to be paying for it. Others are running fast because they know they're going to be fine. So there are some recipes for success here presented by Trifecta. First one, pace the run, but don't be slow. None of these ladies are. Increase on the second run. We saw Andrea Solberg do it. We saw Uldis Upianis do it. So basically, if you're going to want it to be successful, that is what you want to do. Last one, prepare to suffer on the row. If you get on the rower at the same time as somebody else or within striking distance of the fastest time set by Andrea Solberg so far, you are going to have to suffer. Brace yourself for that.
Mark establishing heat number 1 by Andrea Solberg.
Unofficial time to beat, 19:12 by Andrea Solberg. Set that in heat number 1. In heat 2, no athlete was able to finish the event in its entirety, but it was Linda Kiesman who got about as close as you can get towards the end. She's down with Lauren Smith.
Linda, that was so tight at the end there. Were you aware of just how close you were to Julie Ruho?
Yeah, I think they announced there was a 60-meter difference. So then I just thought, like, I have to go all in. Yeah.
But you consider rowing a strength, right? When you got on that rower, did it give you a renewed sense of confidence?
Well, I like rowing, but my legs were not working anymore, so yeah.
What does it mean for you to pull off an unofficial heat win in front of a Dutch crowd?
Yeah, that's amazing. I saw my friends, my coach. Yeah, it makes it much more fun.
And just having that home atmosphere, is it driving you to performances that perhaps are a bit more unexpected?
Sorry?
Having the home fans around you,
yeah.
Is it driving you to performances that are perhaps more unexpected, pushing you harder?
It definitely helps. Like friends from the gym, definitely helps to push harder, but we'll push wherever I will be, even in another country. So, but it helps, yes. Sorry, I'm a little bit brain dead.
Don't worry at all. It was a brilliant performance. Great job.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that Linda Kiesman is nowhere near brain dead. What she is an amazing athlete who just went out there and threw down like an absolute hero. No, I love that. I love that. I like rowing, but my legs were dead. Well, yes, can't blame it.
A little case of the wadrums, you know. That's just it's okay. It's okay. You know, another athlete I'm curious to see who will do well that we didn't talk about too much in event 1 earlier is actually Lucy Campbell, who's sitting in lane number 4. She actually won an event at Wadapalooza that had rowing, running, and swimming. One of those athletes we've been looking at that could possibly be in contention for a spot at the CrossFit Games, currently sitting in 6th overall. You can see her in the purple top to the right, just to the left is Laura Horvath. But Lucy Campbell is one of those athletes to look out for.
Absolutely, and I don't think she got the start to the day that she needed or she wanted either. I mean, she does look comfortable on the run, but I've got to be honest with you, it doesn't look like she's incredibly fast compared to some of these other athletes. Mathilde Garns, judge, already has his hands in his air, so I think Lucy Campbell needs to increase her pace just a little bit if she wants to be within striking distance. Now we've got Gabriela Magala's judge in the air, or hands in the air as well, and you got Elena Sanahuya in lane number 2. Her judge's hand is in the air. Karin Frejova's judge's hand is in the air. Lucy Campbell's judge has not raised his hand yet.
First to the bar, Mathilde Garns. As Frejova and Magala get to the bar at the exact same time, wasting no time whatsoever to start their reps. Frejova on the right, event one earlier today. Frejova is not one of those athletes you want to go head-to-head with on a 600-meter row at the end, so
no.
We're going to try to get as much distance on her as possible.
Definitely. The interesting thing here is that, so a lot of athletes, we had 4 or 5 athletes who were about this off the runner about the same time. Mathilde Garns was the first one, and she got out after the deadlifts. And then she was fast. But who's going to be the most comfortable on the handstand run? I think it will be. The question is basically, is Mathilde Garns going to be able to hold on to the deadlifts unbroken the way she did right now? And is somebody incredibly comfortable on the handstand walk?
Mathilde Garns, quick transition back to the deadlifts as you see Sarah Sigmundsdottir just to her left, finishing up her first set of deadlifts. Sigmundsdottir now on the 6-meter handstand walk. It's around the pylon in the middle and must be unbroken all the way through. And it's not to say that Sigmundsdottir is behind anybody. So you can see Lucy Campbell on the far left has just finished her first round. Gabby Magala finishing the second as Sigmundsdottir is coming in. Making the turn on the right side for her second round is Mathilde Garns. So Garns on the right will be done with 2 rounds, getting set to finish her third and final one before we do it all over again.
And this is where it gets interesting. Is Garns going to be able to hold on to those big sets of deadlifts?
Laura Horvath moving into her third round. Second place after event number 1. Narrowly edged out at the end of that race as she was leading Karin Frejova for about 8 or 9 rounds of it.
And Mathilde Garns finishing up her deadlifts right there onto the handstand walk again at the same time as Laura Horvath.
Horvath done, Garns done, side by side, separated by a few lanes in the middle. You can see Garns in the all black inverted in lane number 7. But Horvath at the top will make the turn ahead of her. And we thought Andrea Solberg was going fast. Laura Horvath's right there with her.
Absolutely, very, very comfortable as she moves the bar back and then makes it onto the runner. But Horvath just very comfortable on the handstand walk. And the same thing we saw before. Fast out there, cautious around the pylon, and then increasing the pace on the way back. So right now, currently in the lead, Laura Horvath. In second, Gabriela Magala, and in third, Mathilde Garns.
Athletes are about 10 or 15 seconds off the pace set by Andrea Solberg in heat number 1, who has the time to beat at 19:12.7 unofficially. See Gabriela Magala moving back up in that top 3. Karin Frejova just getting to the air runner. Lucy Campbell up to the left at 8:30. So Campbell is about 40 or 50 seconds behind your top 3 between Garns, Magala, and Horvath.
And I think this is right now, it's all about the 3 athletes in the lead. pretty commanding lead. And it's all about who dares to actually run the distance. Go out there and get after it. Karin Frey-Åberg, she made it on. She was the 4th athlete to make it onto the runner. She does run very, very well, and it looks like she's increased her cadence just a little bit. Not sure if it's going to be enough to catch Mathilde Garns, Gabriela Migala, or Laura Horvath. That remains to be seen.
Karin Frey-Åberg, your overall leader after event number 1. Sitting about 4th place in this heat. Sarah Sigmundsdottir to her left just got to the air runner about 15 seconds ago. As we're going through the 2nd round of the beginning portion of this event. 1,200 meters on the air runner. The move back to that couplet between axle bar deadlifts and handstand walks after this before they finish on that 600-meter row. And if it's as tight as it is after one set of this, we are in for a exciting finish to close things out for day 1 of the individual athletes.
We're in for a knife fight in a phone booth. It's going to be ugly, but a lot of things can happen on both the deadlifts and the handstand walk to come. It looks like Gabriela Migala is very comfortable on the runner. Laura Horvath also just very comfortable. Same technique. It looks the exact same way as it did before. A little slight forward inclination on both Migala and Horvath. Same thing with Garns. And Gabriela Migala needs this. After her finish in the first event, she definitely does. Very interested to see who will be the first one of these four ladies. And by these 4, I mean Karin Frey-Åberg, Mathilde Garns, Gabriela Migala, and Laura Horvath, who will be the first ones off the runner. I mean, Chase, just let me ask you. So the question is this: if you were Sarah Sigmundsdottir, and you weren't super happy about the first event, I don't know if she is, but I'm imagining that she's like, I'm going to have to go out there and make some moves now. Would you expect her to make that move on the run now, or is she going to come out firing on all pistons on the deadlifts and handstand walk?
I think for Sarah's skill set, you'd probably want to save it for the barbell, seeing as how she's definitely more proficient and dominant when it comes to that versus the air runner, especially when you think about the knee injury. That's not going to be as much of a hindrance on, say, a deadlift and obviously a handstand walk, versus an air runner where you have not an unnatural, it actually forces you to be a bit more natural on the way you're supposed to run, versus more on the mid part and ball of your foot. But I think for her skill set and endurance-wise, she's probably being able to put more work on a bar and handstand walk than she has to put time on the road.
Yep. I'm looking forward to seeing if she makes that move, and I'm just trying to figure out where that would be.
Getting closer, waiting for a judge to put their hand in the air. Designating about 100 meters left to go on this air runner.
Oh, there you go.
There it is, Gabby Migala. Hand in the air. Mathilde Garns just about the same time, and this is basically what we saw at the first round of this.
Yeah, and Laura Horvath, she's more comfortable on a handstand walk, and that's where she made up a bunch of times. I'm just looking forward to seeing how far ahead are Mathilde Garns and Gabriela Migala.
Migala off the bar, very quick transition as she has now moved into the lead. Quick break at 8 for Migala. Now, one of Gabby's best performances at the games was the running clean couplet. So having some type of air run and barbell lift, plus her skill set inverted,
and she ran to the bar, kicked up immediately, and then just got after it. Matilda Garn steps up to the bar, or up to the line, and then kicks up.
Now Laura Horvath on the left has moved to her deadlifts for the first set as Magawa on the right is advancing her bar into the round 2.
Right side of your screen, Gabriela Magawa just doing great on the deadlifts. I just love the way that she just kind of, you can either drop the bar and then pick it back up, but that requires a lot of your abdominal tension and your lower back tension and being able to brace on everyone. If you look at what she does right now, she shoots her hip back, which puts tension on her hamstrings and then stands it right back up.
Magawa done with her second set of deadlifts. A little breather right before she kicks up on her hands. Magawa finishing out her second round. So she will have one more round to go. And depending on how quickly she can get through this, she may have an opportunity to get that time by Andrea Solberg at 19:12, as we are still 4 minutes away from that time.
This is true, but I mean, this is going to take her a while. It's going to take her a bit more than a minute to get the deadlifts and the handstand walk done, which means that, oh, depending on how much she wants to suffer, yeah.
Laura Horvath, left side of your screen, finishing up her second handstand walk. Down in lane 8, Karin Freyova has begun her second round handstand walk, so Horvath sitting in second.
Oh. In lane number 2 right now, Eliana Sanahuya just fell over on the handstand walk and she's called back and has to do it one more time.
Karin Freyova moving into her second round. We just saw Gabby Magawa take the turn in her third and final handstand walk. And she has about 1 meter left to go. And now she has 3 minutes to take the time set by Andrea Solberg.
That is quite possible.
So Gabby Magawa, we said, had to have a dominant performance after that 16th place finish in event number 1. And she is looking to do so as Laura Horvath gets to the rower. Magawa should have about a 20-second lead, 100 meters down, so maybe just under 100 meters on Laura Horvath as Matilda Garns has joined the two of them.
I love to see Magawa's row right now. So confident. Doing a great job right there. See if we can't get a shot of the display in a second to see what pace she's going at. But I mean, technique-wise, she's just doing the right thing.
Magawa on the right, Lucy Campbell to the left of her. Laura Horvath was about 100 meters off Magawa's pace. As they're 1 and 2 in this heat, Magawa doing everything she can to make up for that 16th place finish in event number 1. As she has 200 meters left to go and 1 minute and 20 seconds to do so. And that pace has dropped off a bit. Started about a 148, now creeping those mid to low 150s.
It sure hasn't. You also got to wonder, did she just open up the door to Laura Horvath? I mean, she's definitely going to beat the fastest time that we had so far. Absolutely.
And we thought that might be untouchable. Now the question is, how much is he going to beat her by? Because then that little snafu for Andrea might haunt her going into tomorrow. But I don't think she was going to drop more than 40 seconds on Gabby Magawa. And Gabby Magawa is back in a first place finish In event number 2, Laura Horvath has time to get herself her second place finish of the day. And Laura Horvath might see her name at the top of the podium or top of the leaderboard
and now
at the end of day 1.
And now Matilda Garns is out there fighting to see if she can beat Andrea Solberg. Matilda Garns is on her last 100 meters as well. There goes the time. So yeah, the answer was no.
So Andrea Solberg will at least take 3rd. Garns is now done. That's good enough for 4th overall, 3rd in the heat. Karin Freyova, 1st place in event number 1. Should be good enough for a top 6. Oh, Lucy Campbell just came in, as you see Sarah Sigmundsdottir left on the rower. Now, nobody finished this event in Heat 2. So again, this is one of those perceptions versus reality. It's, oh, Sarah looks like she's not doing as well as she could, but we may see another top 10 finish here.
Exactly, and if she can stay within the top 5, top 10 all weekend long, it puts her in contention. So whatever the events that she's looking forward to comes in, then she can go for it. She can strike. She's setting herself up as good as she possibly could, yes.
And especially if we see this roller coaster events by the other athletes. We saw Magaga 16th and a 1st, but 2 top 10s in total should set you up better than that.
Absolutely.
Past the 20-minute mark, time cap is 22. Sigmundsdottir still has 250 meters left to go. If anybody's done a buyout on a rower, they know that face all too well.
It's 90 seconds for 170 meters. I love to see Sarah fight the way that she does right now. It just tells you a little bit about where she's at in her head. And I appreciate seeing a healthy, strong Sarah Sigmundsdottir going after it.
50 meters left for Sarah Sigmundsdottir. She'll be plenty underneath the time cap. Got to get across that line. Be interesting to see where that falls, because around that 20, this time frame, there's a few other times around there, at least in the first heat.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to have to see how everything pans out once the scores have been tabulated, but it's going to be interesting to see going into tomorrow as well. 20 seconds to go before we're done. No judges' hands are in the air right now, so and this young lady is spent.
And that will do it for individual event number 2 for the women. And that'll do it for the day here at the Lowlands Throwdown, as Gabby Magawa comes out and takes event number 2 after that 16th place finish at event number 1. Laura Horvath gets her second place finish of the day.
It's just amazing. I didn't think anybody was going to be able to touch Andrea Solberg's time. I didn't know where they were going to get that time. Where were they going to make a difference to that? And then Gabby Magawa just goes out there and absolutely annihilates it. And Laura Horvath as well. So it's just, I'm amazed. It's not often I don't know what to say and I'm kind of lost for words. But right now, that's where I'm at. So let's look at what happened here. The ladies made it onto the floor, and we were all wondering what Gabby Magawa was going to do to redeem herself from the first event today. The answer was easy. Go hard on the first run, be efficient on the deadlifts, comfortable on the handstand walk, then increase the pace on the second run, be even faster on the barbell cycling with the axle bar, once again comfortable on the handstand walks, and then go hard on the row. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what got her back in the mix and set her up for greatness, basically.
Sarah Sigmundsdottir should be getting herself a top 10 score, so you can see that Sarah Sigmundsdottir 6th place in this event And I believe the second best time coming in was close to that. So Sigmundsdottir, 2 top 10 finishes overall. Again, these scores are unofficial, but Gabby Magawa did what she needed to do after event 1. But as you said, what more could you say? Laura Horvath, just consistency at its finest. 2 second place finishes on the day with 2 completely different style events. But Magawa doing what she needed to do to set herself up for day number 2. She's down with Lauren Smith.
She is indeed. Gabby, how important was it to get a result in this workout after 16th to open your weekend?
I think the answer is pretty easy. Like, I think from now on, I just need to keep finishing in top 5. So finishing on the first spot was just amazing. It's such a nice feeling and relieving, like such a relief to finish the day strong. I'm just so pumped for the rest of the weekend.
How deep did you have to dig on that row?
To be honest, I experienced something for the first time on this rower. I mean, in 300 meters left, my legs just shut down, and I was like, okay, just don't panic. You got this. Just keep breathing. And when I had last 100 meters left, I was just okay. I can just die after. So it was quite stressful 300 meters, but yeah.
Well, you did a good job with it. That battle that we saw between you and Laura Horvath, you've trained together before, you're friends. How are you getting the best out of each other on these big stages?
I think at this point we know each other so well. I mean, we are battling on every event very close together, so I just knew I'm gonna battle in this one with Laura. But yeah, like the second round of running and deadlift was very important. I just noticed that she was going unbroken, and I had to do the break, so I just need to keep my rest short to be able to catch her. But yeah, like we are very good friends, so yeah, she had amazing finish 1, so she gave me something here.
Now, probably a slightly new experience, because when we spoke in Dubai, you were saying how people are just really starting to talk about you and take notice. You came to Lowlands marked as a favourite. How have you dealt with that change in the outside world seeing you?
I mean, I'm still not like on top, and I'm not superstar, so I'm still like, I can sneak around without being noticed, so I don't really struggle to, like people trying to catch me or something. So I'm feeling very good about that. Like, it's a nice feeling that I'm getting some attention and I can tell my story. Yeah.
And telling your story out on the field as well, Gabby. It was great to see you do so well. Great job.
Thank you so much. Hope to see you again soon.
Me too.
Congratulations to Gabby Magawa. You know, it's a good thing for your competition when you're always getting interviewed at the end of the event. But I mean, look, stumble in event 1, but again, it was so niche. It was a legless rope climb. Perhaps that was the best she could have possibly done there. And then you open things up with a first place finish in event 2. That's got to feel good going into the second day.
I mean, it sure does, and it's the first event. There are plenty of events where you can kind of make it up. So if it's going to happen, let it be on the first one, because you can recover that way. I just love the way that she just said that she just experienced something new. Yeah. Her legs dying. And let's also just be completely honest about the fact that I think the days when she could walk around and nobody knew who she was, or she could rock up to competition and not be in the contention and in the pre-talk, those days are over.
Those days are well over, but that will do it for individual and team competition here at the Lowlands Throwdown. We'll have more coverage later in the day, but man, what a day for day number 1.
I mean, what a day to get back on the floor, live competition, bringing everybody out after this horrible pandemic that's just been tearing a hole in the universe. I mean, I am stoked, I am happy, I am I'm ecstatic. Let's just be honest, that's what it is.
We're in for a fun day number 2, but for day number 1, that'll do it for us here at the Lowlands Throwdown. For Mads Jacobson, Lauren Smith, I am Chase Ingram. For full results, go to games.crossfit.com. Till then, see you tomorrow.